Chapter 1466. Dao. In the courtyard, Xiaoqian muttered, and the great Dao halo behind him disappeared. The ring of light of the great Dao behind him suddenly shrank and condensed into a point before rising continuously. When it reached 10 meters, it stopped. Pu Ci. An even stronger aura of the saber Dao swept through the entire city, including all the bladesmen. They felt their qi and blood surge. Unable to endure it, they vomited a mouthful of blood. The other cultivators all felt a strange pressure as well. They all circulated their energies and did their best to resist. It was just a casual action. However, when the great Dao appeared, the vast pressure firmly suppressed the entire starry universe city. Even Emperor Wu could not avoid it. Xiaoqian finally understood what kind of existence the great Dao energy that the item spirit Qin Yun mentioned was. One had to obtain the Dao before they could comprehend it. The cultivation of great Dao energy had just begun. With a thought, the light formed by the great Dao energy returned to Xiaoqian's body. The pressure on the entire starry universe city immediately lessened significantly. Whoosh! 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 Just as Xiaoqian was preparing to enter the Saber Sovereign Medallion and ask Qin Yun for advice on how to cultivate great Dao energy, 3 figures landed on the courtyard wall. The 3 figures landed on the wall of the courtyard. They looked around and fixed their gazes on Xiaoqian. They revealed suspicious expressions in their eyes. Of the 3 old men, the one in the middle had the highest cultivation, an 8th heaven Emperor Wu. The 2 on the left had slightly lower cultivations, but they were also 6th heaven Emperor Wu. However, the auras of these 2 were somewhat ferocious. This was especially so for the one on the left. He was tall and stout, showing a ferocious expression. This old man is Xiao Hang, Starry Universe City's city lord. Might I ask if the earlier fluctuation was caused by you? Xiao Hang was somewhat suspicious. The earlier fluctuation was startlingly large. However, this person before him was only a 6th heaven martial emperor, which did not seem to be the case. Big brother, who cares about him? This fellow is very strange. Let's kill him first. Greed flashed in the eyes of the tall old man on the left. Seeing that Xiaoqian's cultivation was not high, he harbored evil intentions. He wanted to kill Xiaoqian and snatch the treasures on him. Right after the tall old man spoke, he leaped down and threw a palm strike. He stretched out his hand and struck out with his palm. Flames revolved around his palm, and a strong wind howled behind him. He cultivated 2 wills, the will of wind and fire. The combination of wind and fire was extremely violent. The main building, trees, and other buildings in the courtyard were all burned to ashes under the pressure of the wind and fire. Looking at the silent Xiaoqian in the courtyard, Xiao Hang suddenly felt that something was wrong. He shouted, "Third brother, stop." Too late. With a thought, the energy of the saber Dao spread throughout Xiaoqian's body. Then, he sent a palm strike at the tall old man. The strong aura of wind and fire ceased before the might of the saber Dao. The old man felt an unbearable pressure on his entire body. Before Xiaoqian could react, the 2 palms already clashed. The saber Dao energy in his body that contained primordial energy surged out. The force was too strong. Xiaoqian did not control it well. The power of the saber Dao flowed out along with this palm strike. Countless holes appeared on the tall old man's body. Each hole had a sharp saber light, looking as piercing as the sun. In the next moment, the old man's body shattered into pieces, and his heart of an emperor shattered. You! The old city lord and the other person were frightened silly. Xiaoqian killed their 3rd brother with 1 palm strike. What kind of strength was this? Even the 9th heaven Emperor Wu was not that strong. Xiaoqian entered deep thought. His control of great Dao energy is still too weak. Such a sixth heaven emperor would only need a tenth of his great Tao energy to deal with him easily. However, Xiaochen unleashed all his great Tao energy with one palm strike. I have to quickly ask Qin Yun for advice on how to control and cultivate great Tao energy. After glancing at the old city lord and the other person, Xiaochen left without saying a word. The two old men felt like they were relieved of a heavy burden. A chill ran down their backs, and they broke out in a cold sweat. What terrifying strength! Big brother, his cultivation is clearly not high. How could he kill third brother with a single palm strike? Xiao Heng replied with lingering fear, there is only one explanation. His comprehension of the Saber Tao is already close to a legendary realm. Legend. The second city lord was stunned when he heard the words, obviously he could not understand it. Did he see the legend with his own eyes? After leaving Starry University, Xiaochen arrived at the edge of the island. After he took out the cycle war chariot, he directly entered the Saber Sovereign Medallion. Congratulations, Master. You have successfully grasped a complete Tao. Qin Yun knew everything that happened outside like the back of her hand. When she saw Xiaochen enter, she smiled softly. At the same time, she felt incredibly shocked. Back then, Pan Huang only comprehended a great Tao at the age of 100. The Xiaochen before him was only 35 years old, yet he had comprehended a complete Saber Tao. Could it be that this youth's future accomplishments would be greater than Pan Huang's? Even though he had grasped a complete great Tao because of the primordial Tao fruit, he was still able to do so. However, fortuitous encounters were a part of one's strength in the first place. Back then, Pan Huang's fortuitous encounters were no less than Xiaochen's. Xiaochen did not know what the other party was thinking. After he saw Qin Yun, he said directly, tell me how to cultivate and use great Tao energy. Qin Yun recovered her wits. When she saw that Xiaochen's mood was not quite right, she consoled him, the cultivation of great Tao energy requires patience. Don't be too hasty. Be careful, the Tao will scatter, and you will have to cultivate again. I'll teach you how to use great Tao energy first. When Xiaochen heard that, he was startled. He had indeed been too hasty and could easily cause trouble. Qin Yun's reminder was very timely. Alright, go on. The cultivation of the Tao is divided into 5 stages. From lowest to highest, they are, first glimpse of the Tao, small perfection, heart of the great Tao, Tao domain, and boundless Tao. Qin Yun continued, first glimpse of the Tao and small perfection are these 2 stages. To you, the Tao is just a skill. You will feel that with the support of the great Tao, the might of your martial techniques will multiply. However, without comprehending the heart of the great Tao, you will always feel that the Tao is like a mudfish. It is clearly in your hands, but you just cannot firmly grasp it. Xiaochen entered deep thought. Then, he asked, in that case, how should one cultivate the Tao? The Tao cannot be cultivated. Don't interpret the Tao as cultivation. It is a kind of comprehension. You have to comprehend it. As your horizons, cultivation, and comprehension ability increase, your comprehension of the Tao will naturally increase as well. Qin Yun smiled and explained, go to the comprehension platform. Pan Huang's comprehensions are there. Go and carefully look at them. You should be able to gain some comprehension on how he used great Tao energy in battle. Many thanks. Xiaochen felt that his understanding of the Tao had become much clearer. After thanking Qin Yun, he climbed up to the comprehension platform. 3 days from now, regardless of whether I gain anything or not, you must wake me up, Xiaochen instructed Qin Yun as he closed his eyes and cultivated. Qin Yun nodded and said, all right. I will forcefully wake you up 7 days from now. Xiaochen's figure flashed, and he climbed up to the comprehension platform and sat down cross-legged. Immediately, an illusion appeared. The Bodhi tree, the Buddhist sect's holy tree, was above Xiaochen, and white Bodhi flowers floated around him. The instant Xiaoqin closed his eyes, he instantly forgot about the troubles of the world, entering a state where he forgot about himself and the world. Great Tao energy did not need to be moved, silently unfolding behind him. As the Bodhi flowers floated in the air, that Tao disc flickered with a faint spiritual light, looking like it was breathing. Brat, watch carefully. This is the situation of me fighting with various experts when I am at the initial stage of comprehending the Tao. Watch carefully. How much you can comprehend will depend on your ability. Various scenes appeared in Xiaoqian's mind. The owner of these scenes was the first-generation saber sovereign, Pan Huang. Pan Huang was fighting with others. During that peak era of the martial Tao, he held up a saber and fought against various outstanding talents. Xiaoqian watched carefully, not daring to relax for even a moment. Every time he finished watching a battle, he felt like he gained a lot, completely immersed in it. After 7 days, Xiaoqin, who was in the cycle war chariot, suddenly startled awake. Qing Yun had forcefully woken him up and kicked out the saber's sovereign medallion. How fast! Xiaoqin felt that 7 days passed too quickly. There were still many things that he had yet to comprehend in detail. However, he had to come out of closed-door cultivation. Today was the day he and Jiang Tian agreed to meet. Whoosh! The war chariot turned into a throne. Then, Xiaoqin looked up and saw a figure quickly drifting over from the distance. After a while, Jiang Tian appeared in front of the cycle throne. As he looked at Xiaoqin, the smile on his face froze. Unexpectedly, he felt some pressure before Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin, why did you call me here? Jiang Tian asked after calming himself. You should have made some progress in your investigation of the treasure master in the past half a year. I only have one request. Help me delay the treasure master 5 days from now. Don't let him rush to the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace's aid, Xiaoqin said seriously. Others did not know that the blood-clad sect had the treasure master supporting them. However, Xiaoqin was very clear on this. With the treasure master making a move, unless Xiaoqin was a prime, he would not be able to save the blood-clad sect even if he used all his means. Instead, he would end up getting himself killed. Jiang Tian smiled bitterly and said, Your request, can it be done? Xiaoqin believed that Jiang Tian had the ability and means to do so. The key was whether Jiang Tian was willing or not. Very well, I agree. However, you have to agree to this old man's request. After this, you owe me a request as well, Jiang Tian said with a grave expression as light flickered in his eyes. Deal. Chapter 1467. There were only 5 days left until the half-month deadline that the blood-clad sect announced. However, the Blue Dragon King, Xiaoqin, still had not appeared. Immediately, all sorts of rumors about Xiaoqin spread. Some said that Xiaoqin was already dead, so naturally, he could not appear. Some said that Xiaoqin was already crippled and was now just an ordinary person. If he went, he would just be seeking death. For the past 5 years, everyone had already forgotten about Xiaoqian's existence. In this golden age, outstanding talents appeared every day. Who would remember an outstanding talent that was already past his prime? However, due to the Dragon's Gate's commotion half a month ago and the blood-clad sect's announcement, the public opinion of the entire heavenly starry ocean immediately pushed Xiaoqin to the heart of the storm. This outstanding talent that no one paid attention to became the focus of every cultivator's discussion. There were even some nosy people who started betting on whether Xiaoqin would appear or not. The number of people betting surpassed everyone's expectations. On that day, the largest casino in the heavenly starry ocean, the Rosy Cloud Mountain Manor, officially took over. They set up professional bets on whether Xiaoqin would appear, whether he would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate senior elder, and whether he would be able to retreat unscathed. There were only 5 days left, but there was still no news of Xiaoqin. There were no traces of Xiao Qin at all. The news that he would not appear spread like wildfire. The odds of betting on Xiao Chen's appearance immediately soared, reaching a shocking 1 to 100. However, even with such horrifying odds, few people placed their bets. They did not believe that Xiao Qin would appear. As for those who bet that Xiao Qin would be able to rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder, they were even rarer. It would not be an exaggeration to say that they were as rare as phoenix feathers or Qilin horns. No one expected that the Blue Dragon King, who was already past his prime, could cause such a commotion after 5 years. There was no news of Xiao Qin at all. However, there was another gathering that was related to him that caught everyone's attention. The former Lunar Palace's holy daughter sent out invitations, calling all the outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean to gather and rescue the Dragon's Gate's senior elder. Over the past half a month, many outstanding talents showed up with invitations. The Zodiac Hall's holy son Chu Yang, the Myriad Fiend Islands Di Xinhan, the Yin-Yang Paradise's Yin Susu, and the Northern Sea Alliance's young master Yi Qin. Even Dugu Ao, who was far away in the Human-Demon Sea, rushed over in the last few days. Every name on this long list was a well-known outstanding talent of the heavenly starry ocean. This clearly showed the influence of the holy daughter. Even though she was no longer at the Lunar Palace, she still commanded respect. When talking about the holy daughter Yu Bingyun, her character and emotions were widely praised. Being affectionate and righteous was the best evaluation of her. Some sharp-witted people noticed that many of the people on this long list had immortal holy lands behind them, or a power second only to a holy land. This triggered some deeper guesses. Could it be that these holy lands did not dare to officially fall out with the blood-clad sect and could only use this method to silently express their stance? Of course, it was also possible that he was overthinking things. 5 days later, in the Western Sea, the blood-clad sect's headquarters, Western Dragon City, everyone's attention was focused on the place. The streets and alleys of the city were packed with people. All of them were cultivators from all over the heavenly starry ocean. There were famous outstanding talents and cultivators who were just here to watch the excitement. Of course, there was only one reason for so many cultivators rushing to Western Dragon City. This was because today was the day the blood-clad sect decided to kill the Dragon's Gate's elders. All the Dragon's Gate's elders were locked up in Fresh Blood Plaza. Rumor had it that at that time, the blood-clad sect's young master, Ao Feng, would draw lots to decide who to start with. After that, they would publicly kill a Dragon's Gate's elder every day until Xiao Qin appeared. If he did not appear, they would kill him until there was no one left. The cruelty of the blood-clad sect's methods was rarely seen since ancient times. The arrogance of the blood-clad sect's actions was also rarely seen in recent years. After this matter was over, a newly risen faction dared to be so ostentatious. Aside from forcing Xiao Qin to appear, the blood-clad sect also had the intention of establishing its might. After this matter was over, even if Xiao Qin did not appear, the blood-clad sect's position in the heavenly starry ocean would be stable. This could be said to be killing 2 birds with 1 stone, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. The sinister plan was extraordinary. In the tallest pagoda in Western Dragon City, the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang, looked down on everyone. The aura of an ambitious and ruthless person on him was becoming more and more obvious. Ken Minghua, who was standing behind him, felt a great deal of pressure. With his back facing Ken Minghua, Ao Lang stood upright with his hands behind his back. He said indifferently, "Is there still no news of Xiao Qin?" "No, this guy seems to have really disappeared. There's no trace of him at all. It can't be that he's really dead, right? If that's the case, it seems a bit unnecessary for us to make such a big fuss," Ken Minghua said carefully. Ao Lang's lips curled up in an unfathomable smile. Unnecessary. It was no longer important whether he appeared or not. His appearance was a pleasant surprise. If he doesn't appear, then I've more or less achieved my goal. After today, the blood-clad sect will truly be established in the heavenly starry ocean. Only then will I have the qualifications to stand on equal footing with the many holy lord. Kan Minghua performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Congratulations, sect master. You have fulfilled your wish. The day you unify the heavenly starry ocean is just around the corner." When Ao Lang heard this, he rejoiced in his heart. He could not help smiling and saying, "Who said that this is a golden age only for the outstanding talents? Everyone has the opportunity to carve out their own empire in this age of geniuses." "Sect master, there's one more thing. After Yu Bingyun's group entered the city, they split up." Ao Lang smiled in disdain and said, "They are just a bunch of dancing clowns. What age are we in? To think that they are still thinking of heroism and letting their emotions affect their decisions. They think that no one will notice them. How can there be a chance for them to hide in my blood-clad sect? Sect master is wise. We have been monitoring these people closely. It would be fine if they did not show themselves. However, once they do, we will definitely teach them a lesson," Kan Minghua said softly with a smile. Ao Lang nodded in satisfaction. "There's no need for you to personally monitor this matter. You are overestimating them. Go and manage Fresh Blood Plaza. I have a feeling that Xiaoqin will still appear." "Yes." As Ao Lang stood upright with his hands clasped behind his back and looked down at the entire city, he felt a heroic spirit that made everyone else seem like ants. "Xiaoqin, I said before that one day, I will make you kneel and beg me. I absolutely meant it." Thinking back to the humiliation of the past, Ao Lang clenched his right fist. A strong murderous intent flared in his eyes, and a strange red light appeared in them. Due to this terrifying killing chi, strong winds blew in the sky above, adding a hint of desolation and coldness to the atmosphere. Fresh Blood Square used to be the West Dragon Square. However, after the West Ocean Dragon Palace changed its name, the West Ocean Dragon Palace became the West Ocean Dragon Palace. However, after the Western Sea Divine Dragon Palace changed its name, the decorations in the plaza changed to a piercing scarlet color. Naturally, the name of the plaza changed as well. The Dragon's Gate's doyens had their cultivations restricted at the tall platform in the center. Chains bound their bodies as they knelt on the platform. Mo Chen, Xianyuan Zhantian, Lan Tianji, and the other people of the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon who had a deep relationship with Xiao Qin were all present. Everyone's clothes were still intact, but their complexions were somewhat pale. As they knelt on the ground, they appeared to be in sorry states. How miserable! Half a month ago, they were all the Dragon's Gate's upper echelon. Unexpectedly, half a month later, they are all prisoners. Why is Xiao Qin not showing himself yet? Seeing so many of his companions suffer, does he not blame himself at all? So what if he comes out? Now, he is just a cripple. Is he here to send himself to death? That's true. I believe that this group of fellow sect members do not want him to show himself. Seeing the Dragon's Gate's doyens on the tall platform, the people below the platform discussed. Mo Chen looked for something in the crowd. When she did not discover Xiao Chen's figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. While the defenses around the plaza looked lax, the blood-clad sex experts were actually all hidden. If Xiao Chen really came, he would have fallen for the blood-clad sex trap. The young master Ao Feng sat on a chair in the back, playing with a die in his hand. This die would decide who would be the first Dragon's Gate's doyens to be killed today. Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, listen up. I have not touched a single one of these Dragon's Gate's doyens. As long as you immediately appear before me, I can immediately release all the Dragon's Gate's doyens. Ao Feng lazily reclined on the chair and drove his primordial energy, spreading his voice to every corner of the city. His arrogant voice contained a trace of frivolity as it reverberated throughout the entire city. Clearly, Ao Feng did not hold out much hope that Xiao Chen would really appear. If Xiao Chen really appeared, he would have come long ago. There would be no need to wait until now. Ao Feng's behavior was truly asking for a beating. Unfortunately, this was the blood-clad sect's territory, so he could only endure his anger. Ao Feng yawned in boredom. Then, he toyed with the die. When the drifting sound grew softer and softer, he prepared to continue speaking. As you wish. Suddenly, a cold voice rang out in the blood-clad plaza. Compared to Ao Feng's arrogant voice, this voice was much weaker in aura. However, it was these four simple and clean words that caused the clamor in the city to come to an abrupt halt. Everyone held their breath, feeling their hearts thumping loudly. For some reason, they felt nervous. An entire city had stopped breathing for him. Clang! Ao Feng showed a startled expression. The lazy smile on his face vanished, and he stood up abruptly. Then, he threw his chair down heavily and looked around, searching for the owner of that voice. Paw! The instant Ao Feng stood up, the sky above him suddenly darkened. Before Ao Feng could react, a huge foot trampled on him. His bones shattered, and he turned into a pile of mush. Chapter 1468. Naturally, the owner of the gargantuan foot was Xiao Chen. Before the sun rose that day, he had been hiding above Fresh Blood Plaza. With Xiao Chen's strength, when he withdrew his aura, even a prime would not be able to see through him. There was no need to use Dermic World to deal with a minor character like Ao Feng. However, Xiao Chen felt angry in his heart. He had been suppressing his rage for a long time already. When it finally erupted, he could no longer hold it in. The tall platform in the plaza instantly shattered, and all the Dragon's Gate elders soared into the air. Xiao Chen, who stomped Ao Feng into meat paste, quickly recovered his figure. Wearing a mask, he sat on the throne hovering in the air. Shadowless Saber Sovereign. Many people present were very familiar with this image. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who had risen to fame in recent years. This was the Shadowless Saber Sovereign who suppressed the deity Dao Union and the 18 demon royal halls. He was the most mysterious and unfathomable character of the Golden Age. He had risen too quickly, and there were too many mysteries and too many legends about him. Be it the newly advanced Saber Sovereign, suppressing the righteous and evil factions in the savage battlefield, or the widely known phrase of not touching a saber or leaving a shadow behind, there were many mysteries about the Shadowless Saber Sovereign's identity. He had long since become one of the greatest mysteries of the Kunlun realm. Such a character was destined to be a legend in this golden age of the Kunlun realm. However, today, the Shadowless Saber Sovereign suddenly appeared in Fresh Blood Plaza and even executed the signature martial technique of the Blue Dragon King. Could it be? There was an answer in everyone's heart. Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and returned the throne to his battle robes. A saber light flashed in his hand, and the chains on the Dragon's Gate's people in the air broke. The Dragon's Gate's people regained their freedom. Then, they moved and landed firmly on the rubble of the plaza. Xiao Chen landed and stood in front of the crowd. Then, he swept his gaze across the Dragon's Gate's gate elders before fixing it on Mo Chin. Fortunately, they were all here, not a single one missing. Casually removing his mask, Xiao Chen said, "Sorry for making you all suffer. I could not protect everyone. Xiao Chen let you all down." Delicate appearance, handsome facial features, and fluttering long hair. Who else could it be but Xiao Chen? Outside the square, everyone who witnessed this scene was stunned. The famous Shadowless Saber Sovereign, whose identity was a mystery, was actually the Blue Dragon King Xiao Chen, who was deemed to be a cripple. How is this possible? Chu Yang, the holy son of Zodiac Hall, who was hiding in the crowd and was prepared to rescue the people from the dragon sect, was dumbfounded by this scene. He had personally seen the shadowless saber's sovereign strength in the savage battlefield and knew how horrifying the other party was. He looked at Xiao Qin and casually took off his mask, revealing his true face. An indescribable bitterness appeared in his heart. Originally, he thought that he was already the leader of this sea region. He never expected that he would still be firmly suppressed by that person. After 5 years, not only did the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin not disappear, but he also changed his identity and made a name for himself. At this moment, Xiao Qin was not the only one feeling disappointed. The outstanding talents of the heavenly starry ocean that Yu Bingyun gathered all felt a heavy pressure. Cripple. Who still dared to say that the Blue Dragon King was already crippled, that the Shadowless Saber's sovereign was Xiao Qin, and that the Blue Dragon King was the Shadowless Saber's sovereign? The mystery was solved. However, the identity of the Shadowless Saber's sovereign was somewhat hard to accept. Many people felt conflicted in their hearts. Unexpectedly, the Shadowless Saber's sovereign is actually Xiao Qin. In less than a day, this news will spread throughout the entire Kunlun realm. The Blue Dragon King is indeed the Blue Dragon King. In the end, the Golden Age still belongs to him. There was no need to say too much. In any case, the cultivators who came here definitely would not regret coming today. Not only did they see Xiao Qin, but they also saw the Shadowless Saber's sovereign taking off his mask. The blood-clad sex people were also completely stunned. This was not the result they wanted. They had been waiting for Xiao Qin to show up. However, when Xiao Qin truly appeared, they were all stunned. Even when their young master was trampled into meat paste, he did not stand up for the injustice and make a move against Xiao Qin. The reason was none other than Xiao Qin being the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, a legendary character that even the Holy Lord could not do anything to. Big brother Xiao Qin. Mo Qin cried tears of joy, not knowing what to say. She sobbed softly, "Sorry, the Dragon's Gate is destroyed." Xianyuan Zhantian said calmly, "Xiao Qin, leave quickly. The strength of this blood-clad sect master is unfathomable. By coming here, you really fell for their trap." "Indeed. Big brother Xiao Qin, leave quickly. They lured you out on purpose." The Dragon's Gate's people startled awake from their joy and tried to persuade Xiao Qin to leave. "Leave? Where do you think you are going? Today, regardless of whether you are the Shadowless Saber's sovereign or the Blue Dragon King Xiao Qin, you will die here." At the crucial moment, Kaminghua led the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect, the 3 Dragon Kings, and many blood-clad sect experts to surround Xiao Qin and the Dragon's Gate's people. Clang! The blood-clad sect drew their weapons, and a cold killing chi pointed at Xiao Qin. "Everyone, scatter. The blood-clad sect is handling matters. Anyone in the way will die." Suddenly, countless scarlet-clad cultivators appeared in the surroundings, chasing away all the cultivators watching the excitement in the plaza. Instantly, Fresh Blood Plaza became densely packed with the blood-clad sect's elite cultivators. Several warships even flew over in the sky, sealing off all the routes. Up in the tower, after the initial shock, Ao Lang revealed a cold smile. "You are seeking your own death. Even if you are the Shadowless Saber Sovereign, this Fresh Blood Plaza will be your burial ground today." Dong! 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 The tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites walked in orderly steps, pressing in step by step and closing in on the encirclement. His footsteps were like thunder, mixed with his killing intent, rumbling continuously, shaking people's hearts. Immediately, the cultivators chased to the periphery were all frightened by this scarlet sea. The ear-splitting footsteps caused several cultivators to bleed from their 7 facial orifices. Oh no! Even if the Holy Lord arrives, he will not be able to do anything. The strength of the blood-clad sect is really terrifying. How can the Blue Dragon King block them alone? He won't die just like that, right? Seeing this scene, everyone started to worry for Xiaoqin. There was no way out, no way out. Furthermore, there were the blood-clad sect experts eyeing Xiaoqin like tigers watching their prey. How was the Blue Dragon King going to break out of this situation? No matter how one thought about it, they could not think of a way out of this situation. At best, they could only force their way out. However, what was the point of Xiaoqin coming here after abandoning the Dragon's Gate elders? Big brother Xiaoqin, just leave by yourself. There is no need to care about us, Mo Qin and the others said worriedly with grave expressions. Xiaoqin smiled faintly and said indifferently, don't worry. After turning around and facing Ken Minghua and the blood-clad sect's upper echelon, Xiaoqin did not show any fear on his face. Xiaoqin, I can't help but admire you. Even at this point, you are still so bold. What's wrong? You want to attack us? I will not give you that chance. Ha ha ha. I will drag you down to death. Ken Minghua laughed loudly, and the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites soared into the air, charging at Xiaoqin. Despite facing such an advantage, this Ken Minghua actually wanted to use numbers to overwhelm Xiaoqin to death. Everyone cursed in their hearts at how despicable Ken Minghua was. However, there was nothing they could do. Dao! Just at this moment, Xiaoqin suddenly shouted, and a faint Dao disc appeared behind him. At this moment, the complete Saber Great Dao unleashed its full might. At this moment, the world seemed to merge with Xiaoqin, and he executed the Dao with his words. No one could block the might of the Great Dao. Pu Ci. The tens of thousands of elite cultivators in the air bore the brunt of this Dao might, causing them to vomit blood. This was the might of the Great Dao. Only a small number of geniuses during the peak of the ancient era could comprehend it. This was a distant legend, an ancient myth. Today, it reappeared in the world. Dao! Xiaoqin shouted again, and the Dao disc gathered into a spot. It was resplendent and dazzling, like a powerful saber light. Then, it suddenly extended. The blood-clad sect cultivators vomiting blood in the air suffered another heavy blow. This second Dao was like a club to the head, knocking them all into the air. This scene thoroughly shocked Ken Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon. The vast Dao might force the experts of this group of experts into a sorry state, forcing them to take a few steps back. When the tens of thousands of elites fell on their own, they all paled. Chapter 1469. Two shouts of the Great Dao's might pushed back tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites. Such an incredible scene made everyone feel incredulous. They had never seen or heard of such a thing before. How can this be? Ken Minghua and the other blood-clad sect upper echelon retreated far away. When they saw this scene, they paled and trembled. As Xiaoqian's long hair fluttered, he gave off a might of the Great Dao from his body. There was no magnificent halo or resplendent light around him. However, as he stood there, no one dared to look at him directly. This is too horrifying. How did he do it? When the other cultivators chased away by the blood-clad sect saw this scene, they were all shocked, feeling somewhat stupefied. Why was it like this? Earlier, Xiaoqian's imposing aura and the killing chi of the tens of thousands of blood-clad sect elites made everyone's heart palpitate. How did it crumble with just two shouts from Xiaoqin, vomiting blood and getting defeated? Emperor Wu's aura could suppress the weak and achieve the same effect. However, everyone knew that Xiaoqian's two shouts were different from his so-called aura. Firstly, aura needed to be stored up. Furthermore, it needed to be against a much weaker opponent. Secondly, Xiaoqian's aura was clearly only that of a seventh heaven martial emperor, Emperor Wu. How strong could his aura be? It's the Dao. It's Great Dao energy. Chu Yang of the Zodiac Hall suddenly exclaimed in the crowd. This startled Chu Yang to his senses. As he looked at Shao Qin, his eyes were filled with extreme incredulity. The Tao was a legendary realm. Even during the peak of the martial epoch, only a few outstanding talents grasped it. After the decline of the martial epoch, great Tao energy never appeared again. It had already become a myth. However, now, not only did the Blue Dragon King Shao Qin appear as the shadowless saber sovereign, but he also displayed a godlike great Tao energy. The many outstanding talents felt like they had just woken up from a dream. There were only a few mentions of the Tao in the ancient records. Many people even doubted whether it existed or not. Is it really the Tao? If the answer was yes, then everything would be easy to understand. The might of the great Tao was not something that ordinary people could block. Compared to them, they were no longer on the same level. Let's attack together. If we don't kill him, we'll all die. Tens of thousands of the blood-clad sect elites retreated in defeat. The blood-clad sect's prestige was damaged. The blood-clad sect master would definitely be enraged. At that time, none of them would have a good ending. After all, only A.O. Lang grasped the life-extending pill. That was their lifeblood. A ferocious aura flashed in Kan Minghua's eyes. He composed himself and rushed over first. Regardless of whether or not Shao Qin had really comprehended the power of the Great Path, he did not believe that he, a level 9 existence, could not deal with Shao Qin, who was only a level 7 cultivator. Furthermore, the 3 Dragon Kings of the 3 Seas and the 8 law enforcers of the blood-clad sect were all sovereign martial emperors. Let's go together. A strong wind blew. Kan Minghua and the 11 sovereign martial emperors forcefully resisted the great Tao might. With a murderous aura that filled the sky, they pounced towards Shao Qin. Even in this golden age, sovereign martial emperors were still peak experts. A sovereign martial emperor could hold his own and establish a rank 8 sect. Under the lead of Kan Minghua, the 9th Heaven Emperor Wu, the 11 sovereign martial emperors soared into the air at the same time. Their auras merged and stirred up the winds and clouds. It was like the sky pressing down on Shao Qin. Whoosh! Suddenly, the light dimmed. One could not even see their fingers when stretched out. The dilapidated plaza turned pitch black. Those were 12 sovereign martial emperors. When they pressed over, they even covered the sky. Retreat! 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 When the cultivators watching from behind saw such a lineup, they paled in fright and quickly retreated. This was the first time a battle involving so many sovereign martial emperors had appeared in the heavenly starry ocean during this golden age. When 12 sovereign martial emperors attacked together, their destructive power was clear without even needing to think. Shao Chen's face sank. He shielded the Dragon's Gate's people behind him, encasing them in his Tao might. A huge battle could break out at any moment. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was the first to arrive. When he punched, it was like a huge dragon claw tearing bloody marks in space. Blood Dragon Claw. This was the Eastern Sea Dragon King's famous martial technique. He was very confident in his attack. Even if the Eastern Sea Dragon King could not defeat Shao Qin, he would definitely be able to knock him back. As long as Shao Qin took a step back, he would be able to regain control of the Dragon's Gate's elders. At that time, he would be able to obtain victory without a fight. Shao Chen's expression did not change. He swung his palm in the air, and saber lights shot out from his palm. Then, he clenched his fist and grabbed all the saber lights. He infused the great Tao energy from the saber Tao with his primordial energy. Then, he executed a distant legend. The light of the distant legend illuminated this pitch-black space. When the palm and fist clashed, the Eastern Sea Dragon King's palm broke. He vomited a mouthful of blood and was knocked back like a sandbag. The Eastern Sea Dragon King was like an insignificant hunting dog crashing into the tough body of an elephant, bouncing back. As for Shao Qin, he was like a mountain, firmly protecting the Dragon's Gate's people behind him. The internal organs in Xiao Chen's body churned endlessly. However, he forcefully suppressed them. Only 700 strands of primordial energy remained. If he had 1,000, with the support of Great Tao energy, Xiao Chen would not have been injured at all. At this moment, there was no time to recover. The 12 sovereign martial emperors took turns attacking, showing no intention of stopping. Taking turns to wear Xiao Chen down. To think that 12 sovereign martial emperors are taking turns to wear Xiao Chen down. This scene truly stunned everyone. To think that they even used such a method to deal with a mere blue dragon king. They completely tossed aside their dignity as sovereign martial emperors. This is bad. If this continues, Xiao Chen will die sooner or later. Indeed. He received the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor and did not even take a step back. He must be protecting the Dragon's Gate's elders behind him. This Xiao Chen is really foolish. If they clashed head-on like this, they would definitely suffer 800 casualties. After all, the peak strikes of a sovereign martial emperor were something that even a prime would have to consider carefully. Xiao Chen used Great Tao energy to support himself and executed the myriad Heaven Divine Fist, clashing head-on with the peak strikes of 12 sovereign martial emperors. Loud rumbles rang out endlessly. Every time they exchanged moves, a crack would appear in the city below them, causing it to tremble. After 7 loud sounds, the cultivators who had already retreated 50 kilometers away were horrified to discover that the crack had extended to their feet. They quickly withdrew and retreated all the way to the city wall before stopping. As Xiao Chen stood before the Dragon's Gate's elders, he was like an impregnable wall. Be it lightning, wind, or fire, he did not retreat even half a step. When everyone saw Xiao Chen's trembling figure after receiving the peak strikes of 11 sovereign martial emperors, they were deeply shocked. For some reason, they felt that they were too insignificant before this figure. You truly deserve to be the Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen. You are loyal and loyal. Even at this point, you still have not retreated. However, you can die now. Ken Minghua, who was the last to make a move, smiled coldly when he saw the pale Xiao Chen leaking blood from a corner of his lips. Then, he swung his sword. Ken Minghua had stored up power with the cultivation of the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, waiting for this moment. The tip of Ken Minghua's sword lit up, looking like a spark in the darkness. Following that, the spark burned the starry heavens with the momentum of a prairie fire. Prairie fire spark. When Ken Minghua swung his sword, it felt like the entire universe was burning. Everyone was captivated by this stunning sword strike. The Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu, Ken Minghua, was someone much stronger than the previous 11 sovereign martial emperors. Oh no! Xiao Chen is going to lose. When the many cultivators saw that Xiao Chen's Dao might had already fallen significantly, they could not help exclaiming. The extremely fast sword strike arrived before Xiao Chen the moment the prairie fire burned. It was incredibly fast. Dang! A melodious sound rang out, and a berserk flaming shockwave radiated out. The shockwave formed horrifying fire tornadoes surging out. No one could see what was happening in the center. Only the Dragon's Gate's people in the center of the flames could clearly see that it was the lunar shadow saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the disheveled Xiao Chen held his saber in his left hand and held it horizontally in front of him, using the scabbard to block this sword strike. Xiao Chen's internal injuries worsened, and he could not help vomiting a mouthful of blood onto the scabbard. Ao Jiao, if you are not going to draw the scabbard, when are you going to do so? Xiao Chen's hair fluttered wildly as he grabbed the saber's hilt with his right hand. Then, he shouted and pulled forcefully. Chapter 1470. The lunar shadow saber, which had been dormant for 5 years, finally came out of its scabbard when Xiao Chen did his best to draw it. A resplendent saber light came from the lunar shadow saber's streamlined blade, releasing resplendent saber light magnificently. There was no startling aura. The resplendent saber light flickered for a moment before withdrawing, looking like a 1,000-year-old ancient pool. It was tranquil and distant, containing the vicissitudes of time and the glory of the past. The withdrawn saber light was now like a pool of autumn water, flickering with moonlight. It was that simple. Xiaochen drew the saber and brandished it. It was like the shadow of the bright moon, silent and traceless. Shattering sounds resounded. The divine weapon, which was blocked by the scabbard, shattered under this saber strike. Then, it shot out with a sharp force. What saber is this? How can it even break my divine weapon? The divine weapon was connected to the heart. When the life-divine weapon shattered, Ken Minghua felt intense pain in his heart, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Receive a saber strike from me as well. When Xiaochen grasped the lunar shadow saber again, he felt a surge of energy from the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber. This energy continuously flowed through all the meridians in his body, replenishing all the primordial energy that he exhausted. At this moment, he became one with the saber. Xiaochen soared into the air and executed the most tyrannical move of the flawless saber technique, the dragon subduing stance. The lunar shadow saber subdued the 1,000 true dragon might of the lunar shadow saber, using it for its own use. The instant the saber chopped down, the strong true dragon might pressured Ken Minghua into trembling. The divine weapon in Ken Minghua's hand already shattered. He was at a loss when facing this tyrannical saber strike, not knowing how to defend. In the end, Ken Minghua had no choice but to use his bare hands to block the saber. He infused all his cultivation into his hands. The instant the saber chopped down, Ken Minghua pressed his hands together, trying to catch the lunar shadow saber. Unexpectedly, Ken Minghua's hands found nothing. His heart suddenly sank, and horror filled his entire body. He failed to catch it. A berserk aura turned into a strong wind sweeping out. It blew away all the flaming tornadoes in the surroundings. The scene of the ruins of the plaza appeared before everyone's eyes once more. The instant the flames scattered, they happened to see Xiaochen chopping Ken Minghua in half with his saber. Boom! Cracks spread everywhere on the ground. The aftershocks of this saber strike finally swept through the entire city. Rumbling sounds continuously rang out as the entire city started to collapse. The people on the city walls hurriedly flew into the air in fright. Dead, as the Emperor Wu of the Ninth Heaven, Ken Minghua actually died just like that. How exactly did Xiaochen block that sword? What exactly happened within the flames that caused the entire situation to be reversed in an instant? It was completely unfathomable. Holding the saber in his hand, Xiaochen stood proudly. The reborn lunar shadow saber was much stronger than he had expected. Transcendent divine weapon, this was a true transcendent divine weapon. It surpassed divine weapons and was unparalleled. There was a faint glow on the blade, but it was neither intense nor dazzling. However, when the crowd's gazes came into contact with this light, tears of blood fell from the eyes of many of them as they felt intense pain. Saber. Everyone was incomparably alarmed. What kind of blade was this? It was flickering with luster. Even from 500 kilometers away, the saber chi contained in the saber chi could pierce and injure people's eyes. There is no such saber on the divine weapon ranking. Someone asked, feeling confused. Of the 10 transcendent divine weapons, there was only one saber, the coiling monarch time saber. After today, there will be one more. The moment Xiaochen said that, no one dared to question him anymore. Without a doubt, this was a treasure saber that surpassed divine weapons. Ken Minghua's defeat was understandable. If he had known that Xiaochen had a transcendent divine weapon, he would not have died so carelessly. Good move. The Blue Dragon King truly lives up to his reputation as the Blue Dragon King. Even though he has been silent for 5 years, he still cannot touch the reverse scale of a dragon. The Western Sea Dragon King slowly walked out of a cloud of dust, wearing his scarlet battle armor. The Western Sea Dragon King's expression remained calm, appearing as calm as still water as he looked at the ruined Western Dragon City. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw the tens of thousands of Dragon's Gate elites lying on the ground and the blood-clad sect upper echelon frightened by Xiao Qin, his expression did not change, showing neither joy nor sorrow. It was like everything before him had nothing to do with him. Actually, it did not matter. As long as the Western Sea Dragon King killed Xiao Qin and snatched away the transcendent divine weapon in his hand. With the support of the Treasure Master, it would not be difficult to build an even stronger blood-clad sect. Xiao Qin sheathed his saber and sized up the Western Sea Dragon King. After not seeing him for 5 years, the other party's strength had improved somewhat horribly. The scarlet battle armor on the Western Sea Dragon King looked even more strange. It was like a sea of blood splashed on the Western Sea Dragon King's clothes. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Make your move. There is nothing to say between us. I will give you 3 chances to make your move. After 3 times, I will take your head." When the Western Sea Dragon King heard that, he was stunned. Then, he laughed loudly, "Arrogant. I thought that I was already arrogant enough. Unexpectedly, you are even more arrogant than me. If not for your transcendent divine weapon, Kan Minghua's sword strike would have taken your life. Now, I already know all your trump cards. What are you going to use to fight me?" Xiao Qin smiled coldly in his heart. He had no intention of arguing with the other party. Before coming, he was still somewhat worried about the Western Sea Dragon King's strength. After he saw it clearly, he no longer worried. He was like the other blood-clad sect disciples. It seemed like he relied on external items, the scarlet clothes on his body, to obtain his current strength. However, the scarlet clothes on his body were of a higher grade. That was all. The Western Sea Dragon King was still a distance away from a true Holy Lord. The other Holy Lands did not make a move on the blood-clad sect because they feared the mysterious person behind the blood-clad sect. This was the saying, when beating a dog, look at its master. It looks like you have already given up on this opportunity. In that case, I have no choice but to use the move that I saved for you in advance. The cycle heart spun silently in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness, storing up power and waiting to be unleashed. The Western Sea Dragon King revealed a cold, disdainful smile. In his eyes, Xiao Chen was already a dead man. Wanting to do whatever he wanted by relying on a transcendent divine weapon was simply a fool's dream. Blue Dragon King, I will stand right here. Let's see how you are going to kill me. Ao Lang reared his head back and laughed maniacally. Then, he unleashed his aura without hiding it. His body released a boundless scarlet light. His aura soared continuously until it approached the level of the Holy Lord before stopping. Thick scarlet clouds covered the sky and the sun. As the clouds churned, they looked like a surging sea of blood. Waves splashed up endlessly, materializing many mysterious phenomena. How strong! The crowd, who had retreated 500 kilometers, all felt a strong pressure. This pressure was already close to the level of the Holy Lord. This is the aura of the Ninth Heaven's Emperor Wu at his peak. No wonder the blood-clad sect master could break the Dragon's Gate's protective formation with one strike. Isn't Xiao Qin being too careless? After fighting so many battles, could he still have a trump card to kill this Western Sea Dragon King? The crowd did not believe what Xiao Qin said about taking off Ao Lang's head with one strike. It was not that they did not believe it. Rather, they felt that it was simply impossible. Xiao Qin narrowed his eyes and looked at the Western Sea Dragon King, who was 1 kilometer away. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. To Xiao Qin, he would not even need the time to blink to cross 1 kilometer. Cycle in full, reversing time and space. Xiao Qin ignored the other party's arrogant laughter, wanting to erupt with the state of cycle in his sea of consciousness at full force. The resistance of the entire world appeared again. That's not right. This time, it is much stronger. Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. He felt the resistance he faced this time. Compared to when he unleashed the state of cycle at full force on the desolate island, the resistance he faced was at least 50% stronger. It looked like experts had an aura around them. Reversing time and space in front of an expert was much more difficult than reversing time and space in front of an ordinary person. Damn it! Could it be that this saber strike that I specially prepared for the other party is going to end here? Up until now, even when facing 12 sovereign martial emperors, Xiao Chen had not used the state of cycle. Xiao Chen had been waiting for this moment. After suppressing it for a long time, he had not expected such a change. The sudden change caught Xiao Chen somewhat off guard. He brought out the state of cycle and held the saber scabbard with his right hand, but he could not draw it. Idiot master, quickly draw your saber. I'll help you break his aura. Ao Jiao suddenly said at the crucial moment. When the Western Sea Dragon King saw that Xiao Chen did not move, he thought that Xiao Chen did not dare to make a move. He smiled coldly and said, "You are scared silly, right? This king's strength is no longer what it was 5 years ago. Even if I stand there without moving, you will not be able to find any openings." However, the moment the Western Sea Dragon King said that, he felt that something was wrong. However, he could not figure it out. "You are already dead." Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and soared into the air. The Western Sea Dragon King laughed maniacally. "What a joke, Pussy Eye." A saber light appeared on the Western Sea Dragon King's neck. Blood spurted out, and the head of the maniacally laughing Western Sea Dragon King suddenly flew off. Xiao Chen, who soared into the air, seemed to have expected this. He stretched out his hand and caught the Western Sea Dragon King's head. Chapter 1471. Holding the Western Sea Dragon King's head, Xiao Chen descended from the sky and stomped on Ao Lang's headless body. Bang! The strong impact immediately crushed this headless body, shattering its bones. The heart of an emperor immediately shattered and gave off a boundless scarlet spiritual light, spreading around Xiao Chen like stars. Holding the blood-clad sect master's head, Xiao Chen appeared stern amid this boundless scarlet light, looking like a deity. Dead? What's going on? Did anyone see clearly how Xiao Chen attacked? Damn! How did this Ao Lang die after laughing? Who in the world did it? That scared me to death. His head suddenly flew off. Did I see wrongly? Damn! What exactly happened? Who saw it clearly? Tell us. The many cultivators who had already retreated far away from the city nearly went crazy. Many of them even wondered if they saw wrongly. However, the scene before them had really happened. The strong blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang, had his head in Xiao Chen's hand. Like Ao Feng, Xiao Chen stomped on Ao Lang's body, turning it into a pile of mud. He was deader than dead. However, everyone only saw Xiao Chen sheath his saber. They did not see Xiao Chen make a move. Even the outstanding talents and the experts with good eyesight did not see it. This was not the strangest thing. The strangest thing was that even the blood-clad sect master did not know how he died. The moment before his death, he clearly did not know anything at all. He even shouted at Xiao Chen. It was like someone had chosen that moment with the judgment pen. When the time was up, Ao Lang would die. Strange. This simple battle was so strange that it made one's hair stand on end. No one could figure it out or understand it. However, no matter what, the result was already set in stone. Touching the reverse scale of a dragon meant death. The Blue Dragon King, Xiao Chen, had remained silent for 5 years. Once again, he used his actions to prove this point. Xiao Chen looked at the ruins of the city and the miserable state of the blood-clad sect's tens of thousands of elite disciples. After this battle, even if Xiaoqin remained silent for 100 years or even 1,000 years, he would not be able to do anything. No one would dare to recklessly attack the Dragon's Gate. The blood-clad sect's miserable state used the bloody facts to show everyone the consequences of offending the Dragon's Gate. After tossing the Western Sea Dragon King's head into the universe ring, Xiaoqin felt his entire body go weak. There was a horrifying wound on his chest. Blood flowed out incessantly, and it was surrounded by black demon qi. This was what the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang left for Xiaoqin before he died. From the outside, it seemed as if nothing had happened, but in fact, the moment he traveled to the future. Xiaoqin exchanged moves with the Western Sea Dragon King Ao Lang in the time it took for a spark to fly, deciding life and death in one move. Even if Xiaoqin traveled to the future, the Western Sea Dragon King would not just stand there and let Xiaoqin kill him. That was not realistic. That is impossible. In the future, the Western Sea Dragon King will be a fool. His greatest advantage was the element of surprise. These 4 words should not be underestimated. When Xiaoqin traveled to the future, his saber strike came without any warning. It appeared right before the Western Sea Dragon King. How could it be easy to receive the peak strike of a person who had stored up power in an unexpected situation? How difficult was it? It was like an ordinary person walking on the street normally and suddenly having a flower vase fall on their head. The second advantage was that it would be very difficult to counterattack, as Xiaoqin would return to the past in the next second. There was one final advantage. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to block it by luck, Xiaoqin would be able to figure out how to block it. After returning to the past, Xiaoqin would predict what the Western Sea Dragon King would do in advance. Then, when the Western Sea Dragon King suddenly changed his plans, he would still be flustered. This was the first time Xiaoqin used the state of cycle in actual combat. While the battle appeared easy to others, Xiaoqin won by luck. If not for the help of the lunar shadow saber, the state of cycle would not have been able to break free from the time and space where the Western Sea Dragon King was. Even if the Western Sea Dragon King managed to break free, the time left for him to make a move would be much shorter. Even so, there was still a wound on Xiaoqin's chest. He had indeed won by luck. The state of cycle was boundlessly mysterious. However, Xiaoqin had only scratched the surface of it. Perhaps it could not even be considered scratching the surface. It was too unfortunate that the cycle arts had only the first chapter. Big Brother Xiaoqin. The Dragon's Gate elders, who had been protected by Xiaoqin, rushed over and surrounded Xiaoqin. Xiaoqin barely managed to stop his wound. Then, he smiled, and a Dragon's Gate's warship flew out of the universe ring. He said, "I said that I would bring you away. Come back with me." After saying that, Xiaoqin's body swayed slightly. He was too tired. Mo-chan stepped forward and quickly supported Xiaoqin. Then, the group leaped onto the Dragon's Gate's warship. There was no time to explain. They had to leave this troublesome place first. The remnant forces of the blood-clad sect had already scattered the instant the Western Sea Dragon King died. The injured upper echelons of the blood-clad sect fled even faster. The huge blood-clad sect collapsed in an instant. This made everyone sigh. Compared to the Holy Lands, these upstart sects still lacked accumulations. They could not withstand great winds and waves. After the Dragon's Gate suffered this calamity, it would definitely undergo a nirvanic rebirth. After unifying the Western Sea, the Dragon's Gate's prestige would soar, and it would become the center of the region. As for Xiaoqin, he would continue the legend of the Blue Dragon King. The identity of the Shadowless Saber's sovereign would make his experiences even more legendary. Without a doubt, the Kunlun realm's luck belonged to him. As the crowd watched the Dragon's Gate's warship leave, they felt complicated emotions welling up in their hearts. In the short span of half a day, their emotions as outsiders had experienced many ups and downs. Several times, their hearts felt like they could not take it anymore, about to jump out. The shock that the Blue Dragon King, Shao Qin, brought them was simply too incredible. They probably would not be able to digest this within half a month. Chu Yang and the other outstanding talents around the holy daughter Yu Bingyun felt indescribably bitter. Originally, they were invited by the holy daughter to rescue the people of the Dragon's Gate. Now that they thought about it, they were too naive. The blood-clad sect was much stronger than they thought. If they had really attacked, their fates would have been very unsightly. However, these outstanding talents were rather open-minded. Many of them were even on good terms with Shao Qin. When they saw that Shao Qin was not only fine but even stronger than before, they rejoiced. For example, the Northern Sea Alliance's young alliance chief, Yi Qin, the human demon seas Dugao, and the myriad fiend islands Di Xinhan. What a fellow! This fellow really hid it from us. After this, we will all go to the Dragon's Gate together. We have to harass Shao Qin. Ha ha ha. Yi Qin laughed very happily without a care in the world. The bitterness in the others' hearts had yet to fade, they simply could not bring themselves to laugh. When Yi Qin saw that no one replied, he laughed dryly in embarrassment and did not say anything more. This was how Chu Yang felt. From the moment Shao Qin took off his mask, his heart was in a mess. Bingyun, I did not manage to help much this time. Sorry for the ridicule. If you have any instructions in the future, this Chu will definitely be the first to rush over. Yu Bingyun quickly said, young Master Chu is too polite. No matter what, everyone coming is a show of your concern for this little girl. Bingyun will definitely remember this. Chu Yang smiled and said, unfortunately, Miss Bingyun already has someone in your heart. I'll take my leave first. Like I said, although this Chu is weak, if you need help in the future, just say the word and I will definitely be the first to rush over. Although Chu Yang felt bitter in his heart, he did not lose his grace. He performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. The group of outstanding talents left one after another. Yu Bingyun thanked them one by one. Although her efforts did not work, there might be a perfect result. The smile on Yu Bingyun's face already expressed her current mood. Speaking of which, why did Shao Qin change his identity? Hiding himself is not his style, Yi Qin said with some conflict after thinking hard. The demon mixed blood Dugao said indifferently, even if you use your toes to think, if he exposed his identity, how could the primes give him the chance to grow to such a level? That's right. Why did I not think of that? Yi Qin smacked his forehead, startled awake. That's not right. You are indirectly calling me stupid. However, Dugao ignored Yi Qin. After saying goodbye to Yu Bingyun, he left. At the same time, in the center of the heavenly starry ocean, in the largest sea market controlled by the Treasure Master, the mysterious Treasure Master was currently playing Go with the Geomaster Jiang Tianxia in a pavilion above the gigantic Immortal statue. The black and white Go stones competed with each other on the crisscrossing Go board. Treasure Master, after not playing for so many years, your Go skills have deteriorated. Or are you purposely letting me win? If you let me win again, you will really lose. Jiang Tian smiled faintly and placed down a white Go stone, chopping down a large dragon. Then, he stretched out his hand and picked up the black Go stones one by one. The white Go stones instantly held the advantage. The Treasure Master smiled faintly and said, Old Jiang, I never let you win. It is just that my Go board is larger than the one in your heart. Dang! Right after the Treasure Master spoke, he tapped the table with his finger. The wooden Go board instantly turned to dust, and the Go stones fell to the table. When the dust settled, Jiang Tian was shocked to discover that the table, which was several times larger than the Go board, had crisscrossed and formed a new Go board. The black and white Go stones did not change. However, now that the white Go stones fell into this larger Go board, the white Go stones, which originally held the advantage, immediately became dangerous. Chapter 1472. He did not seem to be as unfathomable as he appeared before Jiang Tian and the others. Many years ago, there was such a person as well. Xiaochen suddenly rose up and ruined the myriad law fiend master's plans, leaving an eternal scar. The myriad law fiend master took a deep breath, his expression changing involuntarily. I always suspected that the ancient people made this up. How could it possibly exist? The Bright Moon Empress spoke again, stating that Xiaochen had already attained the Tao. The more the heaven-punishing corpse god spoke, the more horrified he felt. Attack, then. If we still do not attack, we will not have any more chances. Seeing that the myriad law fiend master was about to leave, the Bright Moon Empress cautiously led Jiang Tian away. After saying that, the myriad law fiend master immediately left, not lingering. The treasure master toyed with the puppet pearl in his hand as a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The treasure master smiled and said, "Even if we do not give up, we will not be able to hold on for long. After another 2 or 3 years, the side effects of the blood-clad battle armor will erupt. At that time, we will all be crippled. Everything in the world has its own rules. Those that succeed in one go are not good. This little fellow's growth is really startling. Perhaps he managed to grow to such a level in a moment of carelessness," the myriad law fiend master sighed. This was an unprecedented major matter. Never before had the 3 primes of the deity Tao Union felt that the matter was serious and wanted to discuss it together. He even grasped the legendary Tao. Given some time, he will definitely surpass us. However, the treasure master did not give him that chance. He did not want to drag himself into unnecessary danger, so he left after saying so. This old thief is really smart. He was already very careful, but he still discovered him. He left after saying so without hesitation, the Bright Moon Empress muttered with a slight frown. After being stunned for a while, Jiang Tian laughed loudly. No matter how big the Go puzzle is, so what? When the so-called chess pieces go beyond one's control, everything is nonsense. In the Cactus Palm City, the treasure master, who was in a secret room, just learned of the blood-clad sex destruction from the young treasure master. Yiling, Qitian, you make the decision, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said as he looked at the strongest of the 3, Emperor Forsaken. Jiang Tian smiled and said, "Are you trying to incite me to defect? I don't think it's true either. However, according to the news I received, he seems to have really attained the Tao, the great Tao of the saber." In Xiao Chen's heart, he had already decided that the blood-clad sect was a sacrificial pawn. He did not care about the gains or losses. No one below the Supreme Being level could defeat him. The moment these words came out, Jiang Tian and the myriad law fiend master were both shocked, clearly surprised. Those that could not be seen through were always the ones that people feared the most. The treasure master seemed to be playing this game. However, after verifying it from many places, the news was confirmed. Xiao Chen was the shadowless saber sovereign. Not only was he not crippled, but he was also promoted to become a new giant of this world. So. The treasure master stood up and waved his hand. Then, he quickly left the pavilion as if he wanted to avoid something, vanishing in the blink of an eye. The treasure master smiled but did not reply. Then, he said softly, "Senior Jiang, you have reached great heights in the geomancy lineage. You traversed the yin and yang realms with ease, but you also met your limits. Xiao. Do you want to make a move?" The heaven-punishing corpse god was the most direct. He went straight to the point, unable to restrain his killing intent. Jiang Tian asked sullenly, "What exactly do you want to do?" Jiang Tian sighed, "If it were possible, I really would not want to see him make a move. He gives me a feeling that it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he makes a move, the entire heavenly starry ocean will fall into a calamity. Compared to Shao Chen destroying the blood-clad sect, the news of him grasping the saber Great Tao was what truly moved the myriad law fiend master. Fortunately, we already obtained the puppet pearl. Even if the blood-clad sect is destroyed now, it will not affect the overall situation. The treasure master probably did not expect the blood-clad sect to suffer such a heavy blow. It doesn't matter. Whatever you think, goodbye. It was even rumored that even if a prime appeared, they might not be able to do anything to Shao Chen. When the Bright Moon Empress received a letter, her expression changed slightly, appearing incredibly shocked. Her eyes filled with shock. Let's go as well. We cannot remain in this place for long. However, if it was destroyed now, the Bright Moon Empress would probably be so frustrated that she would vomit blood. The Go game had not changed. It was just that the Go board had grown larger, and the situation had flipped. Even the treasure master, Emperor Forsaken, did not view him as a true enemy. This is unexpected. It looks like the plan has to be brought forward, after Ng Zongtian, who was like a teacher and a friend to Shao Chen, came to know, he revealed a gratified expression. The treasure master probably guessed that someone would cause trouble in the blood-clad sect during their conversation earlier. However, he absolutely did not expect that someone would destroy the entire blood-clad sect. The Bright Moon Empress showed a complicated expression. However, she still told the treasure master everything that she knew. Many years later, there was another person who had escaped his control. The treasure master was not angry at the losses from the destruction of the blood-clad sect. Instead, this matter surpassed his plans and control. Go out, I understand. However, some people just cannot resist the temptation. Even though they know the consequences, they still believe that they will be an exception. The treasure master controlled his rage and waved his hand to let Yiling out. The treasure master did not give Yiling a chance to show the world his true strength and trump cards. The treasure master said indifferently, I know your purpose in calling me out. I am just a sacrificial pawn. I've already achieved my goal. If there are any more gains, that would be a pleasant surprise. At first, the cyclic astral lord was stunned for a moment. Then, he rejoiced. With the existence that comprehended a Tao, his strength will improve further. It should not be difficult for him to complete the Kunlun Road. After a long silence, the treasure master sighed and muttered to himself. Between the giant statue's fingers, the three of them were as small as ants. The statue lowered its eyes, as if it could see everything in front of it clearly. I just received news that Shao Chen already killed the blood-clad sect master, Ao Lang. He also destroyed the entire blood-clad sect's headquarters. The upper echelons of the blood-clad sect all fled with severe injuries. When Jiang Tian heard this, his expression changed slightly. You gave up on the blood-clad sect. Even if the Holy Lord came personally, he would not be able to destroy the blood-clad sect. However, Shao Chen managed to do it. Yiling felt somewhat dissatisfied, unwilling to believe that this news was true. He seems to have grasped the Tao. Finally, he could truly stand on his own. This was the best news he had heard before the arrival of the Devil Tribulation. The strength that Shao Chen displayed in Western Dragon City was simply too startling. After 5 years of silence, Shao Chen shocked the entire Kunlun realm with one brilliant feat. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor shook his head and said, no. Back then, before he advanced to Martial Emperor, he was already hard to kill. Now that he has grown to such a level, it will be even harder to kill him. The Myriad Law Fiend Master said softly, he has been cautious all his life. How could he let himself fall into danger so easily? This fellow is too mysterious. Although they did not really care about the blood-clad sect, they still understood the blood-clad sect's strength. When the treasure master heard this, he was startled. The usually calm and unfathomable treasure master showed anger for the first time. No, I have to make a trip to Heavenly Star Island. I have to figure this out. Two figures appeared out of nowhere behind Jiang Tian. The Bright Moon Empress and the Myriad Law Fiend Master, the two primes, appeared silently. We kept getting the wrong information. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is Shao Qin. Not only did Shao Qin appear in Western Dragon City, but he is also much stronger than he was 5 years ago. As for the three primes on the deity Dao Union side, they were all shocked. Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor gathered together to discuss this matter. I want to tell you that this world is very big. You still have a lot of room for improvement. As long as you are willing, I can satisfy you. Ha ha ha. Interesting. Interesting. Based on the two primes' words, it seemed like they intended to work together to test the treasure master. At the same time, the other primes of the Kunlun realm received the news. Jiang Tian asked, "What's wrong?" Chapter 1473. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. The other two did not know what he was thinking. The two did not want to disturb Qitian, so they could only wait. After a long time, Emperor Forsaken said coldly, "There's no need. He has not reached the point of death yet. Wait. Wait until he opens the doors of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, he can die." The Blue Dragon Palace. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god felt confused. Why was Emperor Forsaken still nurturing a tiger at this time? That's right. It is the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, back then, the Qing Emperor could rise up because of this Blue Dragon Palace. Although they are all human holy lands, the Phoenix's Passion Palace, the White Emperor City, and the Divine Martial Gate do not have a similar holy palace. Have you thought about the reason? This was a matter from 10,000 years ago. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god did not understand. Furthermore, they did not pay much attention to this information. Emperor Forsaken was different. 10,000 years ago, the deity race was even stronger than it was now. However, it still fell to the hands of the Qing Emperor and his Dragon's Gate. For the past 10,000 years, the deity race had been investigating the Blue Dragon Palace's origins, spending a lot of manpower and resources. I never thought about it. Could there be some other mysteries? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes flickered as he looked at Emperor Forsaken with some urgency. The Blue Dragon Palace was an even more horrifying existence than the 8 Great Forbidden Lands. It would be a lie to say that they were not tempted. Of course, there are other mysteries. 10,000 years ago, this Blue Dragon Palace did not exist. Do you understand what I mean? That is to say, the Blue Dragon Palace did not come from the Kunlun realm but from the great realm of the abandoned land. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the heaven-punishing corpse god were greatly startled. They had never heard of such a secret before, this was their first time hearing about it. Is this true? The 3 holy masters have personally confirmed it. How can it be fake? Emperor Forsaken said in a deep voice, the reason why the Qing Emperor was able to rise back then was because of the Blue Dragon Palace, and this Blue Dragon Palace contains the inheritance of the Dragon Clan from the Outer Realm. The Qing Emperor inherited the legacy of the extraterritorial Dragon Clan. That's why he became so powerful and became the strongest person in the post-ancient era. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was still a little confused. Then, why didn't the legacy of the other 3 holy masters' lands appear? Only the legacy of the dragon sect has appeared. Emperor Forsaken replied, I don't know. Only by entering the Blue Dragon Temple will we know the real answer. Therefore, we can't touch Shao Qin now. We can only kill him if he opens the door of the Blue Dragon Temple. The heaven-punishing corpse god suddenly said, why are you willing to tell us such important information today? Things are already beyond my control. Don't worry. If we really enter the Blue Dragon Temple, the 3 of us will definitely split the benefits equally. Clearly, the initial silence was because Emperor Forsaken was considering whether to tell the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God. Now, it looked like Emperor Forsaken had already made his decision. Xiao Chen's growth had exceeded expectations. Xiao Chen had forced the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to make a compromise, truly joining hands with the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. As for how to decide, it will depend on the two of you. If the two of you insist on killing Xiao Chen now, I will not force you. In that case, I won't force it. I'll definitely do my best to eliminate this threat. Emperor Forsaken tossed the ball to the two and did not say anything else. After a while, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God decided not to kill Xiao Chen for now. The result was within Emperor Forsaken's expectations. No one could resist the temptation of the Blue Dragon Temple. On Heavenly Star Island, on the Dragon's Gate's main peak, Xiao Chen treated his injuries in his courtyard. This place was one of the few places that had not been destroyed by the blood-clad sect. The other injuries on Xiao Chen's body were not particularly severe. The only problematic one was the wound on his chest. Before Ao Lang died, he had infused all his cultivation into that strike. If not for Xiao Chen's already strong physical body, his heart would have shattered. This strike would have shattered Xiao Chen's heart on the spot. At the foot of the cliff, the Dragon's Gate's doyens were gathering the remnant disciples on the island to deal with the Dragon's Gate's funeral matters. Aside from being mentally fatigued, these people recovered rather quickly after they were freed from their restraints. Suddenly, Xiao Chen felt a strong aura sweep through Heavenly Star Island. Then, that person quickly flew towards him. This person was very strong. Aside from Xiao Chen, no one else discovered it. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and happened to see the myriad law fiend master land in front of him. When Xiao Chen saw the other party, he felt somewhat shocked. In Xiao Chen's impression, this old man did not care about many things in the outside world. In the Myriad Fiend Island, even his descendants found it extremely difficult to meet this old man. Back then, when Xiao Chen went to the Myriad Fiend Island to meet this old man, many of the Myriad Fiend Island's disciples envied him. "Senior, why are you here?" Xiao Chen asked as he stood up and stopped his cultivation, giving up on treating his injuries for now. "Seeking the Tao." The Myriad Law Fiend Master was very straightforward, not hiding anything. With just these two simple words, Xiao Chen already knew the Myriad Law Fiend Master's purpose. He probably already knew about the battle in the blood-clad sect. That's right. This junior has indeed grasped a complete Saber Tao. However, this is just the first step. I still have a long way to go. Xiao Chen answered honestly, not hiding anything. The Myriad Law Fiend Master's face lit up in joy. Then, he revealed an excited expression. "You really grasped Great Tao energy." Xiao Chen nodded. With a thought, Great Tao energy spread out, forming a faint Tao disk behind him that gave off a bright light. Then, the Tao disk condensed into a point and continuously elongated. The Tao might on Xiao Chen's body grew as well. Boom! The Myriad Law Fiend Master slowly felt some pressure. He had no choice but to drive his aura to block. Enough. You are already injured. There is no need to continue demonstrating. The ancients did not lie to me. A great Tao truly exists in the world. However, this old man is stupid. I'm afraid that I will not be able to comprehend it in this lifetime. The Myriad Law Fiend Master indicated for Xiao Chen to stop. Then, he said somewhat disappointedly. At his age, he had not comprehended a Tao yet. He basically had no fate with the Tao. His thoughts were already fixed. It would be very difficult to change. If it were 1,000 years ago, he would have gotten Xiao Chen to demonstrate and explain to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. Given his comprehension ability, he would have had a 50% chance of grasping Great Tao energy. Following that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked Xiaochen about the mysteries of the Tao and how it worked. Xiaochen was not stingy, telling the Myriad Law Fiend Master everything he could. No matter what, the Myriad Law Fiend Master had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He owed him a great debt, so what he said was nothing. After a long time, the Myriad Law Fiend Master asked, "Do you blame me for not making a move when the Dragon's Gate was destroyed?" Xiaochen shook his head. "No. Senior, you are not obligated to defend the Dragon's Gate. You cannot stand on the moral high ground and criticize others. It's good that you can think that way. It's not that I don't want to help. Let me tell you the truth. The people who can help you are all delayed by all kinds of seemingly coincidental things." The Myriad Law Fiend Master smiled and said, "However, after that, the blood-clad sex people did not dare to go overboard. When the Dragon's Gate's elders were captured, they did not suffer any abuse." Xiaochen was startled. His thoughts moved like lightning. After thinking for a while, he said, "Someone wants to test me." "That's right. I'm sure you've guessed who it is. However, right now, he should be regretting his underestimation of your strength." The Myriad Law Fiend Master continued, "Your appearance spoiled his plans. The heavenly starry ocean will probably descend into chaos in advance. Given that person's means, it is fine if he does not make a move. However, once he does, the entire heavenly starry ocean will suffer a calamity." Of course, the answer to who that person was went without saying. Xiaochen asked doubtfully, "Why don't the three of you primes work together to make a move? Could it be that the three primes are not sufficient to defeat him?" Of course, the three primes can defeat him. However, because they cannot figure him out, they do not dare to make a move. No one can bear the consequences of falling out with him. They can only keep their guard up and make their own preparations. The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed softly. "The situation is even more complicated than you imagine. Attacking the Dragon's Gate is just a prelude. Cultivate properly and make use of this rare period of peace to raise your strength further. The Great Tribulation is approaching. A storm will arrive soon, a storm that will destroy the world." Chapter 1474. "Senior, aren't you being too serious?" Seeing the Myriad Law Fiend Master's stern appearance, Xiaochen felt that he had gone overboard. The Myriad Law Fiend Master shook his head and said, "I am absolutely not joking. I have lived for so many years. I have experienced and know much more than you do. A long time ago, it wasn't particularly difficult to leave this land of exile. Most of the vanished existences in history left. However, now, the Kunlun Road is becoming more and more like a dead end, practically a dead end. In the past, the Thunder King was still around. At the very least, he could handle everything. Now that the Thunder King is not around, no one is willing to submit to anyone else. The Kunlun realm is in a state of disunity, unable to withstand a great calamity. Right now, you are the only hope of replacing the Thunder King. You are a variable, the bearer of luck of the Kunlun realm." After saying that, the Myriad Law Fiend Master left behind a bottle of the fiend race's holy medicine for treating injuries before leaving quietly. Xiaochen entered deep thought. He felt a strange pressure. This Kunlun realm was no longer calm. However, it was still calm in the eyes of the Myriad Law Fiend Master. A true storm would be much more horrifying than this. Destroying the world. If I lose, will everyone in the Kunlun realm die? With this thought, Xiaochen felt his hair stand on end. He really did not want to see this familiar world destroyed. Xiaochen, don't overthink. Just do your best. It is not fair to place the pressure of the entire world on you. Ao Jiao, who was in the lunar shadow saber, consoled Xiaochen. Xiaochen said helplessly, "If I were really the bearer of luck and inherited the heavenly Tao's luck, then it would not be as simple as doing my best. Right now, Xiaochen grasped great Tao energy and the supreme magic skill, the divine lightning eye. His potential was limitless. Surpassing Prime was originally an unreachable goal. Now, he was not far from it. Luck could not be given to one for free. The heavenly Tao had always been fair. It was a form of self-protection. Although it did not have life or intelligence, it did not want the Kunlun realm to be destroyed. If he failed to do so, his luck would probably turn into misfortune, and many inauspicious things would happen. However, Ao Jiao said a lot. Regardless of whether she believed in fate or not, there were many things that she just had to do her best. If it still didn't work, then there was no other way. People didn't need to trouble themselves. After taking the recuperation medicine left behind by the Myriad Law Fiend Master, Xiaochen started to recover quickly. The wound on his chest healed at a visible rate. It looked like the medicinal pill that the Myriad Law Fiend Master gave him was a trump card. Presumably, after listening to Xiaochen talk about so many cultivation methods, the other party would feel embarrassed not to express his gratitude. After recovering from his injuries, just as Xiaochen was about to go into seclusion, an unexpected guest arrived. The one who came was the cyclic astral lord, one of the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean. He was also the person who had a 100-year agreement with Xiaochen. Xiaochen wasn't surprised by this person's arrival, but he didn't expect him to arrive so quickly. Little brother Xiaochen, congratulations to little brother Xiaochen for killing Ao Lang with one saber strike. No one under Prime can defeat you. After comprehending Great Tao energy, it will be easy for you to surpass Prime in the future. The cyclic astral lord's handsome face showed a spring breeze-like smile, making one feel very comfortable. However, Xiaochen knew who the other party was. He replied indifferently, "The cyclic astral lord is too serious. I don't dare to say that I surpass Prime. I'm not here for anything else. I just want to tell you to hurry up and cultivate. You don't have much time left. Otherwise, if you can't fulfill the agreement, you will really die." The cyclic astral lord still had a wide smile on his face. However, his words were not polite at all. The oath stone is no joke. If you fail to fulfill the oath you made, the consequences will definitely come true. Xiaochen loathed this person from the bottom of his heart. He said coldly, "Thank you for your auspicious words. Don't worry. I will do it. It's good that you remember. Don't disappoint me." The cyclic astral lord did as he said. After reminding Xiaochen, he laughed and left. After the cyclic astral lord left, the bright moon empress and Jiang Tian, whom Xiaochen had not seen for a long time, appeared together. Furthermore, they were all major characters. The 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean were all here. Like the Myriad Law Fiend Master, these 2 came for the same purpose, to ask about the Tao. Xiaochen did not find this troublesome. He repeated what he had said to the Myriad Law Fiend Master. After the 2 heard it, they both gained a lot of comprehensions. This was especially so for the bright moon empress. Her pretty eyes seemed to flicker with starlight. Although he couldn't comprehend the Tao, it would more or less be beneficial to his cultivation. "Xiaochen, it looks like you were different from the Qing Emperor back then. I had too deep a prejudice against you in the past. Please don't take it to heart." Xiaochen wondered if he had heard wrong. The bright moon empress actually apologized to him. He smiled bitterly to himself. Indeed, in the end, strength reigns supreme in this world. Even a noble and cold existence like the bright moon empress would still show respect to him after he was strong enough. Palace master is too polite. I have never harbored any hatred for the lunar palace. This was the truth, not a lie. Xiaochen did not feel any hatred for the lunar palace. Of course, he did not have a good impression of it either. After the 2 left, a large number of cultivators arrived. They were either the holy masters of holy lands or the clan heads of ancient noble clans. These were all major characters of the heavenly starry ocean, people who were rarely seen. However, today, they all rushed to the rubble of the Dragon's Gate. In the end, Xiaochen had no choice but to close the doors and reject all guests, getting Imochen to spread the word. 3 months later, when the Dragon's Gate was rebuilt, he would invite everyone to a banquet. Otherwise, Xiaochen would not even need to cultivate after receiving so many people endlessly. The arrival of the 3 primes made Xiaochen understand that time was of the essence. He needed to cultivate quickly and improve his strength. Then, he would make a trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. At this moment, the trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was naturally urgent. The trip to the Blue Dragon Palace was very important. Xiaochen could not afford to make any mistakes. He needed to be strong enough to face a prime before he could go. Otherwise, he would be at the mercy of others. Although the 3 primes said that Xiaochen would soon surpass prime, Xiaochen was not lost. However, Xiaochen did not lose himself. Right now, the gap between him and a prime was still rather large. At the very most, he would only have some trump cards that could slightly threaten a supremacy. 5 years ago, Xiaochen had seen a prime make a move during his great tribulation of wind and fire. He knew how horrifying a prime's strength was. Every single existence that could become a supreme being was definitely not an ordinary person. They were all incredibly powerful. Naturally, the first thing Xiaochen needed to do was to recover his primordial energy. Then, he would continue to refine it until he could no longer cultivate. After searching through the universe ring, Xiaochen took out all the primordial pills he had. There was a total of 2,000. This was a large number. If Xiaochen absorbed and refined all of them, it would be sufficient to completely recover his primordial energy or even become even denser. While Xiaochen cultivated, the entire heavenly starry ocean became much more peaceful, as the myriad law fiend master expected. It was like a sign before a storm. After the destruction of the blood-clad sect, the treasure master seemed to have stopped all his plans and chose to hide, vanishing from everyone's sight. The deity Dao Union side in the Kunlun realm also quieted down, not taking any action. It was like they were waiting for an opportunity. Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the heaven-punishing corpse god rarely showed themselves. The deity Dao Union's actions surpassed many people's expectations. Originally, several people thought that the deity Dao Union would seek trouble for the Blue Dragon King, Xiaochen. Who could have imagined that the deity Dao Union would remain so calm, not reacting at all? However, these peaceful days would be broken one day. The great battle triggered by the Blue Dragon Palace far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Chapter 1475. 1 month later, Xiaochen refined all 2,000 primordial pills, and his cultivation finally returned to its peak. Xiaochen now had 1,000 strands of primordial energy. He already had such a cultivation in the first place. After he refined it again, every strand of primordial energy was like a roaming dragon in the heart of an emperor, already possessing the form of a true dragon. It was no longer like before, when it only had an embryonic form and could not reach such a level. Xiaochen felt that he could no longer cultivate. He could no longer cultivate primordial energy, as if there was an invisible wall blocking it. No matter what, the primordial energy of the outer realm could not advance his primordial energy any further. Xiaochen had already reached the bottleneck of Emperor. Unless he broke through to Prime, he could not advance further. However, the path that Xiaochen took was too special. He could not even be considered Emperor Wu, so how could he break through to Prime? How should he cultivate in the later realms? This was truly frustrating. This was a very awkward realm. Xiaochen was only 35 years old. In the Kunlun realm, he could be considered an outstanding talent at this age. Despite being so young, Xiaochen could no longer cultivate. He clearly still had vast potential to dig out. Unfortunately, Xiaochen already stood at the peak of this abandoned land. There was no other path for him to take. The Purple Emperor's door hovered in the middle of the heart of an emperor. This piqued Xiaochen's interest. He remembered that the Emperor's door contained an incredibly vast energy. Back then, it only opened a small crack, and it allowed Xiaochen to defeat Di Wuk with one punch the instant he jumped off the Emperor's road. Perhaps the mysterious Emperor's door was a direction for Xiaochen to continue advancing his cultivation. Unfortunately, the strands of primordial energy turned into roaming dragons and circled the surroundings. No matter how the primordial energy attacked, it could not shake this Emperor's door at all and could only return empty-handed. Perhaps the only way forward was to seek the answer in that mysterious blue dragon palace. Let's try again. Xiaochen decided to attack that Purple Emperor's door again. Now that Xiaochen had returned to his peak, he might have a chance of pushing open the Emperor's door. With this thought, Xiaochen steeled himself. The strands of primordial energy that looked like true dragons intertwined and intertwined. The 1,000 strands of primordial energy intertwined and twisted together like hemp ropes. The primordial energy took the shape of a huge dragon. The purple dragon scales on its body were clearly visible, looking like a true lightning dragon. The Emperor's door floated in the air, its two purple doors tightly shut. In this heart of an emperor, there was silence and suppression. Charge! Xiaochen's heart was filled with heroism. He decisively controlled the primordial energy that was twisted together and charged toward the Emperor's door. With a loud bang, the primordial energy crashed into the Emperor's door and immediately scattered. The entire heart of an emperor turned chaotic and blurry. When the intimidating power rebounded, Xiaochen could not help but vomit a mouthful of blood. When the primal chaos dissipated, Xiaochen looked at the tightly shut Emperor's door and smiled bitterly. It still didn't work. It was just that he did not notice that the originally tough primordial energy had become much softer after seeping into the traces of spiritual liquid. Hard mixed with soft. Hard and soft advanced together. The primordial chaos power invisibly advanced. However, Xiaochen, who was focused on the Emperor's door, did not notice this subtle change. Never mind. Although my cultivation has stagnated, there are still many areas where I can improve. After wiping away the blood at the corner of his lips, Xiaochen shook his head and stopped thinking about this problem. Great Tao energy, the divine lightning eye, the perfection of the flawless saber technique, the comprehension of the Taiji Dao, and so on. There were still many areas where he could improve his strength. Xiaochen had his own priorities. As for which area he should improve, he already had a balance in his heart. The only trump card that he did not expose was the divine lightning eye, a supreme magic skill. By relying on the universe origin Dao fruit, Xiaochen had not only comprehended great Dao energy, but his magic energy had also soared. After yuanying, there were still nascent soul transformation, void refinement, and great realization. Now, Xiaochen had already broken through soul transformation and reached the void refinement realm. However, Xiaochen would not spend too much time on immortal cultivation. Even immortal venerates were only so-so. There was no need to spend too much time. As long as Xiaochen's magic energy increased, he could easily execute magic skills like the divine lightning eye and dermic world. After that, Xiaochen spent most of his time on comprehending the divine lightning eye. He had to cultivate it to the third layer and layer on 3 lightning tribulations at the same time. He spent the remaining time on cultivating great Dao energy, continuing to stabilize his current cultivation. He set aside the flawless saber technique, myriad heaven divine fist, the Taiji Dao, the fish dragon art, and other movement techniques for now. He just needed to familiarize himself with them. Peaceful days passed just like that. Time passed bit by bit. At the foot of the mountain, the Dragon's Gate was being rebuilt. Back then, although the buildings in the city were destroyed, the foundations were still there. The formation lines buried underground were only damaged and not destroyed. The rebuilding proceeded very quickly. In less than 1 month, the outline of the city appeared. With the entire sect working together to rebuild a city, with the help of various factions, a new Heaven Dragon city would appear on Heavenly Star Island in less than 2 months. The sun rose and set. Clouds gathered and dispersed. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Xiao Chen's comprehension ability was astonishing. He had already cultivated the Divine Lightning Eye to the 2nd layer. With a thought, he could layer 2 lightning tribulations in his right eye and send them out. However, he failed to break through to the 3rd layer of the Divine Lightning Eye after several attempts. Magic energy surged in Xiao Chen's sea of consciousness as he formed hand seals with both hands. Talisman seals flickering with light condensed in his sea of consciousness, filling the sky like snow as they entered the 10,000 tribulation divine lightning. After Xiao Chen formed the final hand seal, the originally dim and motionless 10,000 tribulation divine lightning spun quickly, shooting out thousands of electric lights. The 10,000 tribulation divine lightning illuminated the entire sea of consciousness. Everything in the sea of consciousness lost its color before the light of this divine lightning, its own light covered. When the immortal epic's lightning tribulation ancestor released its light, everything lost its color. Xiao Chen felt an intense swelling in his right eye. All the electric light condensed into a seed and entered it. The seed was buried in the depths of his right eye. The magic energy in his sea of consciousness became its nourishment, quickly draining. When it drained half of the magic energy, the lightning tribulation seed broke out of the ground and bloomed, producing 2 flowers. The black flower had 9 petals that spun quickly in his right eye. Xiao Chen's aura soared infinitely. Thunderclouds descended in the sky, looking like one could touch them just by stretching out one's hand. Whoosh! The instant the 2 petals merged, a bolt of electric light appeared 1 kilometer away and exploded space. Horrifying thunder resounded everywhere. If not for Xiao Chen suppressing its might, these 2-layered lightning tribulations would have been sufficient to instantly kill an 8th Heaven Martial Emperor, Emperor Wu. Even the Holy Lord would have been severely injured by the explosion, losing his combat prowess. However, it would be hard to say for a prime. It would be hard to deal a fatal blow. Only 3-layered lightning tribulations can seriously injure a prime. Otherwise, a prime would be able to recover from regular injuries in an instant. Xiao Chen muttered to himself as he analyzed. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not comprehend the Thunder Great Tao back then but the Saber Tao. If he comprehended the Thunder Great Tao, with the support of Great Tao energy, the might of the Divine Lightning Eye's 2nd layer would be sufficient to threaten a prime. There was no perfect solution. If Xiao Chen had not comprehended the complete Saber Tao, the might of the flawless saber technique would not have been as strong as it was now. Executing the Divine Lightning Eye's 2nd layer is already incredibly easy. Give me another month, and I should be able to execute the Divine Lightning Eye's 3rd layer. Xiao Chen closed his eyes and sat down cross-legged to cultivate again. The cultivation of the Divine Lightning Eye was not particularly difficult. After all, this was a supreme magic skill that the Thunder Immortal ancestor directly imparted to Xiao Chen. Furthermore, Xiao Chen had the 10,000 Tribulation Divine Lightning, a powerful killing tool. All he needed to do was comprehend it properly and advance step by step. Time passed peacefully for 1 month. On this day, as Xiao Chen prepared to make another breakthrough to the Divine Lightning Eye's 3rd layer, at the foot of the mountain, a beautiful figure floated over to this place. Xiao Chen revealed a smile on his face as he set aside his plans. Then, he leaped up and landed before the person. Mo Chen, you are here. The person who came was Mo Chen. Normally, she would not disturb Xiao Chen. Since she was here, she definitely had something to tell Xiao Chen. In 3 months, not only had Xiao Chen completely recovered from his injuries, but his complexion was even better than before. Vaguely, Xiao Chen already had an invisible aura that rivaled that of the Holy Lord. He was in high spirits and looked very handsome. Imo-chan was entranced by this sight. After she startled to her senses, her pretty face blushed slightly. She smiled and said, "The Dragon's Gate's reconstruction is more or less complete. 3 days from now, we will invite the various holy lands and noble clans of the heavenly starry ocean to a banquet. At that time, Big Brother Xiao will have to appear. I came to inform you to make preparations." When Xiao Chen heard this, he said softly, "So, it has already been 3 months. It's fine. I will be there on time 3 days from now. In that case, I will take my leave first. I will not disturb Big Brother Zhao's closed-door cultivation." Chapter 1476. Seeing that Imo-chan was about to leave, Xiao Chen said, "There is no need to be so distant. After 3 months of closed-door cultivation, I also want to go somewhere. Accompany me." When Imo-chan heard that, she felt somewhat surprised. There are still 3 more days to the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment banquet. Where is Big Brother Xiao going? Where to? Starfire City, Bloody Cemetery. There, how unexpected. Big Brother Xiao actually wants to go there. That place is not very auspicious. What, you don't have time? Xiao Chen asked upon seeing Imo-chan's hesitation. No, I have time. Are we leaving now? Imo-chan said with a smile, startled to her senses. Even if she did not have time, she had to squeeze some time out. Yes. With a wave of Xiao Chen's hand, 2 mutated flood dragons pulled the cycle war chariot and descended from the sky. Xiao Chen boarded the chariot first, then made an inviting gesture. Imo-chan smiled. She felt somewhat happy at Xiao Chen's actions. After the 2 entered the chariot, it instantly soared into the clouds and arrived at the transportation formation on Heavenly Star Island. This trip to the Kunlun continent would take 3 days. Flying alone would not be enough. Xiao Chen needed to be transported to the Tianwu Domain Central Province first. From there, he could rush to Meteor Trail City. That way, 3 days would be sufficient. Big Brother Xiao, why do you want to go to the Bloody Cemetery? That place, Imo-chan asked timidly in the carriage. She had been to that place once. The sky was filled with the blood crows of Xiao Chen's sins. There was also the graveyard, and all of the tombstones had Xiao Chen's name written in blood. From the moment Xiao Chen took off his mask and drew his lunar shadow saber, the knot in his heart was mostly resolved. At this moment, it was enough for him to face it calmly. He said softly, "It's all right. Running away isn't a solution. The past is the past. No matter how much I regret it, it's useless. I just want to take one last look and see if I can eliminate all the sins in the sky." Now that the knot in his heart had been resolved, he had to think of a way to get rid of the sin that filled the sky. Otherwise, if he kept it around, it would be hard to avoid trouble. The origins of his sins were very strange. He had killed countless people, so many that he could not even count them. However, when he thought about it, they were all people who deserved to be killed. They had never killed the innocent, so their sins shouldn't be so great. There was only one explanation, and that was that his sins were left to him by the Qing Emperor. Furthermore, he had a vague feeling that his Emperor's Road 5 years ago was a trap. The appearance of the Scarlet Emperor's Road was not a coincidence. Perhaps there were other mysteries. Of course, all of this was just a guess, and there was no substantial evidence. We're here. Half a day later, Meteor Trail City came into view. The scarlet clouds in the sky were already right before their eyes. Xiao Chen gently waved his sleeves, and the cycle war chariot turned into a throne and entered his white clothes. The 2 of them slowly descended from the sky and stood in the ruins of the city gate. Looking at the ruined Meteor Trail City under the dim light, the 2 of them felt emotional. The scenes from 5 years ago appeared in his mind. Even now, it felt like it was just yesterday. That great battle was truly world-shaking. It was fought until the heavens and earth darkened, and the memory of it was still fresh in his mind. He would probably never forget it in his life. The difficulty of every step on the Emperor's Road was deeply engraved in Xiao Chen's heart. He would never be able to forget it. When Xiao Chen saw the smile on Mo Chen's pretty face vanish, he asked softly with a grave expression, "Are you thinking about the past?" Mo Chen forced a smile and replied, "I'm thinking about many things. I was thinking, if Big Brother Xiao had not jumped off his Emperor's Road because of us, what would the situation be like now?" "Do you believe in karma?" "What do you mean?" "Karma means that there are no coincidences in the world. There is a reason for everything that happens, a purpose for its existence." Seeing that Mo Chen still did not fully understand, Xiao Chen smiled and did not explain further. He simply said, "Actually, in my opinion, the final test of the Emperor's Road is not whether I can clear it or not. It is whether I have the courage to jump off. 5 years later, when I look back, I actually won the gamble." Mo Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, looking like beautiful crescent moons. She smiled and said, "As long as Big Brother Xiao can walk out of the shadow, Mo Chen feels that it is good." Xiao Chen felt a warmth in his heart. He looked to the front and said, "Come in and take a walk with me." "All right." Xiao Chen was very familiar with the graveyard. For the past 5 years, he would come here every year. Every time he came, the pain in his heart intensified. In the end, he no longer had the courage to get off the cycle war chariot and remove his mask. Now that he was revisiting this place, Xiao Chen got off the war chariot, removed his mask, and brought his friends over. The pain was no longer there. It was more of a feeling. What death represented was not destruction but new life. Back then, these people died for him. They did not have any other hope. They only hoped that Xiao Chen could step forward and become the true bearer of luck. Xiao Chen would lead them to resist the deity Dao Union, to resist the demonic calamity that could descend at any moment. Their new lives rested on Xiao Chen. As long as Xiao Chen could walk out, these people would gain new lives. If one could not walk out, then death would be destruction, grief, despair, all pain, and all negative emotions. After comprehending the state of cycle, Xiao Chen's perspective on the problem was no longer the same as before. He could calmly look at all this. All he needed to do was be grateful and continue walking down this path. Remaining in seclusion and holding on to a knot in his heart was the greatest disrespect to these dead people. Strange. After walking around for a long time, Xiao Chen revealed a doubtful expression, feeling very confused. When Mo Chen saw this, she quickly asked, "Big Brother Xiao, what's wrong?" "In the past, when I came here, there would be a large number of blood crows coming after hearing the news. However, this time, aside from the blood clouds in the sky, I did not see any blood crows. The number of blood crows has decreased significantly." Mo Chen did not understand. "What's wrong with that?" "Something is very wrong. Someone is refining these blood crows, absorbing and digesting the sins in my body." Xiao Chen frowned slightly as he thought of a bad answer. In the past, some deep abyss blood demon cultivators would come here to refine and absorb the blood crows. However, those people did not harm the source of sin. The more blood crows they killed, the more would recover. However, this time, Xiao Chen clearly felt the pressure of sin in the sky weaken. The number of blood crows had decreased. What kind of person was doing this? Xiao Chen closed his eyes and spread out his spiritual sense in the scarlet graveyard. Xiao Chen searched slowly. In the end, aside from some scattered grave sweepers, there were also blood demons here on experiential training. Xiao Chen did not discover anyone worthy of suspicion. Could my senses have been wrong? Xiao Chen was not satisfied. He used his spiritual sense to search several more times but found nothing. Then, he personally walked through the entire graveyard. In the end, he still did not discover anything. However, he ran into a few blood demons and dealt with them in passing. When Xiaochen looked up, the thick scarlet clouds in the sky seemed to be dimmer than before. However, the difference was not great, making it hard to judge. Big brother Xiao, perhaps that person is in the sky. Mo Chen's words startled him out of his reverie. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up as he said, "That's right. The blood clouds in the sky are filled with heavy sin. If one comes into contact with them, one will be plagued with sin. Most people would not go there, so I automatically ignored it. However, if there really is someone who can refine the sin's origin energy, they will not care about this." With a thought, Xiaochen gently pushed off the ground with his feet. Then, he shot out like a sharp arrow and instantly entered the blood clouds. However, there were other mysteries in the blood clouds. It was like there was a cotton-like barrier separating them. No matter how hard Xiaochen tried, he could not break it. Instead, he got plagued by sin, feeling extremely uncomfortable. After a few attempts, Xiaochen's eyes turned scarlet. Black lines appeared on the surface of his eyeballs. That was a sign that the sin had penetrated deep into his body, already infiltrating his mind. It was extremely dangerous. Xiaochen did not dare to linger. He quickly left the blood clouds and landed on the ground. Then, he quickly used his great Tao energy to cut off all the sin in his body. "What's wrong?" Mo Chen asked somewhat worriedly when she saw that something was wrong with Xiaochen. After purging the sin in his body, Xiaochen revealed a smile. "You are right. There is indeed another path above the blood clouds. To think that even I cannot break it easily." Not being able to break it easily did not mean that it could not be broken. It just required some effort. Xiaochen was not afraid of trouble. He only feared that he would not be able to find any clues. Now that he had a clue, he was naturally happy. "Move further away." Xiaochen gestured for Mo Chen to move further away. With a thought, the ring of light that represented great Tao energy appeared behind him. The ring of light condensed into a point and soared into the air. When it reached 10 meters, Xiaochen shouted, "Tao." Xiaochen pointed his finger to the sky, and a saber light, supported by great Tao energy, lit up the dark meteor trail city. The saber light turned into a resplendent beam of light, carrying a boundless saber intent. Whoosh! It shot out and instantly tore a hole in the blood clouds. Chapter 1477. Just listen to me. Will you? The lunar shadow saber appeared. Xiaochen grasped its hilt and faced the prime without any fear. Xiaochen did not draw the lunar shadow saber. If Xiaochen drew the lunar shadow saber, he would be able to block this palm strike. Then, Xiaochen soared into the air like a sharp arrow. With a whoosh, he tore through the scarlet clouds. Chase! The primordial energy that Xiaochen expended was not worth it. Why is this fellow still here? He is like a lingering ghost. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Zhuangxing turned his head and formed hand seals. A swastika Buddhist seal burst out from his palm and blocked Xiaochen's saber strike. Tao! The saber strike tore through the air, and the light of destruction flickered as it suddenly appeared behind Zhuangxing. This was a martial technique for killing enemies. However, Zhuangxing had to use it to rush. It was somewhat of a waste. Xiaochen's figure moved like a phantom of flowing light, moving far away amid the Bodhi flowers filling the sky. Interesting. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor knew that he could not detain the current Xiaochen, so he was not willing to fight with Xiaochen, wasting his efforts. The Kittigarbha Bodhisattva. Xiaochen shook his head and said, "That's impossible. If you hand over Zhuangxing, I'll leave. Otherwise, you can forget about stopping me." Just as Xiaochen was thinking, Zhuangxing suddenly laughed maniacally, appearing incredibly savage. Zhuangxing should not have come in person. Otherwise, he would not have fled so quickly at the slightest sign of trouble. Ha ha ha. Little fool, Shao Qin, you are really naive. Do you think that you can defeat me? Look at where you are now. I'll count to 3, and you are still not leaving. It will be hard for you to leave now. Ha ha ha. That's the count to 3. Shao Qin, you can die now. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed loudly, and the Yellow Springs mysterious phenomenon vanished. Then, he left. Shao Qin revealed an expression of joy as he turned around. Whoosh! 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 A strong wind blew, and Shao Qin retreated 5 kilometers. The Dao might behind him did not scatter as he stood firmly. Humph! What Zhuangzhenghe? I have never seen him before, nor do I know him. I don't mind teaching you a lesson. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor laughed coldly. An eerie wind blew, and wisps of spirits floated out from his body. When the cultivators who came to sweep the graves in the graveyard saw the mysterious phenomenon before them, they could not understand what was happening. Looking up, the boundless starry sky was dotted with thousands of stars, like a chessboard, giving one the illusion that they were in the universe. Zhuangzhenghe was clearly in the ghost domain. How could he be willing to leave just like that? Shao Qin flew forward and caught the divine weapon that bounced back. He said indifferently, "Not bad. You changed your appearance and your strength improved significantly. It wouldn't be that easy to leave." The corner of Shao Chen's mouth curled up into a smile. His interest grew. With a wave of his hand, the 7 deadly sins floated out. The moment the blood clouds parted, a wisp of golden Buddhist light fell from the entrance of the cave. It was bright and dazzling, and it was especially eye-catching in this dark space. When Shao Qin looked again, Zhuangzhenghe was long gone. Given his movement technique, he would definitely not be able to catch up. The newcomer retreated 1 kilometer and hovered in the air, merging with the sky. Soon, the spirits and malicious spirits materialized the vast mysterious phenomenon of hell. What is that? The bloody monk, Zhuangzhenghe, wiped off the blood from his lips. He said with some hatred, "How can it compare to you, Blue Dragon King, Shao Qin? After 5 years of silence, 5 years of silence, you shocked the entire Kunlun realm with a single brilliant feat." This greatly startled Shao Qin. The Buddha statue looked like the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva that he had seen before. The image of the Buddha statue sat within, slowly fading away. The flood-like source of sin slowly scattered from the body of the image. Whoosh! Ghost domain. Is that so? However, my saber has not truly been drawn yet. How can you be so proud and aloof? Under Prime, you are the first person capable of receiving 30% of my palm strike's force, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said indifferently. The East Mountain Ghost Monarch asked indifferently. As he looked at Shao Qin, there was an unconcealable fluctuation hidden in his calm gaze. When the person in front turned his head to look, he was startled. Then, he fled in a fluster. Feeling nervous, he slowed down. This formed a boundless pressure of the great Tao, strong and tyrannical. This was the aura of a prime. Shao Qin did not care about the mocking tone in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's words. He asked coldly, "Where is the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Tell me what you are plotting, and I'll leave you with an intact corpse." In the end, this fellow truly rose up. Now, Shao Qin no longer had absolute confidence of keeping the other party here. He raised his head and looked into the distance. There was a black dot at the limits of his vision, quickly moving away. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky and threw a palm strike at Shao Qin. This palm strike was gentle and soft, but it contained startling might. The instant the palm wind landed, the entire sky seemed to descend along with the person. Shao Chen's heart skipped a beat. Big Brother Ing is here. Ing Zongtian, at least you know what's good for you. The saber light and palm wind clashed, and the world turned dark. Then, it shattered into pieces, the entire sky shattering. Big brother. Dang. Furthermore, there was still the Dongyue Ghost Emperor blocking the way. There was no way to give chase. Xiaochen retorted coldly, not bothering to hide his expression. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and executed the fish dragon art. Then, he moved around like a dragon. Then, he shook off all the sins that came over and gave chase. A light flashed, and the 7 divine weapons merged into one. Then, Xiaochen stepped on the 7 deadly sins. Xiaochen executed the first move of the flawless saber technique, the void-breaking stance. Wait here for me for a while. This fellow is so confident. What trump cards does he have? Xiaochen narrowed his eyes as he looked at this person. This person was one of the deity Dao Union's 3 primes, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiaochen could not help shouting, "Zhuangzhenghe, it turns out that you are not dead yet." At Ing Zongtian's request, Xiaochen helplessly gave up and withdrew his great Dao might. In that instant, Xiaochen's vision widened. The Buddhist light descended for a moment before vanishing. Clearly, it was the person refining this sin's origin energy. Knowing that he had been exposed and that something was wrong, he quickly withdrew his technique and left. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Xiaochen executed the void-breaking stance again. However, this time, he did not use the saber but space. Bang! Just at this moment, a figure flew over from behind. He was like a Haotian sun, illuminating the surroundings and sending out a bright light. Back then, Xiaochen had destroyed the other party's lair in the sea region adjacent to Heavenly Star Island, leaving only a head behind. Unexpectedly, this person came out again and stirred up trouble. However, Xiaochen had no choice now. He used his body to control the saber, using the saber to control space, tearing through space. With Xiaochen's wasteful consumption, his speed immediately increased explosively. Everywhere he passed, tears appeared in space. Strange, I clearly have no impression of this person's appearance. Why does the air he exudes seem so familiar? Light flickered in Xiaochen's palm, and the images of many sabers spun around and merged into the saber. After 1 hour, not only did Zhuangzhenghe not close the distance, but it even widened. Zhuangzhenghe felt very confident, showing no fear as he showed a mocking expression. Dongyue Ghost Emperor. However, this person before Zhuangzhenghe seemed to be a surprise. Unexpectedly, he was incredibly fast. A Buddhist light flickered under Zhuangzhenghe's feet, and Bodhi light surrounded him. Flowers bloomed and withered. Upon hearing Xiaochen's shout, the owner of that body clearly paused, significantly startled. That was right. This person was Ing Zongtian. He had sensed an intense fluctuation in the Haotian sect. When he discovered that it was Xiaochen, he immediately gave chase. The instant the other party turned his head, Xiaochen clearly saw his appearance, and he immediately felt suspicious. This startled Xiaochen, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. At the critical moment, Xiaochen shouted, and great Dao energy filled his entire body as he swung his saber. With Xiaochen's speed, as long as a prime did not make a move, no one could escape from him. However, I have something very important that requires me to go to the ghost domain, whoosh. After giving chase for a while, inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind. Suddenly, he recalled why this aura felt so familiar. Ha! How arrogant! Don't be unable to differentiate good from bad. Leave immediately, and I'll pretend that I did not see you. It looked like a startling battle was about to start. Xiaochen looked around and realized that he had chased Zhuangzhenghe all the way from the Tianwu domain to the ghost domain. Chapter 1478. Big Brother Ing, why did you let him go? With our combined strength, we can definitely make him retreat. Xiaochen said reluctantly. Since Zhuangjinghe fled to the ghost domain, he definitely had something to do with the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Xiao Qian was unwilling to give up such a good lead. Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "It's not that simple. The strength of a prime is more powerful than you imagine. If you really fought, you would be the one at a disadvantage. Furthermore, he has the geographical advantage in the ghost domain, and the ghost race experts can help him at any time. Even with me, if we were to fight, it would only be a situation where both sides would suffer." After listening to Ing Zongtian's explanation, Xiao Qian slowly calmed down and analyzed the situation. That was indeed the case. Naturally, Xiao Qian understood this logic. However, he was too anxious and lost his rationality. There was still a huge gap between him and a prime. At best, he could retreat unscathed. However, this was already very impressive. For many years, no one had been able to challenge the authority of a prime. Before a prime, the Ninth Heaven Emperor Wu was just an ordinary existence. To be able to catch the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's palm strike calmly and confront him, Xiao Qian's improvement was already very obvious. "Many thanks, big brother. I was indeed too anxious earlier, but..." Xiao Qian had never been one to waste time on an insignificant problem. After thinking it through, he immediately thanked Xiao Qian. Ing Zongtian smiled amiably. "Even if I didn't come, nothing would have happened to you. However, what's wrong? It must be something extraordinary for you to be so anxious." Xiao Qian nodded and explained his encounter in the bloody cemetery, as well as the ins and outs of the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva. "That's true. In that case, I really took the risk earlier." After hearing that, Ing Zongtian regretted letting the Dongyue Ghost Emperor go for nothing. Now that he thought about it, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor clearly had other reasons for retreating so easily despite having the geographical advantage. Xiao Qian, on the other hand, was a little more open-minded. He smiled and said, "It's better to give this matter further thought. Since I'm here, big brother Ing, please invite me to the Haotian sect." Ing Zongtian was rather carefree. The smile on his face did not fade. He nodded and said, "Let's go and have a drink or two. You can explain to me about Dao. Don't hold back." "Of course, I'll tell you everything I know. But I have to go to the bloody cemetery first. I have a friend waiting for me there." "Alright, let's go." The two of them leapt into the air and swiftly left the ghost domain. On the other side, after the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left, he met up with Zhuangjinghe with a gloomy expression. "I've told you many times not to contact me. It's not time to expose our relationship yet," scolded the Dongyue Ghost Emperor coldly. Zhuangjinghe appeared somewhat startled, not daring to retort. He whispered, "I did not expect this brat to grow so fast. I thought that you would be able to deal with him easily with your means." "Nonsense. If I could deal with him easily, why would I allow him to live until now? Let me tell you, even Emperor Forsaken would have to put in a lot of effort to kill him now." The earlier palm strike had failed to truly push back Xiao Qian. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt somewhat frustrated, and he was not in a good mood. If not for the need to maintain some connection to the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor would not have been so magnanimous to Xiao Qian without this worry. How can he be so strong? In that case, why did you not kill him? Aren't you just nurturing a tiger and inviting calamity? Zhuangjinghe asked with lingering fear. It turned out that he had nearly died at the other party's hands. Fortunately, Zhuangjinghe had not been careless and fled when the situation turned bad. Otherwise, he might have ended up as a pile of bones. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor glanced at Zhuangjinghe and said indifferently, "You do not need to know about this. Bring me to see the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva." Before a prime, Zhuangjinghe did not show any temper. He was docile and knew how to adapt to circumstances. After listening to the prime's instructions, Zhuangjinghe quickly led the Dongyue Ghost Emperor to the Yellow Springs of Hell. Right now, hell had already become a forbidden land, not open to the public. Furthermore, after the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's head merged with his body, his control over hell became very strong. If he was not willing, even a prime would find it hard to see him. With Zhuangjinghe leading the way, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor arrived at the gates of hell without any obstructions. After the gates of hell was the Yellow Springs. He recalled that the 6 paths of reincarnation were here as well. Wait here, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said. After the East Mountain Ghost Monarch said that, he walked in alone. After crossing the gates of hell, it was the Yellow Springs Road. Even a prime could only see black and white in this world. Aside from that saber light that someone left behind many years ago, no one else could bring color to this place. However, the situation now seemed somewhat different. At the end of the Yellow Springs Road, extremely far away, one could vaguely see a 7-colored Buddhist light. It was like the waves of the sea rising and falling, appearing indistinct. When one listened carefully, one could hear many Buddhist incantations echoing in one's ears. The incantation that was buzzing like a mosquito was not being chanted by one person, but by the overlapping voices of many people. The Buddhist incantations overlapped, and the Buddhist might was heavy, calming one's heart and making one sigh at the might of Buddhist might. On the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor moved quickly. Soon, he arrived at the abyss-like underworld river. On the other side of the river was the boundless sea of bitterness. The sea of bitterness was filled with endless aggrieved spirits. A large Buddha floated on the sea. The aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were like ants struggling in the sea of bitterness. There were 800 arhats around the large Buddha, chanting with their eyes closed. The overlapping Buddhist incantations came from these people. Occasionally, a large number of aggrieved spirits and malicious spirits were purified. They flew into the large Buddha's body like thousands of fireflies. Naturally, the large Buddha was the mysterious and unfathomable Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. He opened his eyes and withdrew his dharmic incarnation. Then, he leaped over the underworld river and arrived before the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. That disciple of yours seems to be rather unlucky. Not long after he helped you refine the sin, Shaochen discovered him, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor said with some dissatisfaction. He even exposed my relationship with you. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's mortal body was that of an old man wearing a kasaya and holding a staff. He had a long beard and eyebrows, looking like an esteemed Buddhist monk from head to toe. It has not reached that stage yet. He does not know my background, much less my current strength. Even if he discovered some clues, he could not do anything about it. You are not here to seek me out over such a small matter, right? The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's deep eyes revealed boundless wisdom and an unfathomable Buddhist light. That's right. Emperor Forsaken predicted that Shaochen would go to the Blue Dragon Palace soon. How much do you know about the Blue Dragon Palace? Tell me. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not believe in Buddhism. Buddhism did not exist in the Kunlun realm either. Hence, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was not interested in the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's identity and did not show much respect for him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor only treated the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva as an expert, a peak expert who was strong enough to work with him. In the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes, strength reigned supreme. All faith, including the deity race, was meaningless. I have never heard of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, in my era, the Blue Dragon already existed. It was one of the 7-colored divine dragons. It had a noble bloodline and was second only to the 3 ancestor dragons in the dragon race. Upon hearing this, greed flashed in the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. He looked at the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and said, I need you to help me. In the end, Emperor Forsaken is too selfish. I don't believe that he will give up a lot of benefits. I still have to rely on myself. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva thought for a long time before saying, sure. However, you have to think of a way to help me refine the sins in the bloody graveyard. That is difficult. Xiaoqin is on guard. Furthermore, that place is Enchanting's territory. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor muttered to himself with a frown, weighing the pros and cons. Think about it yourself. This bodhisattva still needs to purify the thousands of aggrieved souls in this hell. I swear not to become a Buddha until hell is empty. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva chanted his Buddhist name, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he reverted to his Dharmic incarnation and continued purifying the aggrieved souls and malicious spirits in the boundless sea of bitterness. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor saw this scene, he thought to himself, this old bald donkey is no easier to deal with than Emperor Forsaken. None of them were easy to deal with. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flung his sleeves and pondered how to satisfy the other party's conditions. Then, he left this place. The boundless sea of bitterness in the Yellow Springs hell still existed. Only the saber light that the Qing Emperor left behind no longer existed. Chapter 1479. Tianwu Domain, Haotian Sect, Xiaoqin, Mo Qin, and Enchanting casually sat down in a pavilion on a mountain peak and analyzed the matter of the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. I know about this Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Long ago, there was a legend that there was a great Buddha hidden in the depths of hell with extremely horrifying strength. However, he never left hell and never interfered with the matters of the outside world. Hence, few people know about him. Enchanting put down his teacup and continued, furthermore, the Qing Emperor already killed him 10,000 years ago. Hence, no one paid any attention to the matter of this great Buddha. Mo Qin read many ancient texts on Buddhism. Then, she continued, during the Immortal epoch, Buddhism flourished, not much weaker than the Immortal court. In the cultivation of Buddhism, Bodhisattva was in existence only inferior to Buddha. They were only one step away from becoming a Buddha. Feeling interested, Xiaoqin asked, which step? Grand vows. For a Bodhisattva to become a Buddha, one has to cultivate the Mahayana Buddhist scriptures and make a grand vows. After completing them, one can prove one's Tao and become a Buddha. When Xiaoqin heard this, he felt stunned. He asked in confusion, that's simple. In that case, if a Bodhisattva purposely made the grand vows very simple, wouldn't one be able to become a Buddha easily? Mo Qin smiled faintly and said, you could say that. However, no one would do that. The difficulty and simplicity of the grand vows directly determined how strong one would be after becoming a Buddha. Ordinary grand vows are called minor grand vows. The more difficult ones are called major grand vows. The Bodhisattva would choose the difficulty of the grand vows and the number of grand vows based on their own wisdom. Most Bodhisattvas would choose minor grand vows. Those with some wisdom would challenge major grand vows. The most famous would be the 48 major grand vows that Amitabha Buddha made. He was undoubtedly the strongest person in ancient Buddhism. Clearly, this was Enchanting's first time hearing such an explanation. He asked interestedly, what does this have to do with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva? Mo Qin smiled and replied seriously, it has a lot to do with it. The Buddhists explain the grand vows as grand vows as grand vows. After understanding one's nature, they show compassion for all living beings. Then, they use a sincere and unwavering heart to make a wish to save all living beings. However, this is a Buddhist explanation. From an outsider's point of view, how could it be so mystical? The so-called grand wish should be some kind of wish power cultivation. The greater the wish, the greater the gift from the heaven and earth, and the stronger one's strength will be. If one's root of wisdom isn't strong enough, they won't be able to fulfill their great ambitions. They will be stuck at a bottleneck in cultivation. Upon hearing this, Enchanting laughed and said, if your explanation was in a place where Buddhism thrives, they would definitely treat you as a heretic. However, I feel that it makes sense. It's just like the power of faith of the gods, except that the power of faith of the Buddhists is more mysterious. Mo Qin smiled and nodded. According to the ancient records, this Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva had a root of wisdom. As a bodhisattva, he could surpass many Buddhas. Originally, when he was preparing to become a Buddha, a great tribulation of the world happened. The immortal epoch was destroyed, and the Buddhist world was implicated. Countless Buddhas fell as a result. When he saw the ancient order of Buddhism, he immediately changed his great ambition. He swore that he would not become a Buddha until hell was empty. If hell is not empty, I swear not to become a Buddha. As Shaochen mulled over these words, he entered deep thought. He seemed to have figured something out. The greatness of this great ambition is comparable to the 48 great ambitions of the Amitabha Buddha back then. Once he succeeds, his strength will be immeasurable. He might even become the Lord Buddha of the New World. Imochen continued her analysis, voicing her opinion. Given this, it looked like the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. What he wanted was to become the Lord of the Buddha world, a true great world, outside of the abandoned world. When the ancient Buddhist world was destroyed, the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva entered hell and made such a great ambition. He was really decisive. Imochen continued, now that I understand all this, it is not hard to understand why the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva is after the sins of Big Brother Shao. It might be because of the words hell is not empty. Inspiration flashed in Shao Chen's mind. He revealed an expression of understanding. Chen's rigorous speculation cleared up some of his original doubts. He was suddenly enlightened and had figured everything out. Shao Chen said sullenly, I've figured it out. The sins on me were left by the Qing Emperor. Back then, the Qing Emperor also had a cultivation technique for absorbing sins. He must have gone to hell to collect the sins that originally existed. Naturally, the place with the most sins was hell. For the sake of cultivating the good and evil beneficence art, the Qing Emperor must have gone to hell. Given this, it looked like the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Qing Emperor had a grudge long ago. The Qing Emperor was also very familiar with hell. Back then, the Qing Emperor took away a large number of sins from hell. However, the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva's great ambition was to not become a Buddha until hell was empty. The Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva had to purify all the sins in hell before he could become a Buddha. However, a large portion of the sins in hell were on the Qing Emperor. Even if he was done, he would not be able to become a Buddha. He would have to cleanse the sins of the Qing Emperor as well. Back then, the Bloody Emperor's road might have been Shao Chen's doing, wanting to force out all of Shao Chen's sins. After hearing Shao Chen's words, Imochen smiled faintly and did not say anything else. On the other hand, Ingzongtian's horizons were greatly broadened and he gasped in amazement. He looked at Imochen and couldn't help but praise, I've long heard that Miss Mo is extraordinarily intelligent. You're proficient in the four arts, medicine, divination, astrology, and so on. Today, I've finally seen it for myself. Without a vast amount of knowledge, no one else would be able to understand the cause and effect of the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva's matters so clearly. Ingzongtian's words were sincere admiration, and he did not mean to be polite. Thank you for your praise, Senior. Imochen was very happy to receive the praise of a prime. She smiled faintly to express her thanks. However, what made her even happier was solving this mystery for Shao Chen. Shao Chen said sullenly, we absolutely cannot let him become a Buddha. Otherwise, given his character, neither of us will have a good ending. Shao Chen did not want to care about the matters of the Buddhist realm. However, the existence of the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva already threatened his existence, so he had to do something about it. Ingzongtian sighed softly, right now, the Kunlun realm is in a precarious situation. There is a demonic calamity ahead, which could descend at any moment. Then, there is an ambitious and ruthless person like Emperor Forsaken. Now, there is the Kshitigarbha Bodhisattva, who is eyeing us covetously. After the old Thunder King left, the world will truly fall into chaos. The Kunlun realm's calamity is truly unavoidable. Xiao Chen's heart sank. Big Brother Ing, is the demonic calamity really that severe? Ing Zongtian's expression turned grave. He smiled bitterly and helplessly. It is very severe. Just the 18 demon monarchs are already too much to bear. The even stronger dark church has yet to appear. It is hard to be optimistic even if we want to. Even if we gather all the power of the Kunlun realm, our chances of victory are very slim. Furthermore, we are like a pile of loose sand now. The situation was very pessimistic. No wonder the myriad law fiend master was so grave 3 months ago. Is there no way to resolve this? She asked worriedly. The teacup fell heavily to the ground. Ing Zongtian glanced at Xiao Chen and said, "Of course, there is. As long as someone is as strong as the Thunder King or surpasses the Thunder King, they can rule the Kunlun realm. Then, they can be like the Qing Emperor back then, turning the tide and fighting against the 18 demon monarchs alone. Little brother Xiao, I have confidence in you. You have never disappointed me before. This is the last time, and you will definitely not disappoint me." Xiao Chen revealed a rare seriousness on his face. He put down the teacup by his lips and said, "Without Big Brothering taking care of me in secret, I would have died many times already. Although I am not as sentimental as Big Brothering, I am someone who knows how to be grateful. I will definitely do my best to protect the Kunlun realm." A heroic spirit appeared in Ing Zongtian's heart. He smiled and said, "You are still the same as before, not exaggerating." "That's right. We cultivators only seek peace of mind. Even if we fight to the death, we will do our best. 2 days from now, I will give you a generous gift at the Dragon's Gates banquet. You are most welcome." Xiao Chen did not overthink. Naturally, it would be for the best if Big Brothering could come. Following that, Ing Zongtian started asking questions of Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen spoke without holding back, giving Ing Zongtian some inspiration. Before leaving, Xiao Chen instructed Ing Zongtian to help guard the Sin in the Scarlet Graveyard. When he was strong enough, he would come and destroy it. Ing Zongtian knew that this matter was very important. He knew that he was duty-bound, so he did not hesitate to agree. Chapter 1480. After saying goodbye to Ing Zongtian, Xiao Chen brought Mo Chen to the Scarlet Graveyard once more. As Xiao Chen looked at the sky and the dense scarlet clouds that remained all year round, he frowned slightly, not knowing what to do. Sin was hard to get rid of. Aside from purifying it, it would be hard to find any other means to cleanse it. Unfortunately, the cultivators in the Kunlun realm who had fortuitous encounters and learned how to purify them would find it hard to purify such vast sin. The truly capable one was the Buddhist sect's Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. The Buddhists specialized in this in the first place. Furthermore, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva was a peak-esteemed monk from the ancient Buddhist sections. This was really problematic. At his wit's end, Xiao Chen could not think of a good solution. Even the prime Ing Zongtian could not do anything about it. What could Xiao Chen do? "Mo Chen, do you know how to get rid of this sin?" Xiao Chen asked softly as he looked at the scarlet clouds. Mo Chen shook her head. Even with her vast knowledge, she did not know how to get rid of this vast sin. However, she made a mental note to go back and search for ancient texts on sin to help Big Brother Xiao resolve this problem. Xiao Chen had only asked casually. When he saw the situation, he said softly, "Let's go back." 2 days later, the Dragon's Gates banquet was held as scheduled. The venue was the plaza where the Dragon's Gates re-establishment ceremony was held. The guests were the same as before, and none of the Dragon's Gate elders were missing. The story was still the same. However, the Blue Dragon King was no longer the same as before. Hence, this world was no longer the same. Xiao Chen still remembered the day of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment. The various holy lands, both overtly and covertly, came to disrupt and obstruct the ceremony. On that day, the white-clad blue dragon king faced the mockery of 10 odd Holy Land's first elders alone, nearly shutting down the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment ceremony. However, today, the same scene and nearly the same people appeared. However, during the Dragon's Gate's banquet, these people greeted Xiao Qin with smiles and congratulated him. The situation was completely reversed. Xiao Qin was rather open-minded and did not mind too much. More or less, these sects had helped him during his great tribulation of wind and fire. There was no need to take the dispute seriously. After all, there was no feud. After noon that day, Xiao Qin began to prepare for a lecture on the Tao. He was going to tell them everything he knew about the Tao. The Holy Lord, the clan leaders of the ancient clans, and many other people of virtue and prestige had all come for the same reason. Seeing that they were finally getting to the main topic, they all revealed joyful expressions and listened with anticipation. Xiao Qin sat in the middle of the great hall. Mo Chen, Yu Bingyun, and the many Dragon's Gate doyens accompanied him. The chairs on the left and right sides of the room were occupied by important figures. There was the Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord, the Yin-Yang Utopia's Grotto Mistress, and many other patriarchs. Nearly all the major characters of the Heavenly Starry Ocean who could hold their own were here. After Xiao Qin calmed his emotions for a while, he prepared to speak. I am just a beginner in the great Tao energy and do not know much. I will only speak about what I know and what I comprehended. I hope that everyone will not be disappointed. The Blue Dragon King is too humble. You are the first cultivator to gain the Tao in the post-ancient era. You prove that the great Tao energy is not something of legend. That is already enough for you to be proud of. There is no need to be humble. The Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord smiled faintly as he spoke the truth, half flattering Xiao Qin. Actually, this was the truth. Xiao Qin was indeed just a beginner. However, compared to these holy lords, he was much stronger. Xiao Qin did not bother with pleasantries. Then, he started to speak about the Tao. However, just as he was about to speak, 3 figures suddenly appeared in the sky. Then, they charged forward. Their strong auras and tyrannical auras overturned everything in their way. Whoosh! 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 Earlier, they were at the horizon. In the blink of an eye, 3 figures arrived uninvited and entered the great hall. The newcomers were the 3 giants of the deity Tao Union, Emperor Forsaken, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, and the Heaven-Punishing Prime. Xiao Qin's heart sank. He felt slightly angry, but his expression did not change. However, the expressions of the many honored guests changed drastically. These 3 giants were all primes. This was especially so for Emperor Forsaken. He was now publicly acknowledged as the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. Senior Deity Sovereign. The honored guests seated in the chairs all stood up and greeted the deity sovereign. At this moment, the respect for the strong was also fear for Emperor Forsaken. The atmosphere immediately turned strange. Who could have imagined that the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment banquet would attract all 3 of the deity Tao Union's primes? Emperor Forsaken exuded a strong presence. He had a faint smile on his face as he looked at Xiao Qin and said, I came uninvited. Little brother Xiao Qin, I hope you don't mind. Xiao Qin retorted indifferently, what if I mind? This place does not welcome anyone from the deity Tao Union. Some people could be forgiven, but others could never be forgiven. The 3 before Xiao Qin were the latter. Xiao Qin drew a clear line in his heart, not willing to hide the disgust in his heart. The moment he spoke, the atmosphere turned tense. Emperor Forsaken smiled faintly and said, Little brother Xiao Qin, why get angry? Isn't it a sermon? Can't we add 3 more chairs? The heaven-punishing corpse god said coldly, Brat, don't be ignorant. Do you really think that you are a major character on equal footing with us? It is your honor that the deity sovereign is giving you face. Xiaochen smiled and said, "That is the honor of those dogs by his side, not me, Xiaochen." The heaven-punishing corpse god's face darkened. "You dare to scold me?" A berserk aura burst out of the heaven-punishing corpse god's body. The entire hall started shaking. An oppressive aura was unleashed, causing the guests to be startled. Everyone felt fear in their hearts. This was the rage of a prime. No one dared to endure it. "That's right. I am indeed scolding you." Xiaochen smiled faintly, appearing calm and at ease. He only casually took a step forward and endured the other party's aura, not letting the Dragon's Gate's people endure it. Calm and unruffled, angry but not flustered. This was the current Xiaochen. The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face did not fade. He stretched out his hand to block the heaven-punishing corpse god, who was preparing to attack. He said, "Little brother Xiaochen, since you are not going to welcome us, let's just leave. However, before we leave, there is a debt that we need to settle." The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face disappeared. He was finally going to state the purpose of this trip. "There are countless debts between us. If you really want to settle them, can you finish them?" Xiaochen revealed a cold smile. Although he was no match for a prime now, there was no need to be too afraid. At the very most, he would just burn indiscriminately. No one would benefit from that. There was no need to be polite to the other party. Furthermore, the other party personally coming to the Dragon's Gate's banquet was already the greatest impoliteness to Xiaochen. Emperor Forsaken ignored the heaven-punishing corpse god. He continued, "The Blue Dragon King has always been a bold person. Could it be that you do not want to admit it? Let me ask you this, do you acknowledge the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign?" Xiaochen's heart sank. He did not know what the other party was thinking, so he remained silent. "If you don't say anything, I'll take it that you admit it. Back then, you used the identity of the Shadowless Saber Sovereign to severely injure the Divine Sun. It is time to settle this debt properly today." When Xiaochen heard that, he smiled coldly in his heart. "That's right. The Shadowless Saber Sovereign is indeed me. I was also the one who injured Diwook. However, that is because he is not as skilled. However, if you want to cause trouble, you will have an excuse. Let me ask you this, Emperor Forsaken, what exactly do you want? If you have something to say, just say it. There is no need to beat around the bush and make things so complicated. The other party was here to cause trouble in the first place. He would not give up until he achieved his goal. The so-called settling debts was just an excuse. Emperor Forsaken said sullenly, "This emperor is not as unbearable as you think. Back then, you chopped down the Divine Sun. Today, you have to receive 3 palm strikes from me. Then, this debt will be written off." The moment Emperor Forsaken said that, the crowd burst into an uproar. Was Emperor Forsaken not being too much of a bully? After all, he was the strongest person of the Kunlun realm, someone who had been famous for a long time. Yet, he wanted a junior to receive 3 palm strikes from him. Divine Sovereign, isn't this a little overboard? The grudges of youngsters. Since the Divine Sun is safe and sound, let's just forget about it. The Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord could not stand by and watch, so he advised. Interesting. I can explain the Tao to you all, but you cannot receive 3 palm strikes from the Divine Sovereign. Since you are advising, how about you receive 3 palm strikes from the Divine Sovereign? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor, who had been silent all this while, suddenly spoke, immediately stopping the Heavenly Province Academy's Holy Lord from speaking. The remaining people feared the other party's strength. Even though they wanted to advise, they did not dare to say anything. The tyrannical 3 giants of the deity Tao Union ruined the atmosphere of a proper banquet. Everyone felt angry but did not dare to say anything. Chapter 1481. Receive 3 moves from you. Why should I receive 3 moves from you? Xiao Chen did not fall for it, remaining extremely calm. Did Xiao Chen really think that Xiao Chen was a hothead, thinking that he was unrivaled just because he was strong? Xiao Chen was very clear on the distance between him and Emperor Forsaken. The other party was the strongest prime and also the strongest person in the Kunlun realm, an unrivaled existence in the Kunlun realm. Emperor Forsaken, how about I receive 3 moves from you? Outside the hall, Enchanting arrived late with his first senior sister. However, he finally dared to arrive at this crucial moment. Another supreme martial artist had arrived. Enchanting smiled at Xiao Chen and walked in with his back to the sunlight. Emperor Forsaken did not feel surprised. He smiled faintly and said, "You came at the right time." However, Enchanting, he has to receive these 3 palm strikes. Why? Emperor Forsaken, can you not be so tyrannical? Someone among the Dragon's Gate elders said in dissatisfaction. Suddenly, Emperor Forsaken guffawed endlessly. Then, he said indifferently, "It looks like I have been good-tempered for too long." Why? Just because I am the strongest person in the Kunlun realm is enough. Right after Emperor Forsaken spoke, a divine light suddenly burst out of his body. Then, he shook the entire hall, instantly raising it to the ground. Pu Ci. Pu Ci. Half of the cultivators present vomited a mouthful of blood. Before this strong divine light, they vomited blood and were sent flying. After taking a few steps back, they managed to stabilize their footing and stabilize their bodies. Only a small number of people relied on their own strength to move back and did not suffer any injuries. However, they still felt fear in their hearts. After they stabilized themselves, they all moved back, as they felt killing chi from Emperor Forsaken. Xiao Chen blocked this divine light with all his might, protecting the Dragon's Gate elders. He felt his chi and blood surge. The Dragon's Gate elders took this opportunity to retreat, not daring to linger. An enraged Emperor Forsaken was truly too frightening. A single beam of divine light had forced back so many people. The smile on Emperor Forsaken's face did not diminish. He said softly, "I really miss the days when I was young. Back then, I didn't have any scruples. I showed off my abilities and killed whenever I wanted. But when you become a supreme being or a deity emperor, you're always overcautious and indecisive. Is that necessary? That old fart, the Thunder King, died long ago on the Kunlun Road. Why should I be so apprehensive? Indeed, 100 years, 200 years, or 1,000 years. Emperor Forsaken hadn't really made a move yet because the existence of the Thunder King had suppressed him for too long. Thinking back to the past, when he was young, he was also full of vigor, having his own golden years. There had been battles where swords and blades dripped with blood, battles where life and death hung in the balance. He didn't get to where he was today by living like a prince. It was because of his unparalleled talent and his decisiveness in killing. Beneath every throne were piles of corpses and boundless blood. Naturally, the deity race's supreme throne was no exception. Why did the Holy Lord present stand up and greet him respectfully the moment they saw him? Of course, it was because of Xiao Chen's strength. It was because he had seen how cold-blooded and emotionless this deity emperor was when he was young. It was not just because of the deity emperor's empty title. As Xiao Chen spoke, he suddenly threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. Before Xiao Chen could prepare, this palm strike struck him, sending him flying into the air and vomiting a large mouthful of blood. Too weak. Xiao Chen, you are still not strong enough. I only used 50% of my strength in this palm strike, and you can't even see my shadow. Emperor Forsaken remained standing where he was, a smile on his face. It was like he had never moved at all and had always been there. Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and looked at Emperor Forsaken. A trace of shock flashed in his eyes. Xiao Chen really could not see Xiao Chen at all. He did not even know how he attacked. Furthermore, the force was unbelievably strong. If Xiaochen possessed great Tao energy and negated most of the force, this palm strike would have smashed him to death. The strong are revered in the world. I like to reason with people. However, there are times when I do not like to do so, such as now. An aura that looked down on the world spread out from Emperor Forsaken's body, putting immense pressure on everyone. You have to be clear about who is speaking to you. It is me, Emperor Forsaken. I am not begging you to receive 3 moves from me. This is an order that you cannot defy. A faint sound of wind appeared. Emperor Forsaken's second palm strike arrived. This time, Xiaochen did not relax at all. In the time it took for a spark to fly, he condensed the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram in front of him. The instant the Taiji Yin-Yang flame diagram formed, it broke before it could fully form. Xiaochen's heart sank. Without much time to think, he executed the fish dragon art. Xiaochen's body was like a fish in water, changing in thousands of ways. He was like a fish in water, nimble and ever-changing, flickering endlessly. In that instant, thousands of afterimages appeared, real and fake, real and fake. No one could tell them apart. Emperor Forsaken's eyes lit up. He smiled and said, "Interesting. You do have some strength. However, that is all." In Xiaochen's eyes, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike suddenly became infinitely large, airtight. There was nowhere for him to escape to. Bang! After being struck again, Xiaochen's body soared into the air and went flying back. Xiaochen was a fish. It was like he was in the sea. However, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike directly overturned the entire sea. Emperor Forsaken used absolute strength to knock Xiaochen, who was more skilled, into the air. Tyrannical. This was true tyranny. Not bad at all. Xiaochen, you can be proud. I already used 70% of my strength in this palm strike. It has been many years since I used such strength. I am really not used to it. Emperor Forsaken appeared where he was again. As he watched Xiaochen fly back, he did not continue attacking. Emperor Forsaken, don't go overboard. Unexpectedly, Emperor Forsaken sent out palm strike after palm strike. A murderous intent flashed on Enchanting's face. Just as Xiaochen was about to step forward, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God blocked him with cold smiles. Don't block him. Let him come over. Emperor Forsaken casually turned around and looked at Enchanting. What's wrong? Are you sure you want to receive 3 palm strikes from me? Against you, I won't be as lenient as I am now. As a prime, you should be very clear on my strength. If you had another 100 years, perhaps you might be able to fight me to a draw. However, right now, you really cannot receive 3 palm strikes from me at full power. The rash Enchanting calmed down. Emperor Forsaken was right. If the other party used his full power, the first palm strike could defeat Xiaochen. The second palm strike could severely injure Xiaochen. As for the third palm strike, Xiaochen might not be able to receive it. This was not a true duel. Xiaochen had to receive the other party's moves. The one who passively received the attacks would be at a disadvantage. Furthermore, Emperor Forsaken's strength was already on par with the Thunder King's in the first place, only slightly weaker. Xiaochen was indeed much stronger than Xiaochen. He definitely lived up to his reputation as the strongest person of the Kunlun realm. Even so, Xiaochen had to receive it. This was his responsibility as a big brother. After thinking for a while, Enchanting made his decision. He said calmly, "I'm sure, there is one more palm strike. I'll receive it." However, before Xiaochen finished speaking, a resonant voice interrupted him. Xiaochen, who had been smashed into the rubble, pushed aside everything in his way and vomited a mouthful of blood. Shao Chen revealed a determined expression as he looked calmly at Emperor Forsaken, showing neither joy nor sorrow. Shao Chen. Ing Zongtian could not help feeling anxious. How could Shao Chen endure Emperor Forsaken's third palm strike in his current state? An expression of admiration flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. He smiled and said, "You have ambition and a good mental state. For you to be able to defeat Wook, it is not as simple as look." With one glance, Emperor Forsaken could tell that Shao Chen's mental state had already recovered its calm, entering a state of combat. Given Shao Chen's current state, he might really be able to receive the first palm strike's might. Whoosh! Whoosh! Just at this moment, 3 figures descended from the sky. They were the Bright Moon Empress, the Myriad Law Fiend Master, and the Cyclic Astral Lord, who originally did not intend to show themselves. When the 3 giants of the deity Dao Union appeared, these 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean sensed it and had been observing silently. Due to various reasons, they originally did not want to show themselves. Now, they had no choice but to do so. Deity Sovereign, there is no need to use the third palm strike. Why the need to compete with a junior? The might of 2 palm strikes is already sufficient to help the Divine Sun vent his anger. The Cyclic Astral Lord lowered his stance and advised. The Bright Moon Empress also said, "Big Brother Qitian, it is already like this. Let's just forget about it. It is not easy for you to personally come to the heavenly starry ocean. Come to my lunar palace and sit for a while." The Myriad Law Fiend Master sighed softly and said, "Deity Sovereign, when we were young, we had some friendship. Let's just forget about the third palm strike." The 3 primes respected Emperor Forsaken's strength. They advised him gently, giving him a way out of this embarrassing situation, hoping that he would stop here. However, if Shao Chen really did not give any face, no matter how strong the deity sovereign was, the 3 primes would step forward. There was a saying, after all is said and done, it is time to meet swords and sabers. Emperor Forsaken showed an uncertain expression. It was impossible to tell whether he was happy, angry, sad, or joyful. No one knew what he was thinking. Would he use the third palm strike or not? Everyone looked anxiously at Emperor Forsaken, the strongest prime of the Kunlun realm, waiting for his decision. However, the development of the matter seemed somewhat unexpected. It seemed like no one had considered Shao Chen's thoughts. Chapter 1482. After a moment of silence, Emperor Forsaken finally opened his mouth and said, "All right, since so many of my friends have advised me, then I won't make a move. This debt can be considered written off." Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Emperor Forsaken was invincible. Unless it was a crucial moment, no one was willing to fight with him. Being able to obtain such a result was also a fluke. Write it off. Emperor Forsaken, I have never thought of writing things off with you. Shao Chen, who was seriously injured and had a pale complexion, suddenly opened his mouth and said those words. In an instant, everyone's hearts were in their throats again. What was Shao Chen trying to do? Big Brother Shao. Mo Chen felt very anxious as she sent a voice projection to Shao Chen, hoping that he would not act rashly. Don't worry, I have my own plans. Shao Chen replied casually. However, he did not stop. Instead, he took another step forward. Emperor Forsaken's face darkened as he said indifferently, "Looks like I still have to make my move." Shao Chen, don't be rash. Everyone quickly tried to dissuade Shao Chen, not wanting him to do anything drastic. Shao Chen remained very calm. He said calmly, "I was not rash. I am very clear on what I am doing. The debt between me and the deity Dao Union will not be written off. He, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, will not really stop because of this. Today, you can find an excuse for me to injure the Divine Sun. Tomorrow, you can find an excuse for me to kill the Divine Sun. The day after tomorrow, you can come up with a new excuse. As long as you have an excuse, you can make me receive 3 palm strikes and come and go as you please. Xiao Chen's words were like a clap of thunder on the flat ground, powerful and resonant, shaking people's hearts. The truth revealed in his words was a little sad, but in a world where the strong were respected, Xiao Chen's words were not wrong at all. Although the possibility was not high, as long as Emperor Forsaken was the strongest in Kunlun, he could find trouble with Xiao Chen at any time, regardless of any rules. This is a sad and cruel fact. It wasn't that many people hadn't thought of this, but they all chose to ignore it. They just wanted to send away the god of plague, Emperor Forsaken, as soon as possible. Although you seem to make a lot of sense, there are many places in this world where I can come and go as I please. There are also places that I can't go casually. Unfortunately, your dragon sect is not one of them. Emperor Forsaken's expression did not change. He was calm and unruffled as he spoke in an incomparably overbearing manner. The corner of Xiao Chen's mouth curled into a mocking smile as he sneered, "Is that so? Either you kill me today, or you can forget about walking out of the Dragon Gate." Emperor Forsaken laughed. "Interesting. If I want to leave, can you stop me?" "I can't stop him, but I don't mind taking a trip to the God realm. The blade in my hand doesn't mind slaughtering the people of the realm of the gods. As long as I want to, in 100 years or 1,000 years, your god race will sooner or later be exterminated by me." Xiao Chen's gaze turned gloomy as he enunciated every word coldly and emotionlessly. Emperor Forsaken's heart skipped a beat. The image of Xiao Chen hiding in a different place after every 1,000 people he killed appeared in his mind. If Xiao Chen continued killing for 100 years or 1,000 years, just thinking about it made one tremble in fear. Not just anyone could threaten Emperor Forsaken like this. However, Xiao Chen could. If he wanted to hide his identity, Emperor Forsaken would not be able to discover him. The cold wind whistled, and everyone felt a chill hit them, causing their bodies to feel cold for no reason. "Do you really want to die that much?" Emperor Forsaken's aura strengthened continuously, pressing down on Xiao Chen. Heavy clouds churned in the sky. It looked like the sky was sinking. With every moment it sank, the pressure on Xiao Chen increased. It was like a volcano about to erupt. Everyone felt a horrifying energy accumulating in the place. Once it erupted, it would unleash an earth-shattering energy. Who is not afraid of death? Who does not love life? If I were not at a dead end, I would not have to do this. Like now, you can slap my face whenever you want. What is the point of me, Xiao Chen, living? A warrior could be killed, but not humiliated. Everyone had their pride. Xiao Chen considered himself a martial artist. Before the heavenly Tao, he was as insignificant as an ant. However, even a lowly existence had its own pride. Emperor Forsaken clearly saw Xiao Chen's rise today and purposely came to slap his face. Furthermore, it was clear that Emperor Forsaken had succeeded. With 2 effortless palm strikes, Xiao Chen could not resist at all. At the banquet of the Dragon's Gate's re-establishment, these 2 palm strikes were like 2 resounding slaps, ruthlessly slapping Xiao Chen, who was about to preach the Tao. The various primes stepped forward to plead for leniency, giving Emperor Forsaken face once again. They appeared amiable, but in reality, they only increased the might of the slap. Was it interesting? To Emperor Forsaken, of course, it was interesting. How could it be boring to teach one how to be a person, slap one's face, then put on a humble appearance and leave elegantly? However, it was really boring. To Xiao Chen, it was not interesting at all. You can play with me, but don't play with me. If it were in the past, the difference between us would be too great, like an ant and an elephant. An ant challenging an elephant was seeking its own death, so Xiao Chen had no choice but to accept it. However, it was different now. Although there was a difference between Xiao Chen and Emperor Forsaken, it was not as exaggerated as the difference between an ant and an elephant. Xiao Chen's pride would not allow him to be humiliated by others with such a difference. Just this once, I will not accept it. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he said indifferently, "You are the one who forced me. This is not what I asked for or what I wanted. However, everyone has their own principles and bottom line. I would rather pay with my life." This fellow, Emperor Forsaken, clenched his fist tightly, cracking his knuckles. Was he forcing him to kill someone? However, he could not kill Xiao Chen now. The group of primes already gave him sufficient face. If he forcefully made a move, both sides would end up severely injured. No one would be able to escape. However, if he did not kill Xiao Chen, could it be that he had to apologize to this fellow? The top prime of the Kunlun realm fell into a dilemma, speechless for a while. When the crowd saw this scene, they could not help feeling shocked. Under the pressure of Emperor Forsaken's strong aura, Xiao Chen was actually able to remain so resilient, forcing Emperor Forsaken into speechlessness. Immediately, everyone whispered to each other. As they looked at Emperor Forsaken, they could not help revealing playful expressions. Even the top prime of the Kunlun realm was not omnipotent. This is great. This is too much. Let's see how you deal with this. What exactly do you want? After the stalemate lasted for a long time, Emperor Forsaken finally chose to take a step back. His aura still made it difficult for everyone to breathe, the pressure was like a mountain. However, Emperor Forsaken's tone was clearly weaker than before. Xiao Chen said calmly, "It's very simple. Just send out another palm strike. No matter what the result of this palm strike is, you will not be able to escape. No matter what the result is, from today onwards, you are not allowed to use such lousy excuses to attack me. I don't mind you attacking me. If you want to kill me, just have a fair fight. In the future, if I want to kill you, it will definitely be a fair fight. It will not be like today. I do not ask for much. I only want one word, respect." Xiao Chen's white robes fluttered in the wind. His fine black hair flowed like a waterfall, fluttering about wantonly. No one expected Xiao Chen's final request to be so simple. Xiao Chen's request was so simple, just respect. I do not want you to do anything. I just want you to send out a third palm strike. From today onwards, do not look down on me. Whoosh! Xiao Chen suddenly drew the lunar shadow saber, giving off a gentle glow. At the same time, an oath stone flew out of the universe ring. The oath stone spun rapidly as it flew towards Emperor Forsaken. Whoosh! 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 Countless pairs of eyes looked at Emperor Forsaken, at the strongest expert of the Kunlun realm. Even experts like the Cyclic Astral Lord, the Bright Moon Empress, and the Myriad Law Fiend Master were no exception. The meaning in their gazes was not just to see how Xiao Chen would decide. Instead, it was a kind of pressure. It was a silent declaration that although Emperor Forsaken was strong, he had to send out a third palm strike today. Emperor Forsaken stretched out his hand, and the oath stone spun around in his palm. It gave off a strong wind that made his long hair flutter. When Emperor Forsaken raised his head and looked at the other party, he had a misconception for some reason. His aura clearly suppressed Xiao Chen's. However, no matter how he looked at it, the other party was looking down on him. Chapter 1483. Emperor Forsaken revealed a bitter smile. Then, he grabbed the oath stone and said, "I, Qitian, in the name of the Divine Sovereign, swear to the heavens that I will send out another palm strike. After this palm strike, I will absolutely not use any excuse to attack anyone from the Dragon's Gate." Whoosh! The oath stone turned into a boundless light and entered Emperor Forsaken's body. Then, he quickly sent out another palm strike at lightning speed. This palm strike was incredibly fast. The number of people who could see it clearly could be counted on two hands. The heavy clouds in the sky turned golden with a whoosh, spreading out for 5,000 kilometers around. Instantly, golden light burst forth for 5,000 kilometers around, dazzling and resplendent. It was not over yet. The golden clouds suddenly gathered into a huge statue of a deity. That statue was dazzling and smooth like it was made of gold. The clouds in the sky vanished. The sun, moon, and stars were no longer obstructed, appearing before everyone's eyes. It was like one could pluck the stars just by stretching out one's hand. The huge statue of a deity exuded a supreme might, creating a misconception. It was like it had descended from the darkest depths of the universe, sending down a divine punishment. Starry heaven's divine palm. Qitian is really not showing any mercy this time. When Enchanting saw this scene, his heart sank, and he frowned heavily. The huge statue followed Emperor Forsaken and sent out a palm strike at Xiaoqin as well. Whoosh! Before the palm strike arrived, the palm wind already arrived. The strong pressure caused space to distort. Many people who could not dodge in time felt their skin tear, and blood oozed out. Horror flashed in their eyes. Then, with a loud boom, they were all sent flying far away. Xiaoqin narrowed his eyes. He could not block this palm strike at all. Even if it was a dermic world, it would shatter. This was a palm strike that Emperor Forsaken did not show any mercy, a palm strike with 100% of his power. Among the many primes present, no one dared to say that they could receive this palm strike without getting injured, let alone Xiaoqin. If Xiaoqin received it head-on, he would definitely die. There was only one way to break this palm strike, the state of cycle, reversing time and space, returning to the past. Back to the moment when Emperor Forsaken grabbed the Oath Stone. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance. It went without saying how difficult it was to execute the Samsara chop in front of Emperor Forsaken. But if he wanted to live, this was the only way. Fight! In his sea of consciousness, the reincarnation heart shone brightly and continuously rotated. Samsara power filled Xiaoqian's body. Massacre, destruction, pain, grief, despair, and death. All kinds of concepts turned into vast illusions that flashed around Xiaoqin. Just as that palm was about to touch Xiaoqin, Xiaoqin roared furiously and unleashed his state of cycle. Xiaoqin swung the transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executing the cycle chop. Then, he leaped up bravely. Puchi! Endless resistance assaulted him. Xiaoqin felt extreme pain. The past had already happened. Reversing spacetime and traveling to the past faced greater resistance than traveling to the future. The resistance from spacetime pressed down on Xiaoqian's physical body. His bones crackled, the sound of bones shattering. How difficult! I can't cross it at all. Emperor Forsaken's existence made the pressure from spacetime even stronger. Xiaoqin felt that his body might shatter in the instant he crossed. In reality, Emperor Forsaken's palm strike was already only 2 centimeters away from Xiaoqin. In the next moment, it would land on Xiaoqian's chest. Given the might of this palm strike, it was possible that Xiaoqin would die without a complete corpse, falling on the spot. The expressions of Enchanting and the others changed dramatically, their hearts pounding. Tao! Just at the crucial moment, the light of the great Tao appeared behind Xiaoqin. Then, it surrounded the lunar shadow saber. This great Tao energy came from the saber Tao in the first place. When it infused into the lunar shadow saber, its might would multiply. Enchanting's heart sank. What is Xiaoqin trying to do? Trying to perish together with Emperor Forsaken? This is too naive. Although this saber strike is strong, it will only severely injure Emperor Forsaken at best. It will not deal a fatal blow. The expressions of the Bright Moon Empress and the others also changed drastically at this moment. Everyone who could clearly see the trajectory of Emperor Forsaken's attack felt their hearts in their throats, they simply could not bear to watch. Boom! However, what happened in the next moment exceeded everyone's expectations. The might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike suddenly weakened. The light of the great Tao on Xiao Chen's body vanished. The palm wind landed on Xiao Chen's chest and knocked him into the air. Xiao Chen's internal organs instantly ruptured. After he fell to the ground, he slid back 1 kilometer. His complexion paled, drained of blood. Xiao Chen vomited a mouthful of blood. He stabbed the saber in his right hand into the ground and said sullenly, "Many thanks to Emperor Forsaken for teaching me. How can this be?" Upon seeing this scene, everyone was in disbelief. To think that Xiao Chen did not die. Although Xiao Chen was in a sorry state, severely injured, and weak, he managed to receive Emperor Forsaken's full power palm strike. What exactly happened? For the might of Emperor Forsaken's palm strike to decrease by half. Whoosh! 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 Countless gazes landed on the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign, thinking that he had shown mercy. However, when these gazes landed on Emperor Forsaken's face, they saw a faint saber wound on the smooth right side of Emperor Forsaken's face. Blood seeped out of it. A saber wound. When did Emperor Forsaken get struck by this saber? Why did I not see it? One flew back 1 kilometer, finding it difficult to even stand up. The other had a flourishing aura with only a faint saber wound on his face. The victor of this palm strike and who won were easy to determine. However, the victorious Emperor Forsaken showed an incredibly sullen expression, looking even more unsightly than the injured Xiao Chen. Emperor Forsaken showed a sullen expression, not saying a word as he quickly left this place with his hands behind his back. "I will abide by my oath. From today on, I will give you and the people of the Dragon's Gate the respect you deserve." These emotionless words came from Emperor Forsaken's mouth. No one could understand why he was in such a bad mood. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God felt confused. However, when they saw Emperor Forsaken leave, they could not remain here any longer, so they quickly followed. 500 kilometers away, above the ocean, the 3 giants of the deity Tao Union looked at the distant heavenly star island without saying a word. "Qitian, what's with that palm strike earlier? Why did its might suddenly weaken at the end?" the Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not help asking, unable to understand. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God could not understand as well. He said calmly, "I can tell that you did not weaken it on purpose. Instead, you suddenly weakened it in a rush. Such a last-minute change in moves is a great taboo for the attacker. The backlash from the palm strike is not a good feeling." Emperor Forsaken's expression turned sullen. He said indifferently, "If I say that I do not know why either, would you believe me?" The moment Xiao Chen said that, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor showed expressions of disbelief. "That's impossible. As the person involved, how could you not know why your palm strike weakened?" the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God retorted loudly, not believing Xiao Chen at all. Emperor Forsaken stretched out his hand and touched the wound on his face. As he looked at the blood on his fingertips, he asked indifferently, "What's impossible about that? Do the two of you know how I got that wound on my face?" This. When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God heard that, they did not know what to say. Indeed, they did not see how the wound on the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God's face came about. It was clearly a saber wound. However, they really did not see how Xiao Chen had drawn his saber. How many years had it been since Emperor Forsaken was injured? How many years had it been since he had seen his own blood? As Emperor Forsaken looked at the blood on his fingertips, he felt very emotional. He remained silent for a long time. There was always someone better. This Kunlun realm was just an abandoned land. Xiao Chen had no idea what the true Great World was like. The phrase, "frog in a well," was used to describe him. "Should we change the plan?" the Dongyue Ghost Emperor asked cautiously. Emperor Forsaken flicked his finger to get rid of the blood on his fingertips. Then, he said, we will not change it. The three of us do not need to return. We will just watch here and wait for him to come out. I believe that when he comes out, he will definitely head in the direction of the Blue Dragon Palace. The original plan was for Emperor Forsaken to come here to deal a blow to Xiao Qin and humiliate Xiao Qin. To let Xiao Qin know that there was always someone better and that he was not strong enough. After being humiliated, for the sake of raising his strength, Xiao Qin would definitely head to the Blue Dragon Palace. Emperor Forsaken was an ambitious and ruthless person. Naturally, he would not just come over to humiliate Xiao Qin. Emperor Forsaken could not wait. He wanted to use practical actions to speed up Xiao Qin's trip to the Blue Dragon Palace. However, it looked like the one who was truly humiliated and dealt a blow was not Xiao Qin but himself. Chapter 1484. When Emperor Forsaken said that the three of them were not going to leave and were going to stay here and guard the place, Emperor Forsaken was stunned. A strange glint flashed across the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes. After concealing it carefully, he said, we're going to stand guard here. Wasn't the plan to just send experts to guard this place? Who do we think we are? Do we need to personally guard this place? The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned and said, Ghost Monarch, your way of thinking is not good. However, the current Xiao Qin cannot be underestimated. Sending someone else would not be enough. No, I still have something to do. I need to go back. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor explained. Then, he looked at Emperor Forsaken and said, Qitian, I'll go back first. If Xiao Qin does anything, I'll meet you at the Blue Dragon Palace. What do you think? Emperor Forsaken pondered for a while and then said, what's so urgent? Isn't it the same if you're here? You can also send a message to your subordinates, right? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor smiled. It's not a big deal, but I have to make a trip myself. I'm sorry. When Emperor Forsaken saw the situation, he did not question further or force the issue. He said casually, do as you see fit. In any case, the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace will definitely allow us to break through our shackles and leave the Kunlun realm. I know. Once I have news, I will immediately rush to the Blue Dragon Palace to meet up with you. After saying that, the Ghost Emperor turned into a beam of light and left quickly. The heaven-punishing corpse god looked in the direction the Dongyue Ghost Emperor left and asked in confusion, what's so urgent? As a prime, you don't interfere with the management of the sect. Why would you need to deal with something personally? Emperor Forsaken let out a meaningful laugh and said, Xingtian, I'm afraid you don't know, but I received news 3 days ago. He had a confrontation with Xiao Qin in the ghost domain, and they almost got into a fight. It was only after Zongtian arrived that the matter was left unsettled. Why didn't he tell us about this? The heaven-punishing corpse god's expression changed slightly, feeling somewhat angry. He probed, could it be a small matter? That's why I did not say it. Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, at first, I thought it was just a small matter. However, after some investigation, I found something interesting. What is it? Zhuang Jinghe, do you know this person? Of course, Xing Tian did not know this Zhuang Jinghe. So, Emperor Forsaken told him about this person's origins and some of his deeds on Heavenly Star Island. Zhuang Jinghe's matters in the sea region around Heavenly Star Island were easy to investigate. With the deity sovereign's means, it would not be difficult at all. Xidigarba. The heaven-punishing corpse god immediately understood. Zhuang Jinghe did not know, but the Xidigarba Bodhisattva, who was connected to Zhuang Jinghe, did. He left in a hurry. Is he trying to collude with the Xidigarba Bodhisattva? The heaven-punishing corpse god asked angrily. Emperor Forsaken shook his head. I'm not sure. We still don't know what kind of existence Xidigarba Bodhisattva is. However, knowing one thing is enough. The Ghost Monarch is hiding something from us. Furthermore, it is not a small matter. What should we do, then? Clearly, the heaven-punishing corpse god did not understand these little schemes. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "He is not qualified to play tricks with me. If everything is just a guess, then it would be fine. If it is true, humph. I have plenty of ways to deal with him." The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat. He said sullenly, "Chitian, I did not play any tricks with you. I have always been a straightforward person and admire your strength. When we worked together, we always treated each other sincerely. I know that. Otherwise, I would not be telling you about this." Emperor Forsaken continued, "Let me tell you one more thing. Where did the wound on my face come from?" The heaven-punishing corpse god felt startled. It turned out that Chitian knew how this wound came about but was unwilling to tell the ghost monarch. If I guessed right, Xiaoqin comprehended the legendary state of cycle. He can already reverse time and space, the past and the future, traveling through the cycle of cycles. Emperor Forsaken casually explained Xiaoqian's ability. This fellow is a little too horrifying." The heaven-punishing corpse god thought about it and trembled in fear. Emperor Forsaken smiled and said, "There is no need to be too nervous. The state of cycle is extremely difficult to cultivate. Furthermore, the state of cycle is not the state of time, after all. He has only grasped a little of it. Given our strength, it will not be difficult to break it." After saying that, Xiaoqin told the heaven-punishing corpse god how to deal with this move. When the heaven-punishing corpse god heard that, he revealed an expression of understanding. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not know about it yet. If the heaven-punishing corpse god ran into Xiaoqin, he might suffer a great loss. With this thought, the heaven-punishing corpse god could not help marveling at the brilliance of Emperor Forsaken's methods. When necessary, he could use this to kill with a borrowed knife. However, that brat, Xiaoqin, is very skilled at hiding himself. I'm afraid that even if we keep watching, we might not be able to find him." Emperor Forsaken revealed a worried expression and said, "There is no need for you to ask too much about this. I have my ways of finding out where he is." The two's conversation ended. On the other side, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had no idea that he had already aroused the God Emperor's vigilance. Hence, he was currently rushing to the ghost domain. Half a day later, the Ghost Emperor rushed to the Yellow Springs Hell at his fastest speed and met with the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva again. After explaining his purpose, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva said, "You have not done what you promised me." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face sank. He said coldly, "Do you think that Enchanting is that easy to deal with? How could I possibly think of a solution in 2 or 3 days? I will definitely do what I promised you. However, you have to help me. The Blue Dragon Palace concerns the secret of the Qing Emperor's rise. Xiaoqin will be entering it soon. This is a rare opportunity." At the mention of the Qing Emperor, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's expression changed slightly. He looked at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor and asked, "Who told you that?" The Ghost Emperor smiled coldly in his heart. It looks like this old fellow was truly afraid of the Qing Emperor back then. Otherwise, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva would not have shown such an expression just because of a title. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not speak bluntly. "If I do not obtain any benefits and Xiaoqin becomes the second Qing Emperor, your outcome will be the most miserable. You dare to threaten me?" The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva snorted coldly when he heard this. Then, he exuded a Buddhist might. His eyes widened like the eyes of a Buddha, exuding might without being angry. The Ghost Emperor's heart sank. This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's strength seemed to have improved significantly compared to half a year ago. It was hard to imagine how strong the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was at his peak. It is not a threat. Right now, we are in the same boat. If I become stronger, it will be easier for me to help you refine the sins in Meteor Trail City. When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he scattered his Buddhist might and remained silent. After a long time, he finally made his decision. "All right, I promise you. How do you want me to help you?" The Ghost Emperor revealed a smile on his face. "I want you to come with me to the Blue Dragon Palace. At that time, you and I will work together, one in the open and one in the dark. After that, we will act according to the situation. Unless it is absolutely necessary, do not fall out with the God Sovereign." When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he hesitated for a long time. Right now, his strength had not recovered to its peak yet. He was not willing to get involved in this matter. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was very ambitious. He did not want to fall in the Blue Dragon Palace. If anything went wrong, he would regret it for life. The Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was not in a rush to agree. He changed the topic and said, "Let me ask you something. How strong is Xiaoqin now?" The Ghost Emperor answered honestly, "He should be unrivaled under Prime. In a one-on-one fight with someone like the three Holy Masters, it would be very difficult to defeat him." Xiaoqin received 3 palm strikes from the God Sovereign. Not only did he not die, but he even injured Emperor Forsaken. "All right, I promise you. Remember your promise." When the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva heard this, he quickly made his decision. This surprised the Ghost Emperor. However, after thinking about it, the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva understood. This Kittagarbha Bodhisattva was afraid that Xiaoqin would become the second Qing Emperor. How strong was the Qing Emperor back then for the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva to fear him so? The secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace piqued the Kittagarbha Bodhisattva's interest. He was not willing to be someone else's subordinate and be at the mercy of Emperor Forsaken. "It is settled, then. When Qitian sends news, I will head to the Blue Dragon Palace with you." Chapter 1485. On Heavenly Star Island, after Emperor Forsaken left, the other honored guests took their leave. After such a farce, Xiaoqin was severely injured and was no longer fit to speak about the Tao. However, this farce allowed everyone to truly witness Xiaoqin's strength. Before the primes left, they all more or less left behind their treasured medicinal pills for Xiaoqin, expressing their concern and taking sides. However, Xiaoqin was no longer in the mood to think about these minor matters. Emperor Forsaken's 3 palm strikes showed him the difference between himself and a prime. This was especially so for the final saber strike. Xiaoqin reversed time and space, traveling to the past. In the end, this peak saber strike only left a tiny saber mark on Emperor Forsaken's face. Thinking about it, Xiaoqin felt really sad. When he passed through, his body would be damaged. However, the result of summoning him back was a little unworthy of him. After the few Supremes checked Xiaoqin's injuries one after another and found that there were no fatal injuries, they took their leave. Given Xiaoqin's current cultivation, as long as it was not a fatal injury, he could recover quickly with the aid of miraculous medicinal pills and his physical body. There was no need to worry too much. All the primes had left. Only Enchanting remained. "Big brother Ing, there is no need to worry. I will recover after recuperating for a while," Xiaoqin answered as he stood up. Enchanting smiled and said, "Are you chasing me away? Originally, I came here intending to give you something. Now, it looks like I'll keep it for myself." "What is it?" Xiaoqin could not help asking out of curiosity. "The Martial God Medallion. The Martial God Medallion that the Thunder King gave me. It allows me to control the entire Bushan Palace," Enchanting said, enunciating every word with a serious expression. When Xiaoqin heard that, he was stunned. The Dragon's Gate elders beside him were startled as well. Clearly, they had not expected Enchanting to hand the Martial God Medallion to Xiaoqin. "There is no need to worry. I already changed my mind. You are already under enough pressure. I'll give you some more pressure." If it's really not good, you should just focus on recuperating. I really didn't expect that Big Brother would think so highly of me, Xiaochen said with a wry smile, but I really don't have the heart to take charge of Bushan Palace. But if Bushan Palace needs me, I will be the first to rush over. Ing Zongtian revealed a gratified expression. He nodded and said, you must have gained a lot from the battle with Emperor Forsaken. I will remain on Heavenly Star Island for this period of time. If you need anything, you can ask me anytime. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up and a look of joy appeared on his face. Thank you, Big Brother Ing. After I recover from my injuries, I will definitely seek your guidance. All right, I'll be waiting. Ing Zongtian laughed and agreed without hesitation. Exchanging blows with the current Xiao Qin was exactly what he wanted. 3 days later. At the summit of the Dragon's Gates mountain, Xiao Qin stood alone. Xiao Qin managed to receive 3 palm strikes from Emperor Forsaken, even forcing the other party to make an oath. To others, this was an incredible matter, ruthlessly dampening Emperor Forsaken's spirit. However, to Xiao Qin, it was indescribable bitterness in his heart. Xiao Qin was very clear on the difference between him and Emperor Forsaken. Simply put, it was cultivation. The other party's cultivation was much higher than his. However, Xiao Chen's cultivation remained stagnant, with no room for improvement. As long as the Emperor's door of an emperor did not open, Xiao Chen's cultivation could not improve. Xiao Chen stood up and looked at the clouds around the summit. He muttered to himself, could it be that my cultivation will remain stagnant for the rest of my life, unable to improve? That was truly tragic. If his cultivation did not improve, he would not be a match for Emperor Forsaken even if he had another 100 years. That day, when he received the second palm from Emperor Forsaken, he already understood. His martial arts skills were no weaker than the other parties, and with sufficient cultivation, he could easily receive the attack. However, it was a pity that the other party used brute force to overcome his technique. No matter how he struggled, he was unable to dodge the palm strike. As for being able to receive the third palm strike, it was a complete fluke. At the last moment, the power of the Great Path burst forth with full force. Only then did he manage to break through the space and time in front of Emperor Forsaken. If he hadn't disrupted the other party's rhythm, the might of the third palm strike would have definitely killed him. Whoosh! An air-piercing sound rang out, and a person suddenly appeared beside him. Xiao Chen didn't need to guess to know who this person was. Ing Zongtian was the only one who could come to his side without making a sound and arouse his vigilance. Little brother Xiao Chen, what's wrong? Are you still vexed about that battle? Ing Zongtian said consolingly as he patted Xiao Chen's shoulder with a smile on his face. Xiao Chen nodded and sighed softly, I feel like I've reached a bottleneck. Furthermore, I can't see any hope of defeating Emperor Forsaken. Ing Zongtian was not surprised. Many of the 9 Heaven Emperor Wu of the Kunlun realm would end up like Xiao Qin if they could not break through to Prime. There was clearly a path ahead, but it was blocked. Their cultivation stopped, unable to advance. No matter how hard they tried, they could not advance. It was not because of themselves but because there were no more paths in the Kunlun realm. Even if one was one of those 1 in 10,000 cultivators, they would soon reach a bottleneck after advancing to Prime. This was the sorrow of all the cultivators of the Kunlun realm. This was an indescribable sorrow for all the cultivators born in the abandoned land. Now, you should understand what I said to you back then, right? Ing Zongtian sighed as he withdrew his smile. Back then, when Ing Zongtian learned of Xiao Chen's identity, he immediately chose to stand behind Xiao Qin. It was because Ing Zongtian thought highly of Xiao Qin and believed that he could surpass Prime. At that time, Ing Zongtian was just like Xiao Qin now, sad and helpless. I understand. Big Brother's words from back then are still fresh in my memory. Might I ask the heavens if there is a martial god after Prime? When Xiao Qin recalled the past, he felt somewhat rueful. Unexpectedly, in a few short years, he encountered the same problem as Immortal. Immortal revealed a grave expression on his handsome face. He sighed softly, "Martial god. That is so far away. Perhaps this martial god is just our imagination, looking at the sky from the bottom of a well, thinking that the world is only so big." "Big brother Ing, why the need to be so pessimistic?" Xiaoqin consoled. Immortal smiled and said, "Let's not talk about this for now. Your injuries should have healed by now, right? I came here today to tell you that Emperor Forsaken is not as difficult to defeat as you think. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign is not as hard to defeat as you imagine him to be. In reality, I do not wish for you to make him your target at all." Xiaoqin revealed a shocked expression. This was unexpected. "Why? In that battle 3 days ago, you felt that you were in a sorry state. Actually, he was in an even worse state. He is just a pitiful worm. So what if he is the strongest person of the Kunlun realm? Once he leaves this abandoned land, he is nothing." Immortal revealed a mocking expression as he continued, "Don't set him as your target. He is just a coward who does not even dare to take the Kunlun road. The gap between you and him is not as big as you think." Xiaoqin smiled bitterly and said, "However, right now, I cannot improve my cultivation at all." Immortal interrupted Xiaoqin and asked, "How many strands of primordial energy do you think I have?" "Rumor has it that a prime has more than 10,000 strands of primordial energy." Immortal guffawed when he heard this. "Nonsense. If I really have that many, do you think this body of mine can withstand it?" When Xiaoqin heard this, he was stunned. He had not considered this question before. How strong would a physical body be if there was so much primordial energy gathered in one's body? Let me tell you. Like you, a prime only has 1,000 strands of primordial energy. Immortal continued, "Emperor Wu of the 9 heavens only has 900 strands of primordial energy. However, you have 1,000 strands. The moment you jumped off the Emperor's road, the shackles on your body were already broken." Xiaoqin asked in confusion, "In that case, why do I feel that the gap between my strength and Emperor Forsaken's has not changed? Could it be my misconception?" "It is not a misconception. It is real. Your state of cycle can support primordial energy. The great Tao that you comprehended can support primordial energy as well, increasing its might." Immortal crossed his arms and looked at Xiaoqin. "However, have you ever considered that Emperor Forsaken's power of faith and will of holy light can also support primordial energy?" When Xiaoqin heard this, he felt like he had been enlightened. Chapter 1486. Xiaoqin now understood. The gap between him and Emperor Forsaken was not in cultivation but in accumulations. The other party's cultivation of the power of faith and the will of holy light had already reached the limits. Every aspect had reached a level where they could no longer be improved. As for Xiaoqin's state of cycle and great Tao energy, he only scratched the surface. The might of his primordial energy could not compare to the other party's power of faith and the will of holy light. You understand now, right? The gap between you and Emperor Forsaken is not large. Defeating him is not difficult. However, do not make him your target. Your target should be set further. When Immortal saw the expression on Xiaoqin's face, he revealed a smile, knowing that Xiaoqin already understood. Actually, even if Xiaoqin knew, it would not solve much of the problem. The main thing was not to leave a shadow in Xiaoqin's heart. If a shadow was left behind and became a knot in Xiaoqin's heart, then it would truly be over. Immortal smiled and said, "During this period, I will remain on this mountain. If you have anything you do not understand, you can ask me for guidance at any time." Xiaoqin performed a cup-fist salute and said, "Many thanks, big brother. You are welcome." Immortal smiled faintly. Then, his figure flashed, vanishing from where he was. After understanding the problem, Xiaochen now had a direction to work on. Great Tao energy and the state of cycle were rather difficult to improve. Hence, Xiaochen had to focus on other aspects that were easier to cultivate. Then, he would cultivate them to the peak. That way, he would be able to increase the might of his primordial energy as well. With the help of the Thunder Immortal ancestor, the innate Thunder Crystal had already reached its peak. Xiaochen even comprehended the Thunder domain. Raising it further would be very difficult. Only the Will of Ice remained at small perfection, with a lot of room for improvement. Xiaochen entered the Saber's Sovereign Medallion and did his best to cultivate on the Ice Jade Bed in Panhuang Hall. This Ice Jade Bed had the same effect as the Lightning Pool, allowing one to quickly cultivate a certain will. Similarly, the pain of the cold was no less than the Lightning Pool. Boundless cold energy from the Ice Jade Bed seeped into Xiaochen's body. The Will of Ice in Xiaochen's Sea of Consciousness greedily absorbed this energy, quickly strengthening itself. Xiaochen's body shivered from the cold. He felt like his bones were completely frozen. For the first time, he lasted for half a day before he stopped. However, the second time, Xiaochen persisted for a week. By the time he came out, he had already become a popsicle. Gotcha! The instant he shattered the ice, his bones made cracking sounds, almost shattering. That feeling was like being bitten by 10,000 insects. After tasting it once, he did not want to try it a second time. However, Xiaochen still had to continue. He had only cultivated the Will of Ice to great perfection, not even to peak consummation. He was still far from cultivating the innate lightning crystal, so he could not afford to give up on it. Just like that, Xiaochen persisted in cultivating in the Saber's Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. Just like that, Xiaochen persisted in cultivating in the Saber's Sovereign Medallion for 2 months. When he came out, he had finally cultivated the Will of Ice to peak consummation. With a casual wave, the cold chi merged with the primordial energy and shot into the air. Space immediately froze. In the next moment, it shattered into countless pieces. Not bad. You comprehended it rather quickly. The destructive power of your primordial energy has improved by 10% compared to 2 months ago. Enchanting seemed to have been there all along. When he saw Xiaochen open his eyes, he immediately came out. 10%. With his cultivation at a standstill, Xiaochen was able to raise the might of his primordial energy by 10% in 2 months. This far surpassed Xiaochen's expectations. Xiaochen stood up and looked at Enchanting. A fighting spirit appeared in his eyes. Big brother, I would like to seek advice from you. Ha! I have been waiting for you to say that for a long time. Enchanting's fighting spirit blazed as well. He laughed boldly and said, remember to use your full power and not hold back. I will definitely not hold back. Of course. When facing Enchanting, Xiaochen had no choice but to use his full power. Otherwise, he might end up getting beaten up. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Xiaochen made the first move. Great Tao energy, innate thunder crystal, Will of Ice, and the state of cycle infused his primordial energy at the same time. Xiaochen casually threw a palm strike. Enchanting smiled faintly, and the light of the sun burst forth behind him as he countered with a palm strike as well. Boom! The 2 palms clashed. The two's clothes fluttered wildly, and their long hair fluttered. Unexpectedly, they were evenly matched. The power of this palm strike swept away all the clouds in the sky. When one looked up, one could see the starry sky. Whoosh! 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 The two quickly exchanged moves, flying higher and higher. Soon, they broke through the barrier of the sky and arrived among the stars in the universe. After 100 moves, the two each stood on an asteroid and faced each other from a distance. Big brother, this is the end of the probing. Receive my saber strike. Void-breaking stance. The 7 deadly sins merged into one. As Xiaochen held his divine weapon, he instantly executed the first move of the flawless saber technique. A light flashed in the starry heavens, and Xiaochen vanished. In the next moment, light burst forth. A saber light appeared in front of Enchanting. Enchanting smiled faintly, and a beam of light shot out from his palm. Then, a sun appeared. With a wave of his hand, Xiaochen charged forward. Boom! This palm strike directly knocked back the void-breaking stance in the starry heavens. Xiaochen spun in the air and swung his saber in a reverse grip, executing the flawless saber technique's second move, the dragon subduing stance. Saber light flashed as the flawless saber technique executed consecutively. When Enchanting received the 5th move, he found it somewhat difficult. Receive my palm strike as well. Light of the sun. Enchanting switched from defense to offense. He sent out a palm strike, and his body released a light comparable to the sun, looking incredibly dazzling in the starry heavens. Fireballs as bright as the sun flew out of Enchanting's palm, surging towards Xiaochen. Xiaochen's heart sank. He had seen Enchanting use this move on the heaven-punishing corpse god before. It was incredibly horrifying, one of Enchanting's killing moves. Flawless saber technique, heaven-swallowing stance. Xiaochen executed the strongest move of the flawless saber technique. As he held gluttony, he materialized the flawless saber technique's ultimate Tao, death. The fusion of gluttony and the death throne represented the end in silence. This was especially so for the materialized heaven-swallowing stance, which could swallow up all martial techniques. When the saber light landed, a huge void beast appeared behind Xiaochen. Then, it opened its mouth and swallowed up all the suns. Buzz! 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 The saber trembled continuously. The energy of the 1,000 suns made the heaven-swallowing stance hard to digest. Xiaochen found it hard to keep his grip on the saber. It looked like it would crumble at any moment. Whoosh! A light flashed, and Enchanting appeared before Xiaochen. Then, he threw a palm strike and knocked away the divine weapon in Xiaochen's hand. A huge explosion rang out as 1,000 suns exploded in the starry sky, blasting a small star into nothingness. You lost. Enchanting smiled faintly and stopped moving, no longer attacking. This battle had been very enjoyable. However, in the end, Xiaochen had indeed lost. Xiaochen's primordial energy was already no weaker than Enchanting's. However, he could not maintain it for long. First, he drained his great Tao energy, then his state of cycle. Only the innate thunder crystal and the will of ice remained to support his primordial energy. With such energy, when Xiaochen executed the final move of the flawless saber technique, he could not break Enchanting's light of the sun. If not for Enchanting reacting quickly and knocking away the divine weapon, Xiaochen would have been injured by the explosion. Although I lost this battle, I benefited greatly. Big Brother Ing, many thanks, Xiaochen said sincerely. Enchanting smiled faintly and said, we are family. There is no need to be so polite. When the two returned to Heavenly Star Island, they discovered that Imo-chan had already been waiting for them at the summit of the Dragon's Gate. Imo-chan, you waited for me for so long. Is something the matter? Xiaochen asked. Imo-chan smiled faintly and said, I still remember what Big Brother Xiao said the last time. In the past few days, I searched through ancient texts and visited many holy lands to borrow information. Finally, I know what can eliminate the sin in Meteor Trail City. What is it? Xiaochen asked quickly, rejoicing in his heart. When Enchanting heard that, he felt excited as well. He smiled and said, Miss Mo, you are truly incredible. Even I am helpless against such a difficult problem. Imo-chan smiled humbly and said, there is a kind of flame in the world that can burn everything, even sin. Are you talking about the heavenly flame? Enchanting asked. Chen nodded and said, yes, it is. However, this heavenly flame has not appeared for 10,000 years already. I do not know where to find it. Enchanting frowned and said, this is difficult. The heavenly flame disappeared long ago. No one knows where it is. I know. Xiaochen revealed a complicated expression. The moment he said that, Chen and Enchanting felt shocked. Chapter 1487. When Enchanting saw Xiaochen's complicated expression, he asked, is there anything strange about that place? Xiaochen smiled bitterly and said, there is nothing strange about it. It is just that there are too many people watching it. Originally, I planned to go there after I became stronger. What place? Chen could not help asking out of curiosity. The Blue Dragon Palace. At the mention of the Blue Dragon Palace, Missouri Chin was still fine. However, Enchanting's expression clearly changed. We really have to think about this at length. We cannot advance rashly. Once the Blue Dragon Palace moves, it will attract a lot of trouble. Xiaochen entered deep thought as he paced around. After a while, he said, no matter how we think about it at length, there are only two results, to go or not to go. This Blue Dragon Palace is part of my plan. I have to go there in the first place. Chen's words further affirm that I have to go to the Blue Dragon Palace. Although Enchanting had some objections, it was not convenient for him to say anything. He said, this is your own matter. Just think about it carefully. If you need my help, just say it. Xiaochen thought for a while and said, actually, I've already been to this Blue Dragon Palace once. As long as I can enter it, there is nothing to worry about. This exceeded Enchanting's expectations. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had already been there once. However, at that time, I was too weak. I only took a quick glance and could not examine it in detail. Furthermore, I could not enter the second layer. There are many mysteries that remain unsolved. Xiaochen said honestly, the heavenly flame's origin flame is sealed in the first layer. It is sealed with the blood of a deity race sovereign martial emperor. Enchanting understood. He entered deep thought and said, no wonder. At that time, you were too weak. Naturally, you could not attract the attention of others. However, if you move now, you might attract the attention of the deity Tao Union. Xiaochen looked into the distance and said softly, that is not what I am most worried about. What I am worried about is whether I can obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace. If I can't, it will be hard to say. Although he possessed the Blue Dragon martial soul and was a descendant of the Qing Emperor, the Blue Dragon didn't belong to him. In fact, the Blue Dragon Palace did not belong to the Qing Emperor, Xiaoteng. The Blue Dragon Palace was the inheritance palace of the Blue Dragon clan. His background was much greater than that of Bushin Palace. However, in front of the Blue Dragon Palace, he was just an interviewee. With his current strength, he could face a supreme being and enter safely. However, if he didn't obtain the inheritance after entering, he would lose the opportunity and never be able to find it again. Suddenly, Chen said, Big Brother Xiao, worrying about personal gains and losses is not like your style. Actually, you wanted to go long ago, didn't you? Worrying about personal gains and losses, that was right. No matter what, Xiaochen's current situation was worrying about personal gains and losses. Chen's judgment was very accurate. Xiaochen had wanted to go long ago. However, he kept telling himself to wait until he was stronger. Xiaochen kept dragging it out until now, yet he still could not make up his mind. Go, Big Brother Xiao. I believe in you. In this world, no matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. Just follow your heart and bravely take the risk once. Imochen drummed up her courage and said somewhat nervously. After she finished speaking, she feared that Xiaochen would blame her. After all, what she meant was that Xiaochen was somewhat timid. This was not good. Who knew? Xiaochen just smiled, not showing any intention of blaming Imochen. He said softly, "Indeed, you understand me as well as before. Go back first. I'll discuss this with Big Brother Ing." Imochen smiled and said, "Hee hee. Big Brother Xiao overpraises me. I'll go back first, then." After Imochen left far away, Ing Zongtian asked, "What's wrong? You've already made up your mind." Xiaochen nodded and said, "Big Brother, do you think I'm too crazy to go to the Blue Dragon Palace right now?" Ing Zongtian smiled and said, "Crazy? Indeed, it is best to make complete preparations for such things, looking ahead and behind, considering all sorts of possibilities, making sure nothing goes wrong. However, I feel that that girl is right. The world is hard to predict, the universe unfathomable. No matter how well prepared you are, there will always be things you miss out on. You might as well take the risk to your heart's content." When Xiaochen heard that, he laughed loudly and said, "Good. Big Brother, will you go crazy with me this time?" "Gladly." After Imochen reminded him of something that he had not been able to make up his mind for many years, Xiaochen immediately made a decision. While it looked rash, in reality, it was not rash at all. It was passion and hot-bloodedness. Even though one held a high position, one could do something hot-blooded and crazy without hesitation. Outside Heavenly Star Island, Emperor Forsaken, who had been waiting for a long time, suddenly opened his eyes. Xiaochen is making his move. The heaven-punishing corpse god revealed an excited expression. This fellow is finally making his move. I thought that he would not go. Qitian, what should we do now? At the same time, the heaven-punishing corpse god had some doubts in his heart. How could Emperor Forsaken be so sure that Xiaochen had already gone out? Seemingly noticing the heaven-punishing corpse god's doubts, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently, "Back then, I left a weak mental energy mark in his body for the third palm strike. Given his strength, he will not be able to detect it." The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled and said, "Excellent. The deity sovereign truly lives up to his name. His preparations are so thorough." Emperor Forsaken's expression turned grave as he said, "Right now, the crucial thing is that we can get him to open the palace doors but absolutely cannot let him enter. That will be very difficult. The Fox King and Ing Zongtian will definitely be helping from the side. It will be difficult to make a move." The heaven-punishing corpse god frowned slightly. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and said, "Don't worry. I made preparations long ago. When the time comes, I will invite the deity race ancestor to kill him the instant he opens the palace doors." The deity race ancestor. The heaven-punishing corpse god was startled when he heard that. The deity race ancestor was that strange existence that surpassed Prime. How ruthless. The heaven-abandoning deity sovereign really put everything on the line. "Let's go," Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. Then, he quickly led the heaven-punishing corpse god away, Emperor Forsaken said indifferently. At the same time, in the Yellow Springs Road, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor received the news. After making preparations with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, they rushed to the savage battlefield. In the heavenly starry ocean, Yiling quickly entered the secret room where the treasure master was. "Father, I received news that Xiaochen and Ing Zongtian appeared at the Central Province's Bushan Palace's transportation formation at the same time. They are currently rushing to the savage battlefield." Yiling quickly reported, unable to contain the excitement in his heart. This was something that the treasure master had instructed Yiling long ago. As long as Xiaochen appeared at the Bushan Palace, he was to immediately inform Yiling. The treasure master nodded indifferently and said, "I got it. You may withdraw." "I got it." Yiling withdrew, feeling somewhat confused. He did not know why his father did not show any excitement over this matter. This was an opportunity that he had been waiting for a long time. After Yi Ling withdrew, the treasure master held the puppet pearl with a calm expression. No one knew what he was thinking. No one knew what the treasure master's plan was, much less what kind of storm he would stir up. While everyone schemed, Xiao Chen and Ning Zongtian waited for the master of the fiend domain, the Fox King, to arrive at the savage battlefield. Hao Tian, why did you look for me so urgently? The Fox King asked, feeling somewhat suspicious, not knowing what Xiao Chen had decided. Ning Zongtian smiled and said, "It is not me who is looking for you. It is Xiao Chen who has a request. He wants to enter the Blue Dragon Palace and wants us to protect him." The Fox King's expression changed. "You've decided." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "Big brothers, please help me one last time. I believe that my whereabouts are already exposed. The deity Dao Union should be rushing over soon." The Fox King's expression turned grave as he said, "Don't worry. I will do my best. As long as I can enter the palace, everything will be fine. No matter how powerful Emperor Forsaken is, he will not be able to do anything to me." Xiao Chen was confident that as long as he could enter, the item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace would be able to protect him. Good. In that case, let's make good use of our time and try to enter the Blue Dragon Palace before the deity Dao Union. The three entered the savage battlefield, moving as fast as lightning, heading for the Blue Dragon Palace. For some reason, the savage battlefield was strangely quiet. The ferocious beasts there seemed to sense a strange atmosphere. The savage battlefield was very big. However, to primes, this distance was nothing. In merely 15 minutes, the three arrived at the periphery of the Blue Dragon Palace. Then, they saw the Azure Palace surrounded by 5 peaks. The 5 peaks each represented an attribute. They formed the 5-element absolute ceiling formation, trapping the Blue Dragon Palace and preventing primes from entering. One of them had been chopped in half. That had been chopped down by the Thunder Emperor back then. "Xiao Chen, you are finally here. I have been waiting for you for 1 year." Just at this moment, a figure suddenly walked out of that half-broken peak. As he stood at the edge, he smiled faintly at Xiao Chen's group. Chapter 1488. This person had a sword on his back and was dressed in black. It was Chu Chaoyun, who had not shown himself for a long time. After Chu Chaoyun dealt with the matters of the Sky Dome realm, he had come here. It had indeed been almost a year. "Who are you?" Ning Zongtian and the Fox King did not recognize Chu Chaoyun. Their faces sank, and their killing chi enveloped Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly. He did not panic when facing the pressure of 2 primes. He said calmly, "I am Chu Chaoyun. Like Xiao Chen, I am from the Sky Dome realm. There is no need to be nervous. He has demonic chi on him." The Fox King whispered, not relaxing. Ning Zongtian frowned and said, "Xiao Chen, you know him." The 2 primes did not have any good impression of the people of the demonic world. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised. It was not because of Chu Chaoyun's appearance. He was just surprised that the other party was waiting here so casually. Xiao Chen had thought of many possibilities, including how Chu Chaoyun would appear. Unexpectedly, Chu Chaoyun would appear in such a manner. This was truly unexpected. Facing Ning Zongtian's question, Xiao Chen felt conflicted. He did not know how to answer. After thinking for a while, Xiao Chen answered honestly, "I do. He is the Tianwu Emperor's descendant. He should be waiting here for the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. In that case, he is an enemy." Compared to Xiao Chen's hesitation, Ning Zongtian was incredibly decisive. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes. A murderous intent flashed in his eyes as he waved his hand and ruthlessly smashed his palm at Chu Chaoyun. A large sun illuminated the surroundings. The might of the Haotian shook the surroundings. The sun that flew out of Xiao Chen's palm arrived before Chu Chaoyun in the blink of an eye, trying to burn him to ashes and eliminate him as soon as possible. Xiao! A strand of golden light flew out of the sun. Following that, there was a loud sound. The blazing sun shattered into countless fireballs that scattered in all directions. Chu Chaoyun withdrew his hand and stood upright. He looked at Enchanting and said, "The Kunlun Realm's prime really has a bad temper. Even if those demon sovereigns of the demonic world saw me, they would not be so angry. How could it be so easy?" The Fox King and Enchanting were both shocked. Since when did the Devil Realm have such a character? Despite his young age, he was so powerful that he could easily block Enchanting's palm strike. In the distance, Emperor Forsaken and the heaven-punishing corpse god, who had arrived long ago, hid in an extremely well-hidden place. When they saw this scene, they frowned slightly. Who is that kid? Emperor Forsaken was puzzled. There was no such person in the plan. Whoosh! A figure appeared behind them. It was the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Emperor Forsaken collected his doubts and asked casually, "Ghostly Monarch, did you come alone?" The Ghost Monarch smiled calmly and said, "Naturally. Didn't you instruct me not to bring anyone else to prevent Xiao Qin from noticing?" "Of course, I will do as you said." Emperor Forsaken laughed coldly in his heart, but his face showed no trace of it. "Very good. Later, the moment Xiao Qin opens the door to the palace, you will be able to enter the palace. I'll leave the first person to you." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor cursed in his heart. This God Emperor really wants to make use of me. Fortunately, his decision is exactly what I want. Without batting an eyelid, he said, "Don't worry. I don't dare to say that I can kill Xiao Qin. Stopping him from entering the Blue Dragon Temple is a sure thing." The heaven-punishing corpse god muttered to himself. It seemed like the ghostly emperor indeed had other intentions. However, he didn't know that the god sovereign had already seen through everything about him. Who knows, the ghostly emperor might have some trump cards. "I'll just take a look. I cannot completely trust anyone. I still have to act according to the situation and not be taken advantage of." The three giants of the deity Dao Union chatted cheerfully. However, they each had their own ulterior motives. On the other side, Chu Chaoyun, who had just received a palm strike from Enchanting, saw that Enchanting was about to make another move. He quickly said, "At this moment, don't attack me without distinguishing friend from foe. Be careful not to let others take advantage of you." "What do you mean?" the Fox King asked, feeling confused. Could there be others here? Chu Chaoyun raised his head and looked at the sky. Then, he looked down and said, "The mantis stalks the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Although I did not discover anyone else, I am sure that there are at least 4 people hiding in the dark, watching our every move." After saying that, Chu Chaoyun's gaze fell on Xiao Qin. These are just the people of the Kunlun realm. There might be people hiding in the demonic world as well. Xiao Qin looked around. The surroundings were quiet. He sent out his spiritual sense but did not discover anything within 5,000 kilometers. However, Xiao Qin knew that if a prime wanted to hide, he would not be able to discover them. It was just like if Xiao Qin wanted to hide, the other party would not be able to discover him. His spiritual sense was not reliable. However, the current situation forced Xiao Qin to stand in the open. He did not know who was hiding in the dark. Enchanting sent a voice projection, "This person makes some sense. This matter concerns the Blue Dragon Palace. The people of the deity Dao Union would not come with great fanfare. Perhaps they are already hiding nearby." Xiao Qin looked at Chu Chaoyun and said, "What do you want?" "Just say it, Chu Chaoyun." Chu Chaoyun shrugged and smiled bitterly. "Brother Xiao, don't overthink. I'm just waiting for you to open the door. This 5-element absolute sealing formation senses your bloodline and your current strength. It should be ineffective against you. Naturally, Xiaoqun did not believe that his purpose was that simple. After explaining things to Enchanting and the Fox King, he calmly walked to the edge of the formation. The 5-element absolute sealing formation could change time and space, making it very unpredictable. Even a prime could not enter. In the dark, many pairs of eyes stared at Xiaoqun, waiting for him to take a step forward. Without hesitating for long, Xiaoqun clenched his teeth and stepped in. Whoosh! Suddenly, the space in the formation turned dark, completely dark. Only the space under Xiaoqun's feet remained bright, looking exceptionally eye-catching in this dark space. Indeed, he is fine. Although many people had expected this miraculous scene, they could not help crying out in their hearts when they saw it for themselves. Xiaoqun calmed himself and walked forward step by step. Everywhere he passed, light shone down. He left behind a clear path in the dark space, heading for the palace doors. Inside the formation, Xiaoqun found it hard to remain calm. As he looked at the palace doors, all sorts of emotions welled up in his heart. The instant he pushed open the doors, the 5-element absolute sealing formation should deactivate automatically. At that time, what would await him? Who knew how many people within 5,000 kilometers would be hiding in the dark, staring at him? The greatest possibility was that the instant he pushed open the doors, he would be blasted into bits before he could even take a step forward. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, Enchanting and the Fox King soared into the air. One on the left and one on the right, they casually sandwiched Chu Chaoyun. Chu Chaoyun smiled calmly and said, "The two of you don't have to mind me so much. The instant I open the door, you will be busy enough." Seeing Xiaoqun so calm, Enchanting and the Fox King felt somewhat angry. However, they had to admit that what Xiaoqun said was true. The two were not very confident that they could block the various attacks on Xiaoqun the instant the doors opened. Before leaving, Enchanting suggested to Xiaoqun to invite the 3 primes of the heavenly starry ocean over as well. However, Xiaoqun sensed that the heavenly starry ocean was not calm. If all the primes left, something bad would happen. Hence, he did not inform these people. 10 steps, 9 steps, 8 steps, 7 steps, 6 steps, even though Xiaoqun did not walk very fast, he still approached step by step. Finally, he was only 1 step away from the palace doors. All he needed to do was raise his hand and push open the palace doors. At this moment, the surroundings turned even quieter. Rumble. At this moment, countless ferocious beasts suddenly went berserk. They fled into the distance, kicking up a cloud of dust. Birds blotted out the sun and the sky, scattering in all directions. Clearly, some people could no longer hold back their killing chi and released it. These sharp ferocious beasts could no longer endure it. An instinctive fear drove them to leave this place. After the ferocious beasts left, the world turned even quieter. Even the wind stopped blowing. Whoosh! 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 Many gazes fixed on Xiaoqun's raised right hand. It looked like he was about to push open the palace doors. Enchanting, who was staring at Xiaoqun, looked to the left, and his expression changed dramatically. Chu Chaoyun had disappeared. What's going on? The Fox King and Enchanting exchanged glances, feeling that something was wrong. Chapter 1489. At this crucial moment, Chu Chaoyun suddenly vanished. The reason was not hard to explain. As Xiaoqun approached the palace doors step by step, the two naturally focused on Xiaoqun. They could not help but overlook Chu Chaoyun. This was not the important point. The important point was where exactly did Chu Chaoyun go? Xiaoqun, who was preparing to push open the palace doors, was unaware of the situation behind him. His hand was already on the door. Xiao Chen, don't open the door. Chu Chaoyun is gone. Ing Zongtian's warning made Xiao Chen's expression change, and his heart sink. It's too late. Suddenly, a voice rang out behind Xiao Chen. Chu Chaoyun executed the state of primal chaos and stood on the five-element absolute ceiling formation in perfect condition. The flow of time and the changes in space did not seem to affect him. This was because he was primal chaos. No matter how much time passed, primal chaos would always be primal chaos. Before the world opened, there was only primal chaos. There was no time and no space. Chu Chaoyun comprehended the state of primal chaos. Although it was just a superficial understanding, it was sufficient for him to not fear the five-element absolute ceiling formation. Chu Chaoyun threw a palm strike and landed on Xiao Chen's shoulder. Just as he was about to withdraw his right hand, he was caught off guard. This force pushed the palace doors open. The ancient Blue Dragon Palace's doors appeared before everyone's eyes once again. A vast dragon might surged out. At this moment, the five-element absolute ceiling formation completely vanished. However, the force of Chu Chaoyun's palm strike did not injure Xiao Chen. Instead, it turned into a strong force. The instant the doors opened, Chu Chaoyun pushed Xiao Chen in. Xiao Chen turned his head and looked at Chu Chaoyun in confusion. He could not understand why the other party was helping him at this moment. Such a situation stunned Zongtian and the Fox King, not understanding what was going on. Naturally, the more depressed ones were the three giants of the deity Dao Union, especially Emperor Forsaken. He had calculated everything. He was just waiting for Xiao Chen to open the door and kill him. However, such a scene appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. Suddenly, another person appeared and pushed him in. However, no matter what, the ghostly monarch, who had been preparing for a long time, had no choice but to unleash his furious sword strike. He had gathered all the primordial energy in his body and was waiting for the moment the door opened. If he didn't make a move, the backlash from his cultivation technique would be unbearable. Xiao! Almost at the same time that Xiao Chen entered the Blue Dragon Palace, a dim light flashed and descended from the sky, stabbing at Chu Chaoyun. That was the full-power sword strike of the ghostly emperor. His original target was Xiao Chen, but now, it was Chu Chaoyun instead. Dang! Chu Chaoyun drew his sword and held it horizontally, blocking the other party's thrust. A loud metallic sound rang out. Clearly, Chu Chaoyun's strength was inferior to the other party's. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he retreated a few steps, forced out of the palace doors. After forcing back Chu Chaoyun with one sword strike, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly flew towards the palace doors. Bang! An invisible barrier in the palace doors directly ejected the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. Chu Chaoyun smiled faintly, as if he had expected this. He wiped the blood off his lips and quickly left this place. When Emperor Forsaken saw this scene from afar, his face turned sullen. Indeed, it was as he had guessed. Once Xiao Chen entered the hall, no one else would be able to enter. As long as they killed Xiao Chen the instant he pushed open the palace doors, the Qing Emperor's bloodline would disappear from this world, the Blue Dragon Palace would be open to outsiders. Only then would the Azure Dragon Palace open to outsiders. Otherwise, everything would be useless. Damn it! Emperor Forsaken raged in his heart. He had calculated everything. As long as Xiao Chen pushed open the palace doors, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's sword strike would force Xiao Chen away first. Then, the celestial race's ancestor would appear and suppress Xiao Chen with absolute strength. He would finish off Xiao Chen with one strike, and the Qing Emperor's descendant would die. The Blue Dragon Palace would then be open to outsiders. However, he had missed out on such a person. At the crucial moment, the celestial race's ancestor would push Xiao Chen away, and the celestial race's ancestor would appear. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could actually move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. The most unexpected thing was that the celestial race's ancestor could move freely in the five-element absolute ceiling formation, unaffected by the flow of time. Chitian, what should we do? The heaven-punishing corpse god was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. He could only place his hopes on Emperor Forsaken. Gamble. A crazed look flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes. I place all my hopes on this blue dragon palace. I absolutely cannot allow such an accident to happen. Emperor Forsaken's gaze swept around and landed on Enchanting and the Fox King. The crazed look in his eyes turned into overwhelming killing chi. What is he trying to do? The heaven-punishing corpse god's heart skipped a beat, intimidated by Emperor Forsaken's killing chi. Capture the Fox King and Enchanting. I want Shao Qin to obediently hand over all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace after he comes out. The heaven-punishing corpse god was stunned when he heard that. Capturing two primes was as difficult as ascending to heaven. It was true that the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign could defeat the two of them. However, capturing them alive was different from defeating them. Even if they could not win, they could still run. Furthermore, this was the Bushan Palace's territory. Is this appropriate? Humph. The Ghost Emperor is not as simple as you think. He will not be willing to fail just like this. Whoosh. Emperor Forsaken's figure flashed and landed in front of Enchanting and the Fox King. He hovered in the air and looked at the two with a cold expression. The Fox King smiled faintly. Chitian, you have calculated everything. You probably did not expect this to happen, right? However, Enchanting noticed something amiss. The heaven-punishing corpse god and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor appeared behind them, blocking their way. Emperor Forsaken, what are you trying to do? Enchanting asked coldly. I don't want to do anything. I just want to borrow the two of you. Surrender now, lest we end up harming our friendship, the heaven-abandoning deity sovereign said coldly. Enchanting said disdainfully, with just the three of you. Don't forget, this is the Bushan Palace's territory. Emperor Forsaken smiled. Don't worry. The experts of the Bushan Palace will be delayed by the three holy masters. You have no idea how much I have planned for this day. Kittigarbha Bodhisattva, what are you waiting for? Do you really want this old man to force you out personally? When the Dongyue Ghost Emperor heard this, his expression changed slightly. Could it be that Emperor Forsaken already knew that the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva was already rushing over? Amitabha. You are truly worthy of being the strongest in the Kunlun realm. I thought no one would discover you. The Kittigarbha Bodhisattva said his Buddhist name and appeared. He surrounded the Fox King and Enchanting, blocking the last gap. At this moment, the expressions of Enchanting and the Fox King changed completely. 4 prime experts surrounded the two of them. Among them was the heaven-abandoning deity, whose strength far surpassed theirs, and the mysterious and unfathomable Kittigarbha Bodhisattva. God Emperor, I. The Ghost Emperor said, trying to explain himself. The heaven-abandoning deity waved his hand and said, speak less nonsense and put in more effort. Only by capturing these two can we force the Blue Dragon Palace's Shao Qin to submit obediently. Everything else is pointless. Enchanting stretched out his hand, and the martial god medallion appeared on his fingertip. It seemed like he was preparing to summon the clone that the Bushan Palace's founder left in the medallion. Emperor Forsaken smiled coldly and spread his hands. A crack opened in the sky. The strong aura of the deity race ancestor spread out from it, stifling everyone's breathing. When Enchanting saw this scene, he revealed an unresigned expression. He put away the martial god medallion and vanished. At least you are sensible. Emperor Forsaken waved his hand, and the crack closed. The deity race ancestor's aura vanished as well. I've already said it before. For this day, I have prepared much more than you. Just surrender and don't do anything pointless. Otherwise, don't blame me for being too ruthless. Enchanting's face sank. A resolve to cut off all means of retreat appeared in his heart. At worst, he would just die. He said coldly, "Old man Chitian, you want me to surrender? Let me tell you this, that's impossible. A startling battle could break out at any moment." Far away, Xiaochen saw the 6 primes fighting each other. Fearing that the commotion would affect them, Chu Chaoyun retreated another 5,000 kilometers. With a complicated expression, he took out a messaging token. After activating the messaging token, a black image appeared. Chu Chaoyun said, "It is as you expected. Emperor Forsaken has already gone crazy and is attacking Enchanting and the Fox King. How unfortunate. None of the primes of the heavenly starry ocean left. However, this is enough. After this, you no longer owe me anything. You can leave now." Right after Chu Chaoyun spoke, the mysterious image vanished, and the messaging token shattered into countless pieces. Chapter 1490. After Xiaochen entered the palace, he only took 2 steps. When he turned his head, he could no longer see the scenery outside the palace. The space inside the palace seemed to be a world of its own, isolated from the outside world. The first floor of the Blue Dragon Palace had not changed much. It was exactly the same as the last time he came. Although Xiaochen did not understand why Chu Chaoyun helped him avoid the most difficult step, since he was already here, he might as well take things as they came. However, since they were already here, they might as well take things as they came. Xiaochen quickly headed for the formation sealing the Heavenly Flame's origin flame. The formation laid with the deity race Emperor Wu's blood remained the same. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame was still here. Xiaochen relaxed slightly. However, after a while, his expression suddenly changed drastically. The transparent crystal at the core of the formation was empty. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame, which was originally in it, had vanished. What's going on? Why is the Heavenly Flame's origin flame gone? Xiaochen, who had always been calm, could not help exclaiming in shock when he paled. Whoosh! An old man appeared silently in front. Xiaochen looked up and saw that it was the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. Xiaochen immediately asked, "Where's the Heavenly Flame's origin flame?" The black-clad old man smiled faintly and consoled Xiaochen. "Calm down first. Don't panic. I'll tell you in detail." "How can I calm down?" "My master is here specifically for the Heavenly Flame's origin flame," Ao Jiao said angrily as she leaped out of the lunar shadow saber. When the old man saw Ao Jiao, his eyes lit up. A gentle smile appeared on his face. "So, it's you. Little girl, you have to thank me properly for today's opportunity. Don't be so fierce to this old man." "Humph. Who would thank you? You were very fierce to me the last time, sending me flying with one finger." Ao Jiao was someone who held a grudge. Even now, she still remembered what happened that day. By this time, Xiaochen had already calmed down. He stopped Ao Jiao and cupped his fists at the black-robed old man. "Junior was rash just now. I hope Senior won't mind. I just want to know where the Heavenly Fire origin has been taken." When the black-clad old man saw that Xiaochen had calmed down, he nodded slightly and said, "Don't worry. The Heavenly Flame's origin flame is still here. I just put it away." "Why?" "A year ago, someone barged into the Blue Dragon Hall without fear of the 5-element absolute sealing array. When I pushed the door open an inch, I lost control of the Heavenly Flame and almost flew out. It's him." After the black-clothed old man explained, Xiaochen immediately understood. Chu Chaoyun had actually done such a crazy thing a year ago. From the looks of it, Chu Chaoyun's desire for the origin of heavenly flame was far from being as calm as he appeared. Who? The black-clad old man asked, feeling confused. Xiaochen quickly told the old man about Chu Chaoyun's identity and origins. After the black-clad old man heard it, he revealed an expression of sudden understanding. So, he is a descendant of the Tianwu Emperor. In that case, you have to be careful. 10,000 years is a cycle. Now that the agreement of 10,000 years is drawing near, don't lose to him. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and asked, Old sir, may I ask what exactly does it mean by a cycle every 10,000 years? When the 7 thrones merged, Chu Chaoyun had said the same thing in the scene of the future. Xiaochen was very curious about what exactly it meant by a cycle every 10,000 years. Before the first generation Tianwu Emperor left the Kunlun realm, he left behind a divine item. Every 10,000 years, the divine item will appear. After refining the divine item, one can leave this abandoned land. When Xiaochen heard this, he was startled. The first generation Tianwu Emperor was that incredible? The black-clad old man smiled and said, Of course. He was not a person of the Kunlun realm in the first place. He came from a great realm outside. 10,000 years ago, the divine item appeared in the Sky Dome realm. The final Tianwu Emperor was preparing to refine the divine item. In the end, the Qing Emperor found out. After that, the Qing Emperor could not resist the temptation and killed him. Xiaochen felt excited. He had heard many stories about these two. Rumor had it that they were good friends. In the end, the Qing Emperor fought a huge battle with them for some reason. After that, the final Tianwu Emperor lost and died. The black-clad old man smiled and said, How can that be possible? The Qing Emperor killed him because the final Tianwu Emperor was too ambitious. He wanted to refine the 3,000 lower realms and swallow up the Kunlun realm and the deep abyss demonic world. He wanted to use the divine item to absorb all the luck of the entire abandoned land before leaving. It turned out that there was such a secret. Xiaochen entered deep thought and asked, Why did he do that? Of course, it was to let his luck flourish. Even after leaving the abandoned land, he would be able to rise again and reach the peak. The black-clad old man said, The primes and martial emperors of this world are not worth mentioning in a true great world. They are nothing. Outside is an even vaster world with limitless possibilities. So, that was the case. If the final Tianwu Emperor really managed to absorb all the luck of the abandoned land would really become a wasteland. The Qing Emperor was not as unbearable as the rumors made him out to be. Xiaochen said, Very well, let's get back to business. Give me the heavenly flame. I need it. It is very useful. The black-clad old man shook his head and said, I can't give it to you yet. You have not obtained the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace yet. You cannot take anything away from here. Xiaochen revealed a bitter smile. It looked like he was thinking the same thing. He glanced around and looked at the entrance to the second floor. What do I have to do to obtain the recognition of the Blue Dragon Palace? The black-clad old man revealed an embarrassed expression and said, I'm not sure about that either, that can't be. Aren't you the item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace? How come you don't know? Ao Jiao exclaimed in shock. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, Truth be told, I used to be a servant of the Qing Emperor. After I died, the Qing Emperor took pity on me and merged my soul with his saber, becoming the item soul of his saber. Before the Qing Emperor left, he pleaded for mercy on my behalf, allowing me to attach myself to the Blue Dragon Palace. I am not the true core item soul of the Blue Dragon Palace. This Blue Dragon Palace is even more ancient than you imagine. It has many secrets. Back then, even the Qing Emperor did not manage to figure them out. The old man's words made Xiaochen's expression turn grave. After hearing the old man's words, he looked at the Blue Dragon Palace again. there was a strange feeling that made him doubtful. The black-clad old man whispered, "Back then, your strength was too low. I didn't let you go to the second floor because I didn't want you to be humiliated. The core item's soul of the Blue Dragon Palace has a bad temper and is very strange. Little old man, can't I hear you if you keep your voice down? Since he has the bloodline of the Blue Dragon, I will naturally follow the rules. Whether he can succeed or not depends on his ability. Why should I humiliate him?" Suddenly, a resonant and deep voice resounded in the vast Azure Dragon Palace. The tone of the voice was very high, and it contained a strong might. Xiaochen felt his eardrums buzzing and a little pain. The Blue Dragon Marshal's soul in his body was trembling non-stop. The black-clad old man smiled bitterly and said, "Let's go. I will take you to the second floor to meet Brother Long. That is the true inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiaochen nodded and followed the black-clad old man to the second floor with Ao Jiao. "Senior, let me ask you something." Back then, after the Qing Emperor returned to the Kunlun realm, who dealt him the fatal blow, forcing him to flee to the Yellow Springs Hell. The black-clad old man trembled when he heard this. He paused for a moment before saying, "How many years has it been? There is no need to look into it so clearly. Even the Qing Emperor forgave that person. Why are you so conflicted?" After saying that, the black-clad old man fell silent. Clearly, he was not willing to mention that past. "It looks like there is more to this than meets the eye," Xiaochen analyzed in his heart. "However, this is not the time to pursue this. I have to obtain the acknowledgement of the Blue Dragon Palace first. I still don't know what happened to Big Brother Ing and the Fox King outside. I have to quickly obtain the inheritance of the Blue Dragon Palace." Xiaochen had a bad feeling about this, but he could not pinpoint it. Back then, he rejected Ing Zongtian's suggestion to not let the primes of the heavenly starry ocean follow him. Xiaochen relied on this premonition. As he thought this, he unknowingly passed through a large door and arrived on the second floor. The moment he looked up, he discovered a pair of large azure eyes containing a boundless dragon might staring at him. In the next moment, he discovered a humongous dragon head nearly sticking to his nose. Roar! The dragon's head opened wide, and a vast baleful aura spread out. Xiaochen could not endure it and stumbled back a few steps. However, he did not fall. After he stabilized himself, his heart pounded heavily. "Not bad. You have passed the first stage. You are qualified to take the test." Chapter 1491. Xiaochen composed himself and revealed a bitter smile. "What is this? A show of strength?" "Xiaochen, this is Big Brother Dragon, the core item spirit of the Blue Dragon Palace. Back then, the Qing Emperor passed his test and became the master of the Blue Dragon Palace," the black-clad old man introduced. The black-clad old man introduced. The huge blue dragon trembled and turned into a mighty and extraordinary dragon horse. Then, it said, "Let me correct you. Back then, Xiaoting only passed the test and did not obtain the inheritance. Strictly speaking, he is not the master of the Blue Dragon Palace." Test. Inheritance. Right now, Xiaochen felt confused. He did not understand anything, his face filled with confusion. The azure dragon horse swayed its body and said to Xiaochen, "Come with me." Xiaochen obeyed and followed the other party. At the same time, Xiaochen looked around. The second floor of the Blue Dragon Palace was much larger than the first and second floors. The corridors were even more complicated. There were also several places that were pitch black. Xiaochen did not know where they led. "Since you are here, let me tell you about the origins of the Blue Dragon Palace, so that you can understand some things first," the dragon horse leading the way said. Xiaochen nodded and said respectfully, "Senior, please speak." Xiaochen could feel the strength of this dragon horse as well as the ancient aura left behind by the passage of time. Xiao Qian did not dare to be presumptuous. His attitude was very sincere. As he walked here, he felt like he was returning to his roots. Xiao Qian did not know if it was a misperception, but it felt very strange. At the same time, it made him feel even more humble. The dragon race has a long and ancient history. They are one of the great desolate 100 races of the universe. After the destruction of countless epochs, they still exist. Xiao Qian understood what epochs were. Right now, the Kunlun realm was in the martial epoch. Before that, it was the immortal epoch. There had to be other epochs above the immortal epoch. Epochs rose and fell in an endless cycle. However, what did the great desolate 100 races mean? Xiao Qian did not understand. When the dragon horse heard Xiao Qian's question, it muttered to itself, "Why don't you understand this?" That being said, this land of exile is like a cage. It is truly sealed up. Let me tell you. At the beginning of the universe, there was chaos. In the primal chaos, there was no sky, no earth, no time, and no reason. But it's not like there's no life in between. The beings born from the chaos were called chaos gods and demons. The gods and demons fought each other until the chaos was shattered. That era was called the mythical era. The chaos was broken, and the mythological era came to an end. Then came the primitive era. During the Great Desolate Era, tens of thousands of clans fought for supremacy. At that time, there were a total of 100 clans, and my dragon clan was one of them. After the Great Desolate Era ended, the universe entered the Epic Era, and the epics continued to reincarnate. Legend has it that after 3,000 reincarnations, the era will end and the universe will enter a new era. Xiao Qian listened to this explanation that he had never heard of before. It was like a heavenly book, and he was completely shocked. The Azure Dragon Horse continued, "You don't have to care about all this. What I want to tell you is that the pure-blooded dragon race is already extinct. However, there's no need to find this strange. After the epochs, the pure-blooded Great Desolate 100 races are nearly all dead. The so-called dragon race now is just some existences with the dragon race bloodline, continuing the history of the dragon race. The dragon race is just a general term. The dragon race is also divided into different ranks. The most supreme are the 3 ancestor dragons. Below the ancestor dragons are the 7-colored divine dragons. Below the divine dragons are the coiling dragons, sky dragons, flood dragons, lightning dragons, and other true dragons. There's no need to mention those below the true dragons. The dragon race bloodline is already too thin. They can't even become dragons, only pseudo-dragons. Xiao Qian's comprehension ability was astonishing. Although the Azure Dragon Horse's explanation was complicated, he understood it with just a little thought. The ranks of the dragon race were Ancestor Dragon, Divine Dragon, True Dragon, and Pseudo-Dragon. However, Xiao Qian did not know which rank his blue dragon bloodline was in. You have the blue dragon bloodline, one of the 7-colored divine dragons. The Ancestor Dragon bloodline disappeared several epochs ago. The divine dragon bloodline is now the strongest bloodline of the dragon race. You have to understand the nobility of your status. You are a noble among dragons. When you go out in the future, do not tarnish the reputation of my blue dragon bloodline. The Azure Dragon Horse turned its head and stared at Xiao Qian as it instructed him. Its extremely serious expression made Xiao Qian feel somewhat embarrassed. Xiao Qian said softly, "Senior, I don't feel anything special about the bloodline in my body. That's normal. This is because the blue dragon martial spirit in your body has not merged with your blood yet. When you pass the test, I will naturally help you refine the blue dragon martial spirit. At that time, you will be an outstanding demonic genius with the bloodline of the Great Desolate 100 races." The dragon horse was not surprised at all. As it spoke, it walked forward. Stone pillars with dragon motifs lined both sides of the path. Xiaochen felt that he would reach his destination soon. Along the way, the two did not stop talking. Of course, most of the time, it was the dragon horse talking, and Xiaochen listening seriously. Occasionally, the dragon horse had questions, and it would explain in detail so that Xiaochen could understand it clearly. It seemed like the dragon horse's temper was not as strange as the black-clad old man said. The Blue Dragon Palace is the inheritance of my Blue Dragon bloodline. The Blue Dragon bloodline has produced more than 100 Dragon Emperors. The Dragon Emperors are the Divine Dragon Emperors. They control the life and death of the dragon race. You only need to pass the test. Just like the Qing Emperor, you need to obtain the inheritance of the Dragon Emperor. Only then can you be the true master of the Blue Dragon Palace. As the dragon horse spoke, the man and the horse arrived at a large hall. The large hall was clean and elegant. However, the might and pressure of the dragon race permeated this peaceful atmosphere. Those not of the dragon race would feel a different effect. They would not be as calm as Xiaochen. When the dragon horse arrived at the large hall, the dragon horse stopped. Xiaochen knew that the test was about to begin. Along the way, the dragon horse spoke, and Xiaochen listened. Only when it had questions would the dragon horse speak up. The things that the dragon horse spoke about were related to the Blue Dragon Palace's origins and the dragon race's existence. Xiaochen did not ask the true question in his heart. He did not know if he could pass the test or not. If he could not, then he would never have a chance to ask. After calming himself, Xiaochen decided to ask before the test began. After making up his mind, he asked, "Senior, this junior would like to ask about something. I hope that senior can tell me sincerely." The dragon horse was not in a rush. It looked at Xiaochen and said, "Speak." Xiaochen had already organized what he wanted to say many times in his mind. Then, he asked, "Senior, I would like to ask if the major characters outside the abandoned land can forcefully summon the people of the Kunlun realm out." They can. However, they need to go through a ceremony. Furthermore, the conditions are very strict. The energy and resources that the ceremony requires are hard to calculate. It is very difficult for the people in this abandoned land to leave, but it is even more difficult for the people outside to enter. The dragon horse did not hesitate at all. It continued, "Hence, such a thing rarely happens. It might even be impossible. However, it cannot be denied that such a ceremony does exist." Xiaochen calmed down a little. His heart, which had been hanging in suspense for a long time, finally stopped. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, he asked, "If the person being summoned has the white dragon bloodline, what are the chances?" The Blue Dragon Palace's core item Soul, which usually answered quickly, hesitated for a moment when it heard this question. "Senior, what's wrong?" Xiaochen asked as anticipation flickered in his eyes. An indiscernible strange light flashed in the dragon horse's eyes. It replied, "The white dragon is also one of the 7-colored divine dragons. If what you said is true, given the strength of the white dragon bloodline and the resources expended, I can be absolutely certain." Xiaochen did not see the strange light in the dragon horse's eyes. Instead, he revealed an expression of joy and said, "Many thanks, Senior. However, before we start the test, can Senior let me see the scene outside the Blue Dragon Palace?" The dragon horse quickly replied, "I cannot do that. If I want to see the situation outside, I will have to open the barrier of the Blue Dragon Palace. There will be the danger of outsiders attacking." When Xiaochen heard that, he felt somewhat disappointed. He said sullenly, "In that case, Senior, please let me take the test." The dragon horse turned around and looked in a direction. Then, it said, "Go straight down this trial path. If you can reach the end, you will pass the test. Many thanks." After performing a cup-fist salute and thanking the dragon horse, Xiaochen quickly headed for the trial path. Whether he succeeded or not, he wanted to leave quickly. After Xiao Chen's figure disappeared, the black-clad old man revealed himself. Big Brother Dragon, why did you lie to him? Given your abilities, how could you not see the situation outside? So what if he saw it? Could it be that he gave up on the trial and went out to die? You should know that he is the last existence of my blue dragon bloodline. I can't afford to bear the consequences. I think very highly of him. You'd best not speak too much about Xiao Ting, lest you cause trouble for him. When the black-clad old man heard the dragon horse mention Xiao Ting, he revealed a sad expression as he sighed softly. Chapter 1492. Filled with anticipation and nervousness, Xiao Chen stepped onto the trial road. Once he reached the end, he would pass. Where was the end? After walking for a while, Xiao Chen came across the first door. There was an ancient dragon carving on the door. Before Xiao Chen could push it open, the door opened on its own. The instant the door opened, a cold wind blew in. There was a vast hall outside. Xiao Chen hesitated for a moment before walking in. Dang! The moment Xiao Chen crossed the threshold, the stone door immediately fell shut. Xiao Chen tried pushing it a few times and discovered that the closed door could not be opened. This was a trial road that only allowed one to advance and not retreat. Xiao Chen looked at the hall before him. There were 18 statues in a circle, occupying most of the vast hall. To pass the hall, one had to go through the circle formed by these 18 statues. Xiao Chen had seen many similar statues before. As long as one walked past them, these seemingly stiff statues would come to life. One had to defeat these statues. The statue before Xiao Chen was neither human nor dragon. It was a kind of monster that Xiao Chen had never seen before. It looked strange and sinister, glaring at Xiao Chen. A pair of black eyes protruded out, looking very eye-catching. Let's see how strong the puppet war beast of the first stage is. Without overthinking, Xiao Chen walked quickly and soon entered the circle. Xiao Chen cautiously faced it. However, to his surprise, this monster statue did not come to life. Just as Xiao Chen was feeling bewildered, the eyes of the 18 ferocious beast statues all lit up, releasing a golden light. Before Xiao Chen could understand what was going on, the gaze of a ferocious beast moved at the speed of light, shooting at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! So fast! Xiao Chen exclaimed to himself. He quickly dodged to the side, and the beam of light brushed past him. Dang! A few more beams of light shot out. Xiao Chen could not dodge in time, so he could only draw his divine weapon to block. In the end, the force contained in the beam of light numbed Xiao Chen's arm, forcing him to retreat. What strong force! The light beam could not be blocked at all. Xiao Chen was startled awake. This trial tested the trial taker's movement technique and reaction speed. He wasn't going to defeat these statues as he had expected. That would be easy to deal with. In this small space, 18 beams of light shot back and forth. For others, it was very difficult, but it was different for Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen's fish dragon art excelled at dodging in small spaces. Then, he put away his divine weapon. Xiao Chen executed the fish dragon art. His body moved like a fish in water, gently dodging the beams of light. Hoochie hoochie. Just as Xiao Chen was about to pass through, the statues suddenly began to move rapidly. The beams of light it emitted became even more elusive. Xiao Chen's relaxed expression turned grave as he fell into deep thought. Trying to figure out the rules was clearly a delusion. The real way to clear the trial was to hit the target with a single strike. With this thought in mind, Xiao Chen's eyes focused on a statue. When the statue arrived in front of Xiao Chen, it gently pushed off the ground with its feet, and its body transformed into a dragon. The originally nimble figure suddenly changed, becoming tyrannical. Filled with berserk energy, the immortal fish transformed into a dragon. Whoosh! Xiao Chen soared into the air, moving extremely fast. The statues all raised their heads, and the beams of light formed a net in the air. However, the beams of light only struck Xiao Chen's afterimage. Just as the statue in front was about to shoot out a beam of light, the advancing Xiao Chen somersaulted in the air and tapped on the statue's head before leaping over. The instant Xiao Chen left the encirclement, the statue immediately stopped moving. Clap! 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 Applause rang out, and a handsome, middle-aged man walked out of the shadow in front. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. Not bad. As long as you don't get hit 10 times, you pass this trial. You did not get hit even once and used only 1 hour to come out. This really exceeded my expectations. Xiao Chen could not help feeling speechless. Had he known, he would not have put in so much effort. He performed a cupped fist salute and asked, "You are?" The middle-aged man smiled and said, "When I was alive, I was a cultivator of the Blue Dragon bloodline. After I died, I was placed in the Blue Dragon Palace. I can be considered half an item soul, responsible for the first trial." After he spoke, he waved his hand, and 7 or 8 secret manuals and some secret treasures floated in front of him. You passed with full marks. This is your reward. The secret manuals are about movement techniques. The other innate profound weapons are also for movement techniques and speed. Xiao Chen rejoiced in his heart. There was such a good thing. I can get a reward even before I complete the trial. Of course. We are all people of my dragon race. Even if we do not pass the trial, we have to give some benefits, right? The middle-aged man smiled amiably. Xiao Chen did not stand on ceremony. He started to choose carefully, already making up his mind. No matter how good the secret manuals were, they required time to cultivate. However, innate profound weapons were different. After refining them, they could be used immediately. In the long run, the secret manuals were definitely worth it. However, what Xiao Chen lacked the most now was time. He did not know when the demonic calamity would descend. After he left, he would definitely face a lot of trouble. "Senior, what is an innate profound weapon? Can you explain it to me?" Xiao Chen asked. The middle-aged man nodded and said, "Outside the abandoned land, the art of refining has already reached great heights. The secret treasures of your world are equivalent to the spirit treasures of the outside world. Above spirit treasures are profound weapons. Profound weapons are divided into acquired and innate and acquired. Each has 3 grades. Even the most ordinary innate profound weapon is stronger than an emperor-grade secret treasure of the Kunlun realm. The 3 innate profound weapons before you go without saying." Xiao Chen entered deep thought and roughly understood. Then, he chose a pair of wings. This is an imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings. However, among innate profound weapons, it is at the peak of superior grade. You have good eyes. The middle-aged man stretched out his hand and put away the other secret manuals. Then, he left the imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings for Xiao Chen. After Xiao Chen left a spiritual mark in it, he started refining it. Finally, the imitation of the Blue Dragon Divine Wings turned into a beam of light and entered his body. Immediately, it felt like a flame was burning in his body, spreading everywhere. Just as Xiao Chen felt uncertain, this flame split into 2 and entered Xiao Chen's back. An intense pain came from his back. It was as if a volcano was about to erupt from his back. After being suppressed for a long time, this energy finally erupted. A pair of azure-colored dragon wings spread open on Xiao Chen's back. Whoosh! The azure-colored dragon wings flapped gently, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's body flew into the ceiling with a bang. Xiao Chen's head crashed into the ceiling, and he cried out in pain as he fell down. The middle-aged man was not surprised. He smiled and said, although this pair of blue dragon divine wings is an imitation, they are very strong. With a gentle flap, they can generate a strong wind. If you have a special flame, you can use this pair of blue dragon divine wings to increase the might of your flames. Xiaochen put away the blue dragon divine wings. When he heard that, he rejoiced. Aside from increasing speed, this pair of blue dragon divine wings had such a function. It was truly wondrous. These blue dragon divine wings have many other uses. You will understand them in the future. However, remember one thing. Outside the abandoned land, wing-type profound weapons are extremely precious. Even if it is just an innate profound weapon, it will cause a commotion. Don't reveal it randomly. Xiaochen nodded and performed a cupped fist salute. Many thanks, Senior. You are too polite. Let me give you a friendly reminder. The next stage tests your eyesight. Remember not to get distracted after you enter. If you have any eye techniques that increase your eyesight, execute them the moment you enter. You do not have much time left. The middle-aged man was rather amiable. Before Xiaochen left, he gave him some advice. Chapter 1493. After Xiaochen left, the dragon horse and the black-clad old man walked over from the hole. The middle-aged man said to the dragon horse, "Big brother dragon." The dragon horse nodded like a human and said, "How did it go? How did your performance go? What reward did you choose?" The middle-aged man answered honestly, he passed with full marks, using less than 1 hour. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. He passed with full marks. He is even more incredible than the Qing emperor back then. The black-clad old man revealed a strange expression, clearly in disbelief and shock. The dragon horse said rudely, "I said long ago that I think highly of him." He took a different path from the Qing emperor. Back then, the Qing emperor wanted to enter the Tao with the demonic Tao, but he already went astray. Most importantly, he is still young. His future is limitless. The black-clad old man remained silent. He could not rebut this, nor could he. Entering the Tao with the demonic Tao was indeed a direction. The great Tao was one. No matter what path was taken, it would all lead to the same destination in the end. However, the Qing emperor's path was too extreme. In the end, he failed. There was nothing much to say, nor was there a need to say anything more. He chose the replica of the blue dragon divine wings. Given his intelligence, it is not hard for him to guess that those secret manuals are more precious. It looks like while he does not know what is happening outside, he has a vague premonition. The Dragon's Gate's astute old Taoist priest figured out Xiaochen's thoughts. After entering the second stage and opening the door, Xiaochen discovered that the scene before him kept changing. At one moment, it was a desert, then a vast ocean, then a glacier, then a sea of fire. Xiaochen had already opened his heavenly eye long ago. However, he still felt that he could not see clearly enough, unable to figure out what was going on. Amid this constantly changing scene, a girl in her prime walked out. There was also a barely detectable golden light in the depths of her eyes. "Greetings, Senior," Xiaochen said respectfully with a slight bow. The girl in her prime nodded. "This stage is a test of vision. From the moment you entered, a total of 9 different scenes appeared. I want you to draw them all in one painting." This, Xiaochen felt somewhat stunned. No wonder the middle-aged man in front told him to open his heavenly eye the moment he entered. Fortunately, he did as he was told. However, he had never learned how to draw. Do you still need to learn the tricks of painting for a warrior of your strength? This stage tests your eyesight, not your drawing skills. Just draw whatever you see. The young woman was far less amiable than the middle-aged man. She didn't bother to hide her emotions. After handing over the brush, ink, paper, and inkstone to Xiaochen, she walked to the side and didn't say anything. Xiao smiled helplessly. He rolled up his sleeves, picked up the brush, and began to ponder. He still had some drawing skills. After all, he was also a person who drew talismans a long time ago. The way he held the brush was quite decent. His white robes fluttered in the wind, giving him an air of elegance. How to draw? From the beginning till now, it had only been a minute, but a total of 9 scenes had appeared: barren mountain, desert, glacier, swamp, city, small courtyard, battlefield, ocean, lake, etc. It was impossible for him to draw them all. Eyesight. Just as Xiao was at his wit's end, he suddenly remembered the purpose of this stage. Then, he revealed a faint smile. It turned out that this stage was not just a test of eyesight but also of flexibility. What was eyesight? It could be summed up in 8 words: perceptive, meticulous, and perceptive. As long as this painting could depict the 9 environments and embody these 8 words, it would be enough. If he wanted to draw all 9 scenes, who knew how long he would have to wait? The first scene was a barren mountain. Xiao remembered an unremarkable blade of grass in a crack at the peak of the barren mountain, so he drew it. There was an indistinct black dot in the extreme distance of the glacier. It looked like a cultivator carrying a sword on his back. The ocean was vast, stretching as far as the eye could see. However, Xiao remembered that the scene in that illusion left the deepest impression on him was a wave. The wave surged, hiding a ferocious sea beast. It seemed to merge with the wave, making it hard to distinguish. On the battlefield, 2 armies faced each other. More than 10,000 cultivators fought. There were countless martial techniques. However, Xiao saw them all. In less than 15 minutes, Xiao stopped writing. Then, he smiled at the young woman and said, "I'm done." So fast. The young woman clearly did not believe him. She said coldly, "Have you thought it through? There is no time limit for this stage. However, you only have 1 chance." Xiao said confidently, "I have thought it through. Senior, please take a look." The young woman gave Xiao a deep look. Then, she walked over quickly. When she saw the painting clearly, her lips curled up, revealing a mocking expression on her pretty face. "What did you draw? Although I am not very strict, there is no need to do this even if you want to brush me off." In the painting, fallen leaves fell. A handsome swordsman with a blade of grass in his mouth executed a sword technique and killed a ferocious beast. Xiao did not panic. He said warmly, "Senior, please take a closer look." The young woman looked suspiciously at Xiao. She did not understand why he was so confident. However, when she looked at the painting again, she was suddenly stunned. The more he delved into it, the more shocked he became. "How did you do it?" the young woman asked seriously as she put down the painting. Needless to say, Xiao naturally passed the test of this stage, meeting the requirements. Xiao smiled faintly and said, "I did it just like that. Senior, I finally passed." "You passed with full marks. The reward for this stage is 3 eye technique secret manuals and a bottle of superior purity immortal water, a spiritual liquid that improves eye techniques. Which one do you choose?" Xiao did not hesitate. He said seriously, "Superior purity immortal water." "Have you thought it through? Even without the spiritual liquid, your eye technique will make a breakthrough. Furthermore, once you give up on the eye technique secret manuals, it will be extremely difficult to obtain them again. Thank you for Senior's kind intentions. This junior has thought it through. Here." The young woman handed a jade bottle to Xiao. Naturally, this bottle contained the superior purity immortal water. Xiao held it in his hand and entered deep thought. Then, he took out another jade bottle and split the superior purity immortal water in half. This way, the effects would not be optimal. However, it could improve his two eye techniques, the Heavenly Eye and the Divine Lightning Eye. These two eye techniques had reached a critical juncture. Relying on the superior purity Immortal water to make a breakthrough was the best choice. There was no need to elaborate on the process of consuming the Divine Lightning Eye. After the Divine Lightning Eye was refined, Xiao Chen's Divine Lightning Eye stabilized at the third layer. It was no longer like before, where he could barely use it. Now, he could easily layer on 3 bolts of Divine Lightning and severely injure a prime. The Heavenly Eye officially entered the next level, reaching the point where it could fly and tunnel through the ground. With just a thought, the Heavenly Eye could leave his body. It could hover in the 9 heavens or sink into the deep abyss in the ground. Many thanks, Senior. Xiao Chen tested out the 2 advanced eye techniques. Then, he bowed slightly and took his leave. Whoosh! 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 Not long after Xiao Chen left, the black-clad old man, the middle-aged man, and the dragon horse all rushed over excitedly. How did this fellow clear the stages so quickly? Let me take a look at his painting. The dragon horse felt suspicious. When it saw Xiao Chen's painting, it became even more confused. The black-clad old man and the middle-aged man also goggled at each other, unable to understand. However, the dragon horse's intuition told it that the painting was not simple. It looked at the young woman and said, Hong Yi, change the 9 illusions from earlier. All right, big brother dragon. The young woman did as instructed. After carefully looking at the painting, the dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the middle-aged man's eyes lit up when they looked at the painting again. Seeing through the finest details, meticulous. This little fellow's eyes are indeed extraordinary. The most unremarkable grass in the crack of a rock at the summit of a desolate mountain. He could make out a swordsman with such an appearance just by looking at a dot on the glacier. Fighting on the battlefield, seeing a person's appearance among millions of people, and having a photographic memory for his martial techniques. An expression of admiration flashed in the middle-aged man's eyes as he muttered to himself, describing the wonders of the painting. The young woman looked at the painting and said, what's even rarer is that he merged all these into one painting. Furthermore, it looks very natural. This kind of inference, as well as his excellent comprehension ability and adaptability, is the most terrifying. The next stage is fear, right? The old dragon horse suddenly said. The 3 showed stunned expressions and fell silent at the same time. Fear. Over the past millions of years, many dragon race outstanding talents had fallen at this stage. This stage was not limited to the Blue Dragon Palace. The inheritance palaces of the other divine dragons had similar stages as well. How many talented, peerless geniuses had fallen at this stage? Too many to count. The final successor of the Blue Dragon bloodline had such an eye-catching performance. Could he clear this stage? Chapter 1494. Chaos reigned outside the Blue Dragon Palace in the savage battlefield. Space shattered, and all sorts of storms accompanied the shards of space, howling as they approached. The area outside the Blue Dragon Palace had already turned into rubble. The ground was cracked and floating in the air. When 6 primes fought, how horrifying would the shock waves be? Without needing to think, one could easily guess that ordinary people would run as far as they could. The damage to the ground was too severe. The Blue Dragon Palace directly soared into the air. Although the battle was ferocious, a formless aura protected the surroundings of the Azure Dragon Palace, allowing it to remain undamaged. During the huge battle, Emperor Forsaken suppressed the Fox King alone. The other 3, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God, surrounded Ingzongtian. The 2 primes were in an incredibly miserable state. Emperor Forsaken's arrangement was extremely vicious. By separating the 2, the other 3 had the absolute advantage against the weaker Ingzongtian. As for the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, he would firmly suppress the Fox King and wait for Enchanting to be defeated. By then, it would be 4 against 1, and the Fox King would be defeated even more miserably. At this moment, the Fox King had already revealed his fiend form. The huge 9-tailed spirit fox had scarlet eyes as it faced Emperor Forsaken. The 9-tailed spirit fox was not in the mood to fight and wanted to leave this place. However, Emperor Forsaken did not give it this chance. When the strongest person of the Kunlun realm unleashed his full strength, he was so strong that it was horrifying. The body of the 9-tailed spirit fox was already riddled with wounds. Blood stained its smooth white fur. Due to excessive blood loss, the fur on the 9-tailed spirit fox was now scarlet and wrinkled. The Emperor Forsaken also had many injuries on his body. Clearly, this strongest person of the Kunlun realm had put in his full power. If this was a normal battle in the past, with his strength, there was no need for him to fight so fiercely. He could just slowly wear down the Fox King and defeat him. But today, it was different. There was fire in his heart, and he had long since fought to the point of madness. Inextinguishable divine light, starry sky divine palm. The two palms overlapped, and Emperor Forsaken's most powerful move appeared. The starry sky of the universe appeared, and the stars flickered. They were like ancient gods, emitting boundless radiance, dazzling and moving. Emperor Forsaken's body emitted a tangible divine light that soared into the sky. The tremendous wall of holy light was pushed to the limit by him, and the entire space seemed to have frozen. A gigantic god appeared from the depths of the universe and struck out with his palm. With the support of the holy light will, this palm strike was twice as powerful as the one Shao Qin had received previously. Boom! The Fox King, who faced the palm with all his might, could no longer maintain his demon form. He turned back into his human form and spat out a mouthful of blood. The Fox King's face paled, and flames of rage flickered in his eyes. Qitian, are you for real? Emperor Forsaken's expression turned cold as he said, I already said that if you had surrendered, I would not have done this. However, you resisted to the end. In that case, don't blame me for being merciless. To tell you the truth, this is not my full strength. I am much stronger than you imagine. I am much stronger than you imagine. These words were extremely tyrannical. However, when Emperor Forsaken said them, everyone had no choice but to believe them. They had no choice but to be convinced. In the days before the Thunder King disappeared, Emperor Forsaken had never truly made a move. However, today, he was forced into a corner and completely unleashed his full strength. Thinking of this, the Spirit Fox King could not help but feel despair when facing the current Qitian. Facing the current Qitian, the Fox King felt like he was facing the Thunder King from back then. This person had hidden himself very deeply. Actually, the Fox King's strength was already on par with the Thunder King long ago. However, he had been holding it in. On the other side, Enchanting was surrounded by 3 people. His situation was even more miserable. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his dharmic incarnation and used the various Buddhist secret techniques of the Immortal epic to continuously harass Enchanting. Just this person annoyed Enchanting to no end. The heaven-punishing corpse god stuck close to Shao Qin from start to end. Every time Shao Qin exchanged a palm strike with the heaven-punishing corpse god, he felt his internal organs tremble intensely. Furthermore, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was like a venomous thorn. He attacked the least, but every time he attacked, he would deal the most fatal damage. Several terrifying sword wounds appeared on Shao Qin's body, all from the heaven-punishing corpse god. Enchanting, why bother? If you continue holding on like this, you will die for sure, the heaven-punishing corpse god said indifferently after sending Enchanting flying with a palm strike. Enchanting vomited a mouthful of blood. Then, he smiled and said, what is there to fear about death? In my entire life, I have never been threatened by anyone, much less become a pawn in someone else's hands. Let me tell you this. If you want to use me to threaten Xiao Qin, there is no way. At worst, I will just die. Right after Xiao Qin spoke, he suddenly spun around like a phantom and threw a palm strike at the Ghost Emperor, who sneak attacked him. Xiao Qin beat the Ghost Emperor until he was covered in wounds. The light of the great sun left him in a sorry state. Ingzongtian's lips curled up in a mocking smile. He said coldly, "This is an opening that I purposely revealed. You are the most detestable. Even if I die, I will take you down with me." Xiao Chen's smile, coupled with the blood on his face, startled the Dongyue Ghost Emperor. "Ha ha ha. Look at your cowardly appearance. Heaven-punishing corpse, fighting you is still the most enjoyable." Covered in blood, Ingzongtian's long hair fluttered in the wind. Then, he laughed maniacally and took the initiative to charge at the heaven-punishing corpse god, a prime who had substantiated his Tao with his physical body. "May the Lord Buddha bless you. Benefactor, your malevolence is too heavy." The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist scriptures buzzed and entered Ingzongtian's mind, slowing his movements and inflicting incredible pain in his mind. Damn it! This bald donkey is at it again. Outside the hall, the two primes used all their means. However, they could not change anything. The disparity in numbers and strength left the two supremes in a sorry and miserable state. Meanwhile, inside the Blue Dragon Hall, Xiao Qin also encountered the most difficult stage of the test, fear. The fear of the dragon race, the nightmare of all dragons. Every dragon race member had to overcome this stage before they could truly pass the test. Otherwise, no matter how outstanding one was, one would be eliminated. After stepping into this stage, the instant the stone door descended, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. A bad feeling welled up in his heart. This pitch-black space did not allow him to see anything. He could not even see his fingers when he stretched out his hand. Xiao Qin kept walking in silence. Aside from the sound of his footsteps, there was only the sound of his heartbeat. For some reason, Xiao Chen's heartbeat sped up. Although he could not see anything in the pitch-black space, Xiao Qin felt that something was staring at him. Xiao Qin felt goosebumps all over his body, and his heartbeat sped up uncontrollably. Whoosh! Suddenly, a pair of green eyes appeared in the dark space, looking exceptionally horrifying. Following that, another pair of eyes appeared. In the next moment, they densely packed together. What is it? Suddenly, the light brightened. When Xiao Qin saw it clearly, his complexion paled. It was a Ho, the natural enemy of dragons, an extremely strange mutated beast in the world. It ate dragon brains and spat out strange flames. It ate dragons like eating earthworms. When Xiao Qin first saw the ghost of a Ho, it was just the ghost of a Ho, yet it scared him so much that he could not move. At this moment, a living Ho appeared before him. Furthermore, it was not one but a group of Ho. A rough count gave about 50 of them. Xiao Chen's legs trembled involuntarily, and beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. It was not because he was weak. This was the most instinctive fear in his body, like a rabbit seeing an eagle. It was the fear of a natural enemy. Chapter 1495. Give up. That was right. Only by giving up could one survive. The girl in her prime said sullenly, "How dangerous. I nearly got crippled by fear. Fortunately, I persevered. However, some things could be dropped, but some things, like backbone, absolutely could not be dropped." Feeling confused, Xiao Qin asked, "However, I already chose to give up. Why did you let me pass?" Before this immense fear, the helpless Xiao Chen's confidence, which he had built up for a long time, shattered. Born in this world, you and I are both ordinary people. What Blue Dragon King? What Shadowless Saber Sovereign? They are just empty titles. In the end, he is just an ordinary person. Boom! Xiao Qin crashed into the wall. Blood leaked out of a corner of his lips as he revealed a bitter smile. Whoosh! No way! As Xiao Chen looked at the group of Ho charging over, he felt despair. He already could not deal with one Ho. How could he deal with 50-odd of them? No matter what the rumors were, these mutated beasts were the natural nemesis of dragons. One Ho fighting 3 dragons alone and not being at a disadvantage, even being able to consume 2 of them, was not an exaggeration. The Ho clawed at Xiao Chen and knocked away the saber in his hand. Although I, Xiao Chen, am just an ordinary person, I cannot lose my backbone. Even if I give up, I have to do it at the last moment. Right now, 50 Ho surrounded me. Xiao Chen's mind went blank. His right hand, which held the saber, felt powerless. This was much easier than Xiao Chen's. However, the old dragon horse shook its head in silence back then. Many thanks. Because this stage is a test of fear. If you can last 15 minutes, you pass. Not only did you last 15 minutes, but you even attacked the Ho. That is enough to pass. Even though Xiao Chen's current strength was not even half of his usual strength, he still had to face fear. Xiao Chen, who had already thought things through, could not lose his backbone. Even if he gave up, he had to persist until the last moment. Holding his saber, Xiao Chen knelt on one knee and looked at the approaching Ho. His eyes were ashen, filled with despair and heart-wrenching pain. Xiao Chen felt dazed for a moment. When he discovered that he was unharmed, he asked in a daze, "What happened?" The dragon horse looked at the last door and said, "This test has already proven that he is different from the Qing Emperor. As long as he passes one more test, he will definitely obtain the inheritance." Those who couldn't stand it would be scared to the point of wetting their pants on the spot. Those who had slightly stronger willpower would only cry out in despair. They wouldn't fare much better. Looking at the young beast now, he would still be afraid and feel that it would be difficult to defeat it. However, the trembling of not being able to hold the saber did not exist anymore. The azure-clothed man explained with a smile on his face. "Fight! Knife, knife, knife." Xiao Chen looked at the pendant suspiciously. He didn't feel that there was anything special about it, but since the other party said so, it must have a miraculous effect. It turned out that he still had so many things he was reluctant to part with. He was also a greedy person. Whoosh! In the face of immense fear, Xiao Chen tossed aside his usual confidence and vanity. This made Xiao Chen realize how ordinary he was. One was the natural enemy of the dragon race, and the other was Xiao Chen, who was not even half as strong as he normally was. The result of this battle went without saying. Move! 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 Hurry up and move! Right now, Xiao Chen's situation was even more miserable. He might even fall to the ground. He was like a successful man in the modern society, standing high above the masses. Xiao Chen was tossed into a cage with a group of ferocious tigers that had starved for 10 days. I can't continue protecting the dragon's gate. I can't go out. I can't do anything. I still have many things to do. I can't die. I absolutely can't die. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen thought of many things. Many things he had experienced and many people flashed in his mind. When the saber light scattered, Xiao Chen discovered that the 50-odd young beasts were gone. In their place was a yong the size of a small mountain. Immediately, the silence was broken. The yong surrounding Xiao Chen all pounced over, densely surrounding him. Everything you experienced earlier was the carefree illusion. The illusion merged with the souls of some young beasts. Hence, it was so realistic that you did not notice it. Xiao Chen also gave up. However, this time, Xiao Chen was much more at ease. It was like he had already forgotten his fear in the intense battle. I really can't clear this stage. I should just give up. There was nothing funny about this. This was a fear that was born in the bones from the moment one was born. It was very hard to eradicate. Today, Xiaoqin was having such a difficult time. However, Big Brother Dragon said that Xiaoqin would definitely obtain the inheritance. Fortunately, such mutated beasts were extremely rare. They also did not have the ability to reproduce. Otherwise, these mutated beasts would have wiped out the dragon race long ago. I give up. When this group of tigers slowly approached, they would shatter this successful person's demeanor, aura, and confidence. Just as the 50 young beasts were about to pounce over, Xiaoqin finally made his move. Enduring his intense fear, he drew the lunar shadow saber and sent out a resplendent saber light. Everyone was born equal. However, some people lost too many things, while others managed to hold on to some things. It was not that some people were born extraordinary. It was just that they lost fewer things. The green-robed man smiled and pointed to the front. Quickly go. There is still one more stage. Then, you will pass the test. Do your best to obtain the inheritance. If Xiaoqin persisted, only death would await him. Death was like a lamp going out, there was nothing he could do. That was enough. Even if he failed this stage, Xiaoqin had learned many things. However, was he really going to give up? Congratulations, you've passed this stage. Am I going to die? Dong! 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 The moment Xiaoqin left, urgent footsteps rang out. The dragon horse and the others asked anxiously, how was it? How did Xiaoqin perform? If it wasn't for the fact that the dragon spirit guarding the tomb had strengthened the blue dragon marshal's soul in the distant sea dragon tomb, it wouldn't have been able to do so. He was right in saying that it was impossible for the Qing emperor to obtain the inheritance. With a smile, the green-clothed man recounted what had happened earlier in full detail. Dang! There were many legends about Ho. Some said that it was a strange beast born from the void and chaos. Some said that it was transformed from a chaotic god-fiend after its death, while others said that it was a divine pet from the chaotic era. The azure-clothed man took out a pendant and handed it to Xiaoqin. This is a secret treasure of the dragon race. A drop of the dragon race's blood is infused into it. In the future, when you face the young beasts, you will no longer feel fear. It was hard to imagine that the dragon race, one of the great desolate 100 races, would have such a weakness. In the blink of an eye, Xiaoqin was covered in cuts and bruises by the young beast, looking extremely battered and exhausted. He was no different from the others. Damn it! Sweat poured down Xiaoqin's forehead as he did his best to grasp the lunar shadow saber and draw it. However, his right hand was powerless. He clearly wanted to move, but his hand felt like it weighed 5 tons, unable to move. The middle-aged man thought for a while before saying, "Fear is something that cannot be truly defeated. The most important thing is to face it calmly." For him to understand this principle at the last moment, he is truly remarkable. The scene before Xiaoqin suddenly vanished, and the youth wearing azure robes walked out. Dust to dust, dust to dust. What difference could there be? A Ho ferociously pounced over, opening its mouth as it flew towards Xiaoqin. The Ho looked like a horse with a dragon horn on its head. Its body was covered in scales, and it had a pair of short wings on its back. There was only calmness in its eyes. There was no depression or pain from failure. Whoosh! The black-clothed man simply could not understand. Dang! The black-clothed old man remained silent. Back then, the Qing emperor used the demonic Tao to enter the Tao. After he erased his fear, he passed this stage in an instant. Chapter 1496. This was the final stage of the trial of trial. Once one cleared it, one would pass the test. Of course, whether one could obtain the Dragon Emperor's inheritance was another matter. Xiao Chen opened the stone door, and the scene that entered his eyes was unexpected. There was a large mirror in front. A person that looked exactly like him appeared in it, wearing long white robes and holding the lunar shadow saber. Before Xiao Chen could react, the person in the mirror walked out with a smile, and the mirror shattered at the same time. The final stage, overcoming self. Time limit, 2 hours. This doppelganger is 100% created according to your strength. It is exactly the same as you. It also knows your combat habits like the back of its hand. A voice rang out in the spacious hall, signaling the start of the test. Defeating myself. Before Xiao Chen could think of a countermeasure, the clone in front suddenly vanished. Flawless saber technique, void-breaking stance. This was the first move of Xiao Chen's flawless saber technique. There was no time to think. Xiao Chen made his move, executing the flawless saber technique as well. Dang! 2 intense lights flashed in the air. When the sabers clashed, they gave off a metallic sound. The two were evenly matched, each taking 100 steps back. Xiao Chen stood upright while holding his saber. He frowned slightly. This clone's strength was exactly the same as his, not weaker at all. This was somewhat problematic. Given this, no matter how he fought, it would be a draw. It would be hard for him to obtain victory. Furthermore, the requirement for this test was to obtain victory. Furthermore, there was a time limit. Once the battle started in the hall, it could not stop. 2 figures that looked exactly the same executed the same martial techniques. From start to end, they were evenly matched. No one could gain the upper hand. Soon, half the test was over. Even so, Xiao Chen still could not think of a countermeasure. When Xiao Chen saw the exact same version of himself doing the exact same actions, he felt like he was looking at a mirror. Such a battle was both boring and depressing. Xiao Chen was very familiar with the various martial techniques of the other party. The other party also knew his martial techniques and combat habits like the back of his hand. After fighting for so long, Xiao Chen wondered if he was living in the mirror or standing outside the mirror. Xiao Chen executed the flawless saber technique, the Taiji saber domain, dermic world, and various other killing moves. However, he could not defeat the other party without exception. As for the divine lightning eye, he did not dare to use it at all. If he used it, both of them would be injured, and it would still be a draw. Seeing that the assessment was about to end, Xiao Chen's heart became more and more anxious. Boom! The doppelganger's blades suddenly changed, and a moment of glory struck Xiao Chen. The condensed scroll sealed the space and locked Xiao Chen in place, making it impossible for him to break free. You and I are of similar strength. If you are distracted, you will definitely lose. The clone said coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen, who was in the glorious painting. Then, he clenched his fist. Kacha kacha. The picture scroll shattered, and so did the space. Xiao Chen spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated into the distance. His body was riddled with wounds from the shards of space. He wiped off the blood at the corner of his lips and smiled bitterly. It truly lives up to being me. As soon as I find an opening, I can immediately grab hold of it. Seeing that he was about to fail, Xiao Chen stood up and asked with some dissatisfaction, "Do you really not have any weaknesses?" The clone held up his saber and pointed it at Xiao Chen. He smiled and said, "I am you, and you are me. Are you asking me, or are you asking yourself?" That's right. This clone is a replica of me. It is the me that walked out of the mirror. When I look at him, it is a mirror. When he looks at me, it is also a mirror. What is my weakness? However, so what if I know? If I can think of it, the other party can think of it as well. Weaknesses are mutual in the first place. Damn it. This seemingly simple stage actually gave Xiao Chen a feeling of incomprehensibility. Mirror, 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 Xiaochen muttered to himself in his mind. Suddenly, inspiration flashed in Xiaochen's mind, and he revealed a smile. Why can't I defeat you? It is because I have been fighting with the mirror. Fighting with the person in the mirror, how can I win? When the clones saw this scene, he revealed a mocking smile. Our strengths are about the same, yet you still blinded yourself. That is just seeking death. Xiaochen took out a strip of cloth and directly covered his eyes. His vision turned dark, and he relied on his 5 senses and spiritual sense to fight with the clone. Before the clone's strange gaze, the blinded Xiaochen revealed a confident expression and charged over. Dang! 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 An intense battle unfolded once more. However, even though it was clearly the same martial technique this time, the clone was slightly weaker. The clone would also be slightly weaker, not a match for Xiaochen. It was clearly the same flawless saber technique. However, Xiaochen's flawless saber technique was ever-changing, elegant and nimble. As for the clone's flawless saber technique, it looked exactly the same. However, it felt like something invisible was binding it. In less than 100 moves, Xiaochen held the upper hand, slowly accumulating his advantage. When the test reached the final second, Xiaochen swung his saber and hacked the clone until he vomited blood and could no longer stand up. The victor was immediately decided. Why? The clone felt immense pain, feeling completely confused. Xiaochen removed the strip of cloth and opened his eyes. I already broke out of the mirror, but you are still fighting with the mirror. How can you not be defeated? Clap! 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 Applause rang out, and the person in charge of the final stage walked out from the darkness. When he heard that, he smiled and said, "What a great breaking out of the mirror, overcoming oneself. Countless people have managed to clear this stage in the past millions of years. But there are very few people like you who can understand the meaning of breaking out of the mirror. Congratulations, Xiaochen. You have already passed all the tests of this road of trials. You are qualified to obtain the divine dragon bloodline and become a member of the dragon race." Laughter rang out. The old dragon horse led the black-clad old man, the girl in her prime, and the others out, clearly in a good mood. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. Along the way, he had cleared all the stages. He had been somewhat lucky. This was especially so for the 3rd and 4th stages. They had been extremely arduous. Many times, he felt like he had almost given up. The black-clad old man also felt happy for Xiaochen. He stepped forward and said, "Xiaochen, Big Brother Dragon thinks very highly of you. After obtaining the inheritance, you will be able to restore the might of the blue dragon. In the future, you will be able to revive the blue dragon bloodline. Congratulations, Brother Xiao. From today on, you are one of us." The others all congratulated Xiaochen. Even the girl in her prime, who had been indifferent earlier, revealed a smile. Xiaochen performed cup fist salutes in return. Then, he asked the old dragon horse to help him refine the blue dragon martial spirit into his bloodline. Whoosh! The dragon horse reverted to its gargantuan dragon form. A dragon claw hovered above Xiaochen's head, giving off a scarlet light. The dragon horse entered Xiaochen's head through the dragon claw. Then, it pointed at the blue dragon martial spirit. Xiaochen immediately fell into a deep sleep, unaware of the outside world. Strange. The old dragon horse revealed a suspicious expression, feeling confused. The others felt it was strange and asked, "What's wrong?" The blue dragon martial spirit in his body seems to have undergone special cultivation and already gained spirituality. Furthermore, it contains the ethereal immortal chi that only existed during the immortal epoch. The black-clad old man frowned and asked, "What does this mean? Big Brother Dragon, please explain." He seems to have cultivated some special cultivation technique before. This blue dragon martial spirit has already mutated. Let me see what kind of cultivation technique is so tyrannical that it can even change the martial spirit of my blue dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse started to check Xiao Chen's body. Soon, it found the purple thunder divine incantation. Then, it activated the primordial energy in Xiao Chen's body and circulated the purple thunder divine incantation. How can this be? When the old dragon horse clearly saw the circulation path of the purple thunder divine incantation, he was greatly startled. The dragon claw left Xiao Chen's head with a whoosh. There is actually such a cultivation technique. Who exactly created this cultivation technique? The old dragon horse was extremely shocked. To think that such a strange cultivation technique like the purple thunder divine incantation existed in the world. This was too incredible. The girl in her prime asked, "Big brother dragon, what exactly is this cultivation technique for you to lose your composure like this?" This cultivation technique would not be a peak cultivation technique in the outside world. In fact, it could be said to be far from it. However, it can actually dual cultivate immortal cultivation and martial cultivation, allowing the cultivator to cultivate both the martial Dao and the immortal Dao. This is a cultivation technique for improving one's physique. It is not a true cultivation technique. I really can't figure out the origins of the person who created it. Even the big brother dragon horse was so shocked. That person's origins had to be very shocking. It looks like his origins are not simple. I wonder what the person who created this cultivation technique is planning. The old dragon horse immediately felt doubtful. Should he let Xiao Chen refine the dragon blood? Chapter 1497. The old dragon horse's words caused everyone to enter deep thought. No one expected Xiao Chen to have such a mysterious background. Everyone started hesitating over whether to refine the blue dragon martial spirit in Xiao Chen's body or not. Big brother dragon, he is the only one left of the blue dragon bloodline. Unless he gives birth, he will not have another chance to establish a true blue dragon totem, the young girl said. The middle-aged man said, "I feel that little brother Xiao Chen can be trusted, no matter what his identity is. His original intentions have always been there. He is not someone who goes back on his word. He is worth trusting." That's right. Big brother dragon, look at him. He chose rewards that can immediately increase his strength. He just wants to save his friends as soon as possible after he gets out. The azure-clad man also spoke up at an appropriate time to console the middle-aged man. Clearly, everyone felt that Xiao Chen's blue dragon martial spirit had mutated and that his background was extremely mysterious. However, Xiao Chen's character was still trustworthy. They should continue helping him refine the blue dragon martial spirit. After all, Xiao Chen was the last blue dragon descendant. If he gave up, perhaps the blue dragon bloodline would truly be finished. It would be like the many branches of the dragon race in history. I hope that I did not do wrong. The old dragon horse sighed. Its dragon claw encased Xiao Chen again, and the scarlet spiritual light entered. Bang! The spiritual light directly exploded the blue dragon martial spirit. Then, it quickly merged into Xiao Chen's blood. Whoosh! Xiao Chen's body immediately gave off waves of multicolored light. It was like an immortal fog, filled with overwhelming spiritual energy and many colors. The silhouette of a blue dragon appeared indistinctly amid the immortal fog. A strong dragon might came from that mysterious blue dragon silhouette. Aside from the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, the young girl, and the azure-clad man all felt immense pressure. They had no choice but to activate their dragon's might and desperately resist. Most of them were from the Blue Dragon clan. They were genuine descendants of the seven-colored divine dragons. However, at this moment, the outline of the blue dragon that appeared behind Xiao Chen made them feel an enormous pressure. This was truly too inconceivable and unbelievable. As time passed, the immortal mist became thicker and thicker. The blue dragon marshal's soul was further integrated with Xiao Chen's blood. The vast dragon might grew even stronger, giving the group a feeling that they could not block it. Roar! The old dragon horse released its claws, and the mist dispersed. A complete blue dragon image appeared behind Xiao Chen and glared at the crowd. Tsang, tsang, tsang. Unable to endure it any longer, they spat out mouthfuls of blood and were sent flying. It was as though he had been struck by a heavy object, and he was in excruciating pain. The dragon image vanished, and Xiao Chen opened his eyes. A golden light flickered in the depths of his eyes. His eyes glowed with a resplendent golden light. Xiao Chen did not notice anything strange. When he saw the black-clad old man and the others flying back while vomiting blood, he asked in confusion, "Seniors, what's wrong?" The azure-clad man smiled bitterly and said, "If I said that you did all this, would you believe me?" "I did it." The old dragon horse said sullenly, "All right. Xiao Chen, scatter the great desolate divine light in your eyes first." Great desolate divine light. What is that? After a while, Xiao Chen discovered the strange state of his eyes. After trying it once, he quickly scattered the golden light in his eyes. This great desolate divine light is really resplendent. No wonder the dragon might is so intense. For a divine light of this level, the quality of his bloodline should be extremely high. The few people discussed in soft voices as they looked at Xiao Chen. However, this confused Xiao Chen. "Seniors, what is this great desolate divine light?" The old dragon horse said, "Let me explain it to you. The great desolate Aeon is second only to the primal chaos mythological era. Hence, it is also known as the secondary mythological era. Our great desolate 100 races were like gods in the entire great desolate Aeon's 10,000 races. The unique characteristic of the great desolate 100 races is the golden divine light in the eyes. This divine light is not only a symbol of status but also has many other uses. You will come to know about this in the future. Now, let me test the quality of your blue dragon bloodline." The explanation allowed Xiao Chen to understand what the great desolate divine light was. However, a new question appeared. There are differences in the quality of the blue dragon bloodline as well. That is natural. Even if one has a divine dragon bloodline, the quality of the bloodline differs. Their future accomplishments might be worlds apart. The old dragon horse led Xiao Chen to a spirit pool. Then, it got Xiao Chen to drip some blood into the spirit pool. Soon, the clear spirit pool started to change color. First, it turned azure. Then, it quickly turned red. Azure, red, black, white, silver, gold, and blue. After a total of 7 colors, the spirit pool stopped. The black-clad old man smiled and said, "The quality of a bloodline is split into 7 grades. The more colors it changes, the higher the quality. Xiao Chen, your divine dragon bloodline is the peak divine dragon bloodline." The azure-clad old man also smiled and said, "Indeed, as expected. With such a high-quality divine dragon bloodline and the inheritance, there is hope for the blue dragon race to rise again." The few people were not too surprised by the quality of Xiao Chen's bloodline. After all, the dragon might and the great desolate divine light in his eyes already revealed many suspicions. However, just at this moment, something strange happened. The ever-changing spirit pool suddenly turned purple. Adding the previous 7 colors, Xiao Chen changed into a total of 8 colors. Furthermore, the last color was purple, which no one had ever heard of before. What's going on? The 7-colored divine dragons. I have never heard of a purple dragon before. The azure-clad old man was startled, showing confusion on his face. This scene stunned the others as well, all of them looking at the old dragon horse. The old dragon horse said sullenly, "It's because of that cultivation technique." His dragon race bloodline has already mutated. The old dragon horse's expression suddenly turned extremely grave as it looked at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin, don't ever tell anyone about this. Otherwise, the entire great desolate 100 races will target you. Xiao Qin wanted to ask something, but the old dragon horse interrupted him. Unwilling to say more, it directly said, "Go to the inheritance hall and see if you can obtain the inheritance." Since the other party was unwilling to say more, Xiao Qin could not force it. He could only suppress the questions in his heart and follow the old dragon horse to the inheritance hall. The instant Xiao Qin entered the inheritance hall, he suddenly discovered a void under his feet. When he looked up, he saw a sky full of stars and a boundless universe. This is the inheritance hall. Is there a mistake? However, the old dragon horse and the others showed grave and respectful expressions. Dragon Emperors, of my Blue Dragon bloodline, today, the new master of the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiao Qin, is here to pay respects to the ancestor. Ancestor, please take a look. The old dragon horse said respectfully to the boundless starry heavens with an incredibly grave expression. Whoosh! Right after the old dragon horse spoke, pairs of cold dragon eyes suddenly appeared in the distant starry heavens. These eyes covered up all the starlight in the starry heavens. A boundless ancient aura spread out, and the many pairs of dragon eyes fixed on Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin immediately felt like he could not move at all. An invisible force held him in place. The black-clad old man and the others did not even dare to breathe loudly as they waited anxiously. If Xiao Qin could not obtain the inheritance, no matter how outstanding he was, he might end up like the Qing Emperor. As they waited anxiously, time seemed to pass by like a year. Every minute and every second felt extremely long. Whoosh! Suddenly, among the 100-odd pairs of dragon eyes in the distant starry heavens, a pair of dragon eyes suddenly turned golden. The pair of golden eyes looked like two blazing golden flames in the starry heavens, completely suppressing the starlight. It's done. The old dragon horse and the others revealed joy on their faces. This meant that the ancestor dragon emperor had taken a liking to Xiao Qin and was willing to leave the inheritance for him. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, the many pairs of dragon eyes lit up one after another. The light in their eyes flickered brightly. They were the most resplendent stars in the starry heavens. The light flickered endlessly. The many pairs of dragon eyes seemed to be competing with each other, all wanting to pass the inheritance to Xiao Qin. The ancestor actually started fighting for Xiao Qin. This only happened during the most flourishing period of the Blue Dragon bloodline. The old dragon horse's voice trembled. It was so excited that it could not contain itself. This scene was simply too shocking. The old dragon horse had guarded the Blue Dragon Palace from ancient times until now. It had personally witnessed the Blue Dragon bloodline's rise from glory to its current decline. Now that it saw this scene, it felt too deeply moved. Just at this moment, something strange happened. A pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames suddenly flickered in the even more distant starry heavens. When this dragon eye appeared, the other dragon eyes that were competing with each other all vanished, retreating as if they had seen a king. The boundless starry heavens suddenly turned pitch black. Only that pair of golden eyes with scarlet flames shone brightly. Chapter 1498. Xiao Qin asked softly, "Does this count as me surpassing Prime?" The boundless starry heavens were pitch black. Only this pair of golden dragon eyes with scarlet flames could be seen. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and helplessly. "Master, so be it. In any case, it is just a form of address." Intense pain spread through Xiao Qin's entire body. He could not help roaring, and his long hair stood on end. When the Dragon Emperor was alive, he was known as the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor, who advocated stopping killing with killing. While the Dragon Emperor was not the strongest Dragon Emperor in history, he was definitely the most spirited and legendary. Red Snow gave Xiao Chen a simple explanation, allowing Xiao Chen to understand a little, although he still did not fully understand. The moment Xiao Chen said that, he immediately discovered that the old dragon horse, the black-clad old man, and the others' expressions changed slightly. The dragon eyes stared at Xiao Chen, who felt immense pressure. It was far from what the earlier dragon eyes could compare to. Because of the Dragon Emperor's appearance, no one dared to offend the dragon race. That was the dragon race's most glorious period. Their fame spread far and wide, shaking the world. Upon seeing Xiao Chen's pale complexion and blood seeping out of his skin, Ao Jiao looked anxiously at the old dragon horse and asked, "Big brother dragon, will Xiao Chen be fine?" Red Snow entered deep thought and said, "Although the strength that Master currently grasps is similar to that of a prime, in reality, they have not surpassed Emperor Wu yet. Furthermore, Master already broke through the restrictions and has a limitless future. It would not be wrong to say that he surpassed prime. Since Xiao Chen obtained the inheritance, he was already the master of the Blue Dragon Palace. However, Xiao Chen had always looked down on seniority. Even if Xiao Chen was a master, there was no need to bow. This pair of dragon eyes was not much different from other dragon eyes. However, there was now a scarlet flame in the depths of his eyes, causing others to tremble in fear. Strange. What's going on? Whoosh. There is a saying in the outside world, to become a god, one must first become a human. Becoming a human is becoming a true human. In the outside world, a veritable personage realm cultivator can barely be considered an expert. The blue dragon bloodline had been passed down for millions of years for countless epochs. There were more than 200 dragon emperors. Although there were many, they were not particularly difficult to remember. The moment Xiao Chen opened his eyes, he saw the old dragon horse, the azure-clad old man, and the other Blue Dragon Palace's item spirits kneeling in salute. A strong murderous chi spread from Chen's body, making him look incredibly berserk. The lake was formed by primordial energy, but the power it contained seemed to be higher than primordial energy. Xiao Chen's appearance frightened Ao Jiao. She quickly came out of the lunar shadow saber and hugged him. As Dragon Chen saying, Dragon Chen, the dragon, he's spirit, he said. Chen's dragon Chen's Yuan said, no, Chen and, I said. When he thought of this, Xiao Chen's face turned slightly pale, and he felt a wave of unprecedented nervousness. Xiao Chen's 5 viscera and 6 bowels, as well as the most important part of his brain, were enveloped by a mysterious force. His injuries looked serious on the outside, but in fact, he didn't suffer any serious internal injuries. There was a loud bang. Before Xiao Chen could react, the Purple Emperor's door was completely shattered. Seeing the doubt in Xiao Chen's eyes, the old dragon horse said, Red Snow, give him a simple explanation of his current situation. Hearing this, Ao Jiao quickly checked on Xiao Chen's condition. It was just as the man in green had said. The old dragon horse said, let's not talk about this first. I'll bring you to the Martial Technique Pavilion, the Profound Weapon Pavilion, and the various cultivation rooms in the Blue Dragon Palace to choose some treasures. The black-clothed old man whispered, with his body's condition, he should be able to recover very quickly. No matter how hard they tried, they could not think of a dragon emperor whose eyes were burning with bloody flames. However, the gist of it was that the Dragon Emperor relied on the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's inheritance to forcefully break through Emperor Wu's restrictions. The azure-clad man, the girl in her prime, and the others were completely stupefied before this huge pressure. When they sent their spiritual senses into their bodies, they were greatly shocked. The spot where the heart of an emperor originally was had turned into a lake of clear water, giving off a refreshing energy. The old dragon horse muttered to itself, feeling extremely excited. Only that old dragon horse's eyes brimmed with hot tears, so excited that it could not control itself. Tears flowed endlessly as if it had seen something incredible. The red-clad girl in her prime nodded with a smile. Then, she looked at Xiao Qin and said, "The Kunlun realm's Emperor Wu's 9 heavens are known as the 9 heavens of transcending mortality outside the abandoned land. After crossing these 9 heavens, one is no longer an ordinary person but a veritable personage." Not long after, Xiao Qin felt his head grow heavy. He opened his eyes and rubbed his acupoints vigorously. The pain was too intense. Xiao Qin did not last long before he fainted. Today, not only did Xiao Qin get dragon emperors to fight for him, but he even startled the blood-soaked dragon emperor, the strongest person in the history of the blue dragon bloodline. At this moment, the black-clad old man felt somewhat complicated. Back then, the Qing emperor was not much weaker than Xiao Qin. In some aspects, he was even stronger. However, not a single dragon emperor opened his eyes for him. It could only be said that the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The moment the black-clad old man said that, everyone else was greatly startled. The emperor's door shattered, and his heart of an emperor was destroyed. Would he be crippled? Xiao Qin quickly felt startled. He stood up and said, "Seniors, please get up. There is no need to do this." Whoosh! The mysterious dragon eyes suddenly appeared, making all the flickering golden light vanish. The azure-clad man continued with a pleasant expression, "Don't worry. Although Master Xiao Qin is currently weaker, the Dragon Emperor's inheritance knows its limits. It will automatically divert some energy to protect his vital points. That should be enough to keep him alive." Only at this point did Ao Jiao relax, and her emotions eased significantly. Xiao Chen's expression changed. What is he trying to do? Based on this unrelenting stance, it seems like he wants to shatter his purple emperor's door. The dragon horse said in a somewhat choked voice, "This is my old master, the creator of the Blue Dragon Palace, the strongest dragon emperor in the history of the Blue Dragon bloodline." "Which dragon emperor is this?" "My Blue Dragon bloodline has had 200 dragon emperors, but there has never been such a dragon emperor." "Big brother dragon, who is this?" A great desolate divine light burst out of the dragon horse's eyes uncontrollably. The golden divine light looked like it would pierce through the sky. Then, the shock wave swept out, affecting the entire heart of an emperor. "Ka-Xie! Ka-Xie!" Under the strong might of the dragon roar, the heart of an emperor could not bear the burden and shattered. Then, the dragon roar flew towards the mysterious purple emperor's door in the heart of an emperor at lightning speed. It turned into a jade-like dragon seal and entered the heart of an emperor. Then, the dragon seal shot out like a meteor. That pair of dragon eyes vanished in the void, replaced by a beam of golden light. It crossed the starry heavens in the blink of an eye and entered Xiao Chen's body. "Greetings, Master." At this moment, the old dragon horse had already recovered to its normal state. It said calmly, "It's fine." He just temporarily could not endure the power of the blood-soaked dragon emperor's inheritance and fell unconscious. However, the deeds of this dragon emperor were known by everyone in the dragon tribe. It would not be an exaggeration to say that he was one of the greatest dragon emperors in the history of the dragon race. A thought occurred to Xiao Qin. Then, he thought of proper business and said quickly, "There is no rush for this. I want to go outside and take a look at my big brother and the Fox King situation first." Xiao Qin. The veritable personage realm is divided into 3 stages, the veritable essence stage, the yin essence stage, and the yang essence stage. Master is currently in the veritable essence stage. "Thank you, Master. The heavens are fair. I thought that old Master's inheritance would never appear again. The heavens are blessing my blue dragon bloodline. The heavens are truly fair." A scarlet pupil appeared in the depths of Xiao Chen's eyes amid the golden divine light. This gave this golden divine light an additional burning scarlet flame, looking extremely strange. Suddenly, Xiao Qin recalled that the blood-soaked dragon emperor's dragon seal inheritance seemed to have pierced through his emperor's door and heart of an emperor. Chapter 1499. Outside the Blue Dragon Palace, half a day had passed since Xiaochen entered the Blue Dragon Palace. Immortal was fighting against 3 enemies at the same time. He was already at the end of his tether and was covered in wounds. At this moment, he was lying on the ground, unable to crawl back up. His entire person was extremely weak. Among the 3, apart from the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who was more heavily injured, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God and the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva were in relatively good condition. However, it consumed a lot of energy and needed some time to recover. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor flew to Immortal's side in a flash. When he saw Immortal struggling to get up, he kicked him back down. Immortal, weren't you very arrogant just now? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor gritted his teeth and said angrily. During the battle, he was the one who suffered the heaviest injuries. Immortal had even humiliated him several times, which made him rather unhappy. There were a few times when he almost found an opportunity to perish together with him. Now that the other party was finally unable to put up a fight, it was only natural for him to take revenge. So. The Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God quickly arrived. When the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God saw the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's actions, he frowned slightly and said, "Ghost Emperor, don't go overboard. The deity sovereign still wants to use him to threaten Xiaochen." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor said calmly, "Don't worry, I won't die. I know what I'm doing." After saying that, she was about to move her legs away from Immortal. After venting his anger, although he was still displeased, he knew that the Divine Emperor's matter was of utmost importance. He could not really kill Immortal. Puchi. Immortal coughed a few times and spat out a mouthful of blood. He smiled bitterly and said, "I, Immortal, have been a wanderer all my life and have always thought highly of myself. I didn't expect to fall under your feet." The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was stunned. He moved his foot away and pressed it down again. "Who do you think you are to think so highly of yourself? When I became a supreme being, you weren't even worth a fart. Is Shizun very powerful? If I wanted to, I would have become a supreme long ago." Immortal smirked as he looked at the Dongyue Ghost Emperor with disdain. The Heaven-Punishing Corpse God remained silent. He knew that he was no match for Immortal. If it wasn't for the fact that they were fighting 3 against 1, it would be very difficult for him to subdue the other party. Xiaochen did not want to say anything more. He knew that back then, Immortal had been a greater heavenly emperor Wu for 1,000 years. However, he had not advanced to sovereign martial emperor, wanting to break through and surpass Prime. However, for some reason, he gave up on this idea. Then, during Xiaochen's king conferral ceremony, he suddenly appeared as a Prime. Winner takes all. Right now, I'm the one who has you under my feet. Whatever you say is useless. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's eyes turned cold as he ruthlessly stomped on the Dongyue Ghost Emperor again. However, when the Dongyue Ghost Emperor tried to move his feet away, he discovered a pair of hands firmly grasping his feet like pincers. No matter what he did, he could not move them away. "I said it before. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me." The heart of an emperor in Immortal's body suddenly gave off a bright light. His entire body lit up like a candle, burning up quickly. Self-detonation. Xiaochen was going to self-detonate. To think that a Prime would use such a decisive method to end his own life. All of a sudden, the 3 of them were scared silly. Without even thinking, the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God fled quickly. The fear of death overwhelmed the Dongyue Ghost Emperor, scaring him silly. Then, he started shouting frantically, "Let go! Let go!" However, no matter how the Heaven-Punishing Corpse God shouted, it was useless. Immortal held on to his feet, unwilling to let go. In the Blue Dragon Palace, Xiaochen, who felt that something was wrong, rushed out anxiously. When he saw this scene, he was immediately startled. He cried out hoarsely, "Big brother, don't. Based on the expressions of the old dragon horse and the others, Xiaochen had already guessed that Enchanting and the Fox King were in a bad situation. However, he had not expected to force a prime to the point of self-detonation. Emperor Forsaken. Xiaochen called out this person's name coldly in his heart. Then, he quickly ran towards Enchanting, who was about to self-detonate. However, it was already too late. Before Xiaochen could get far, he heard a startling explosion. A blazing light soared into the sky. At the center of the explosion, the two died on the spot. This explosion stunned Emperor Forsaken, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva. Primes were the strongest existences in the Kunlun realm. They were aloof and stood at the top of the pyramid, possessing a high status. However, such an existence actually chose to self-detonate, taking the initiative to end his own life. Xiaochen, who was running, was caught off guard. The shock waves from the explosion sent him flying. He fell heavily to the ground and bounced far away before he stood up again. There was still a chance. Big Brother died for only 1 second. If Xiaochen could stop the other party from self-detonating 2 seconds earlier, he could change the future. It was just like when Xiaochen weakened Emperor Forsaken's starry heaven's divine palm. However, Xiaochen was already dead. If he wanted to travel to the space where the dead once lived, it would be like crossing the boundary between life and death. The obstacles that Xiaochen faced were even stronger than when he faced Emperor Forsaken. State of cycle, reversing time and space. Xiaochen could not care so much anymore. A determined expression flashed in his eyes. The cycle heart in his sea of consciousness released a light, unleashing it without holding anything back. Xiaochen took a step, and a huge resistance assaulted him, nearly tearing Xiaochen to shreds. Charge! The veritable essence energy in Xiaochen's body surged out, forming a strong sharpness in front of Xiaochen. Infused with great Tao energy, Xiaochen finally managed to leap out, breaking through the boundary between life and death. With only 1 second to make a move, Xiaochen did not hesitate. The instant he appeared, he pointed. The heavenly snow divine flame poured out, directly sealing the defenseless Enchanting in ice. Seeing the light on Enchanting's body dim, Xiaochen heaved a sigh of relief. Success. The time just ended. A mighty force pulled Xiaochen's body back to the future. When Xiaochen opened his eyes, he saw that Enchanting was completely sealed in ice. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor struggled free and glanced at the ice-sealed Enchanting. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt confused. However, in the next moment, a vicious expression flashed in his eyes. No matter what the reason was, Enchanting could not move at all, sealed in the mysterious ice. This was the best opportunity to deal with him. Without even thinking, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor kicked the ice-sealed Enchanting. If this kick landed, Enchanting would shatter into a pile of ice on the spot, dying without a complete corpse. Stop! Xiaochen, who had gone through a lot of trouble to use the state of cycle to save Enchanting, naturally would not allow this to happen. Xiaochen leaped into the air and threw a punch. Myriad Heaven Divine Fist, Distant Legend. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor felt a cold wind behind him, and his hair stood on end. A sense of danger assaulted him. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor quickly turned around. When he saw Xiaochen coming out, his face immediately lit up in joy. Xiaochen! I was waiting for you. To think that you would walk right into my trap. Boom! However, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor had just finished speaking when he was sent flying by Xiaochen's punch. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was sent flying like a kite with a broken string. He vomited a mouthful of blood and slid far away. How is this possible? The Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at a loss when he landed on the ground. He was heavily injured, and his strength was not even 50% of his usual strength. However, it was not difficult for him to hold back Xiaochen with his strength. However, the reality was that Xiaochen easily knocked him back with a punch from the air. The might of this punch was vaguely stronger than when the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was at his peak. Damn it! I don't believe it. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor could not accept this reality. He slammed his palm on the ground and soared into the air. Then, he punched at Xiaochen with a ghostly aura filling the air. This punch dyed the sky black. Xiaochen turned around and circulated his quintessential energy in front of his chest, using his body to receive the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's punch. Buzz! It was as if the punch had landed on a metal mountain. It was stable and did not move at all. The Dongyue Ghost Emperor's face darkened, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. He wanted to retreat. Swoosh! But in the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, a hand appeared like a lightning dragon that broke through the clouds in the dark night. It grabbed his neck and lifted him up. Xiaochen, let him go. At this moment, Emperor Forsaken and the other two brought the restrained the Fox King over. Chapter 1500. Although the Dongyue Ghost Emperor was captured, Qitian revealed a smile on his face. This was because Xiaochen finally came out. Not only did Xiaochen come out, but he also used up the power of the state of cycle. He would not have to worry about that move for a while. Xiaochen narrowed his eyes and looked at Emperor Forsaken and the other two. Qitian, what are you trying to do? Are you crazy? In Xiaochen's opinion, Qitian was really crazy. To think that he dared to fall out with a prime. If Qitian was not careful, he would end up burying a huge problem for himself, implicating two primes as enemies. Although Emperor Forsaken was strong, he could not stop others from sneak attacking the other members of the deity race. Qitian said indifferently, cut the crap. Tell me all the secrets of the Blue Dragon Palace Hole. Return all the benefits you obtained in there as well. Otherwise, even if you can save Zongtian for now, you will not be able to save him forever. Oh, right. There is also this. I believe you will not watch as your senior fiend king dies, right? Emperor Forsaken said fearlessly as he stretched out his hand and lifted up the Fox King. In order to prevent the Fox King from self-destructing, Emperor Forsaken did not hesitate. After Emperor Forsaken defeated Xiaochen, he immediately sealed all of Xiaochen's strength. However, Emperor Forsaken was not in a good state either. The Fox King's counterattack was not that easy to deal with. However, it did not matter. Emperor Forsaken was in control of the situation. Given Xiaochen's character, it was impossible for him to ignore his senior and big brother. This was Xiaochen's Achilles heel. Xiaochen's heart sank. He did not expect Emperor Forsaken to have such an idea. He was truly crazy. For an illusory goal, Emperor Forsaken actually used such a despicable method. The so-called number one person of the Kunlun realm was truly shameless. Interesting. Truly interesting. Xiaochen smiled coldly in his heart. His killing intent was like magma in the ground, slowly settling. Ever since the coronation ceremony, Emperor Forsaken had been looking for trouble. Whoosh! You are overthinking. It is useless even if you know the secret of the Blue Dragon Palace. I can't give you the benefits that I obtained. Most importantly. The corner of Xiaochen's mouth curled into a cold smile as he looked at the three of them. His cold eyes did not contain any emotion. What is it? Emperor Forsaken's heart skipped a beat. He obviously didn't believe it. We'll talk after I finish killing them. Everything else was fine, but the Dongyue Ghost Emperor who almost killed Big Brother Ing had to die. Gotcha! With a wave of his left hand, a saber light flashed, and the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head flew into the air. Carrying the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's headless body, Xiaochen tossed it away as if it was a piece of trash. With a loud explosion, the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's head exploded into a splatter of blood and disappeared. Dead, the prime of the Ghost Domain, a Ghost Emperor, died at Xiao Chen's hands. You, the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva, the heaven-punishing corpse god, and Emperor Forsaken were stunned. They did not expect Xiao Chen to be so ruthless. A prime's head would not die after it was chopped off, but it had to be reattached. Without a head, a headless body was naturally as dead as it could be. Whoosh! Countless motes of light scattered from the headless body. Those were the Dongyue Ghost Emperor's life essence. The place fell silent. The three primes were truly dumbfounded. Xiao Chen, do you know what you did? The heaven-punishing corpse god pointed at Xiao Chen, his voice trembling slightly. I know. I killed a dog. Do you really think that you are unrivaled? The heaven-punishing corpse god roared and clenched his fist. 10,000 dragon force instantly burst forth. The heaven-punishing corpse god's punch arrived before Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen did not show any fear. He circulated his veritable essence energy, and an aura that surpassed that of a prime burst out from his body. Then, he clenched his right fist and infused his veritable essence energy into it. Boom! An intense explosion resounded, and a strong wind blew. Xiao Chen's long hair and clothes fluttered loudly. Xiao Chen forcefully received this punch, not moving an inch, not taking a single step back. Corroborating the Tao with the physical body, you are only so. Xiao Chen smiled coldly as he infused his great Tao energy into his punch. A Tao disc appeared behind him. As he stood there, he looked like a treasured saber drawn from its scabbard. Boundlessly resplendent, radiating resplendent light. His fist was the saber that he sealed. Initially, they were evenly matched. After infusing his great Tao energy, Xiao Chen pushed forward and sent the heaven-punishing corpse god flying. The white-robed Xiao Chen, whose long hair fluttered in the wind, still did not take even half a step back. Surpassing Prime. A complicated expression flashed in Emperor Forsaken's eyes as he muttered to himself, it turns out that the Blue Dragon Palace really does contain the secret to breaking through to Prime. The energy that Xiao Chen used clearly came from primordial energy. However, it was one level higher than primordial energy. Given Xiao Chen's insight, he definitely did not see wrong. Only at this moment did the three understand that the Dongyue Ghost Emperor did not die in vain. Attack together later. Do not show any mercy. We cannot be careless at all. Emperor Forsaken sent a voice projection to the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva and the heaven-punishing corpse god. A strange look flashed in the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva's eyes. It seemed like he had other plans. However, after thinking for a while, he agreed to Emperor Forsaken's suggestion. As for the heaven-punishing corpse god, he had just been sent flying by Xiao Chen's palm strike and suffered. How could he have any thoughts of refusing? Emperor Forsaken said, you have indeed broken through the shackles of a prime. We can have a proper discussion. As long as you are willing to tell me the secret, I can immediately release the Fox King. Xiao Chen shook his head and said, you are overthinking. I said that we can have a discussion. If you apologize to me immediately and release the Spirit Fox King, I can consider letting you go after some consideration. Ha ha ha. Emperor Forsaken guffawed as if he had heard something funny. He said coldly, you are really boundlessly arrogant. Attack. The three immediately unleashed their killing chi without hiding it. Emperor Forsaken's body glowed with a resplendent holy light. Then, he soared into the sky and formed a holy sword, chopping down at Xiao Chen. The Kitagarbha Bodhisattva revealed his huge dharmic true body. A Buddhist hand covered half the sky, carrying a supreme Buddhist might as it smashed down at Xiao Chen. The heaven-punishing corpse god secretly stored up power, waiting for Xiao Chen to clash with the Kitagarbha Bodhisattva before giving him a peak strike. Xiao Chen coldly watched the three's actions. 3 black petals spun in the depths of his eyes and layered over each other. Before Emperor Forsaken, who had just condensed a holy light sword, could react, the holy light sword broke. Bolts of electric light shot out from Emperor Forsaken's body. Wounds covered his body, and he vomited a mouthful of blood as he went flying. The divine lightning! I only needed one glance to send down a lightning tribulation, deciding life and death. 3 lightning tribulations layered over each other. Even a prime would be severely injured. Dermic world. After sending Emperor Forsaken flying with one glance, Xiao Chen's body trembled and became incredibly huge, matching the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva's dermic world. The Buddha's hand, which had covered half the sky, now looked mediocre. He lifted his foot. Xiao Chen raised his leg and kicked the Kittigarbha Bodhisattva's dermic body away at lightning speed. The Buddhist light that filled the sky overflowed in all directions, scattering everywhere. Die! The heaven-punishing corpse god held his breath. The instant Xiao Chen recovered his true form, his body shot forward like a sharp arrow. Then, he unleashed his peak strike. The heaven-punishing corpse god used his physical body to substantiate his Tao. If this punch landed on Xiao Chen, he would be severely injured, even if Xiao Chen was prepared. When the heaven-punishing corpse god punched, space trembled, and Xiao Chen directly shattered. The heaven-punishing corpse god smiled. However, after a while, wind suddenly whistled behind him. He immediately felt that something was wrong and quickly turned around. Whoosh! However, it was too late. The instant the heaven-punishing corpse god turned around, a saber light appeared. The transcendent divine weapon, the lunar shadow saber, executed the dragon-subduing slash and struck the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest. An arrow of blood spurted out of the heaven-punishing corpse god's chest, even though his physical body had never been broken before. Xiao Chen flapped his blue dragon divine wings and hovered in the air. As he held up the lunar shadow saber, he looked coldly at the 3 people who were instantly knocked back. Xiao Chen's body exuded a tyrannical air that looked down on the world, aloof, cold, and emotionless. The blue dragon divine wings on Xiao Chen's back flapped, and a boundless strong wind scattered the clouds for 5,000 kilometers around. Then, he appeared before Emperor Forsaken as if he teleported. Xiao Chen pointed his saber at Emperor Forsaken's forehead. Congratulations on becoming the strongest person in the Kunlun realm. From today on, you will sweep through the world, unrivaled. Emperor Forsaken paled as he revealed a bitter smile. I already thought of the consequences of failure long ago. If you want to kill me, then kill me. Do as you please. Strongest in the Kunlun realm. You are overthinking. I have never treated you as a goal to chase after.